be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, then Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's gonna
fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the combination, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
0-4. It is the second week of the AWC, and it is day number 2. Yesterday, we got to see all things EU, but it's time to take a look at NA. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Supatees, Zico, and Venruki to cover all of the action. And now, let's jump into it. Let's take a look at everything that not only is going to happen today with North America, but everything that happened last week. We can actually take a look at the standings and see where all of our teams do stand right now, and which faces we are going to see again in this tournament, who has started to become consistent. But when we do talk about last week, Ven, is there any team in particular that really surprised you with the performance that they were able to
I think the big surprise for
me
me is the team now known as M2KC, and that of course is Drake, Ceralium, Roasty, and Brain. This team put on a stellar performance. I believe last week their name was Kawaii, but yeah, I think they're the ones to really mix it up, playing the Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin. One of the only teams to run this competition. They did a phenomenal job, and I'm curious to see if they can have kind of a repeat performance this week.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of the teams that did very well, getting those 80 points, I think surprised all of us. Let's talk about Cloud9, though, Zico. Do you think Cloud9 is going to be able to continue being so consistent? They've been one of the teams at the top for a very long time.
Yeah, I feel like
right now,
Cloud9 is kind
points.
of the team to beat. Basically just owning NA the entirety of last year, and this year once again they're coming in, they're looking strong, taking home that first cup. Once again they're up in that upper bracket, undefeated, but they're up against Space Station Gaming, and I feel like the team that kind of had the best shot at beating them, at least last year, was Space Station Gaming. So I think Cloud9 is going to be a favorite, but their first match could be tough.
All right, we should talk about Golden Guardians. Now, this is a team that's made it into top 6 in first time in a very long time. I actually asked Pika, I guess it was on Thursday, how long it's been since they've hit a top 6, and he was like, a year maybe? He was like, not even sure how long it actually has been. They've managed to do that this week. I know a lot of people are going to be in the chat cheering them on, but as of right now, they have 20 points. How do you think that they actually will fare, Supatees, when we actually get down to business today?
Matchup. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix is a threatening team, but compositionally, they're running the Windwalker Lock, the Rogue Mage, maybe even the Windwalker Mage, which are compositions that I think Shadow Priest, Rogue Shaman, which is Golden Guardians kind of like go-to, that's their main composition. I think they have a good chance of beating those setups in particular, and if they manage to make it through to face Cloud9, I think what they're most afraid of from Cloud9 would be Snuts Windwalker. Maybe the Windwalker Lock in general. I know as a Shadow Priest, that's one of the more challenging compositions because you don't have enough ways to really disrupt a Warlock as that comp, and eventually they get online and then you're just being blasted down. So I'm very curious what Charlotte Phoenix decide to lead here. I know Jamili was saying that he kind of feels like the bench warmer on this team, which is a bit strange for Jamili because you usually expect him to want to be in control of every game, but the team that he's picked up this year, kind of all newcomers really, Nick Byrne and Korlik, they've been phenomenal players throughout and kind of on the rise. I'm very excited to see Charlotte Phoenix.
I'm very excited for everything today. We started to talk about the bracket. Obviously, there's plenty going on there. We'll probably get to talk about it a little bit more in detail, but I'm already seeing that we're getting ready for the first series of the day. So let's talk about that really quick before we do jump in. This is the new Mew Mew Kitty Cats roster going up against Easy Money. Zico, what do you expect to see in the Grand for this matchup?
Kitty Cats, new litter, and what do I expect to see? I'm gonna guess Mage Shadow Priest. I think that's is that what we Is that what we're going to
Okay, I know that you were cheating. I know you're cheating number 1, and then you mistook the teams while cheating.
Oh no! But it happened so fast though.
You actually cheated.
Easy money.
You tried to play it off too.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
Easy Money. Easy Money is going to be an interesting team, I think, because they are bringing the compositions that I've been wanting to see that nobody else does. They bring the different spell cleaves, like the double spellcasters. And I've been wanting to see a team that has them, like different combinations of Shadow Priest Fire Mage, Shadow Priest Warlock, like these kinds of Wizard Hogwarts comps, not just only the Mage Lock. So, and the same thing with Hamsti. Hamsti gets carried. They've got a lot of Wizard spell cleaves as well in the lower bracket. And I think it's going to be a story of wizardry in these first 2 series.
Song of Wizardry.
Yep. I mean,
So I think I don't know if we've lost Rich here, but
yeah.
I'll be the new Rich. Wait,
what happened to
My
Rich?
shirt a little bit here.
I don't know.
I think he was out of sync. It's fine. We don't need him. Let me just open up a couple more
It's
buttons.
fine. We don't need him.
All right. Yeah. So what do you want to see here on Grand Arena, Maruki?
On a Grand Arena, I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I didn't already see what's going on in the blind pick, but I mean, for M2KC, it seemed like when they played their Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin, that was by far their best composition. We did see them bring in Roasties, but they didn't look nearly as polished when playing with the Rogue, and I don't know if it's just because Rogue maybe isn't the strongest right now, or maybe they haven't practiced it as much, but definitely looked a lot more solid with the Windwalker. So I think for a blind pick for them, that makes a lot of sense, and that's what I want to see, and that's what we will see. And then for easy money, like Sid kind of said, I mean, this team has a lot of different spell cleaves. It looks like they're opting to go with the Shadow Priest Fire Mage Paladin.
Wow.
Not sure how I feel about this one. If I had to, give either one of these teams an edge in the blind pick, I'd have to say I think M2KC came out ahead.
I would have to agree with you here, Maruki. And I mean, this is another amazing prediction here by our analyst, just knowing both regions so well. Even the lesser known players still keeping tabs on them and predicting what they're going to do here in the blind pick. But Super Tees, who would you give the edge here in this matchup?
I mean, we've never seen Windwalker Mage Paladin against Shadow Priest Mage Paladin. So, based on historical data, I feel like we've never seen this. This exact matchup in tournament play.
June 27th, 2017 was the last time we saw.
Okay, it was a different expansion.
You actually believe me that I remember.
I know
correctly.
you're probably
That's
making it up, but the time date that you made up was a different expansion. So to say that like we know exactly how this is gonna go, I mean, a Windwalker attacking a cloth class is pretty dangerous with the Drestagat Trinket. The Windwalker has some guaranteed crowd control. They're not even utilizing that. They actually just got a full polymorph. The entirety of Easy Money is locked down, and that's that big Drestagath Whirling Dragon Punch combo. Bert soaks the hit with the Temporal Shield. Tuna's now out of crowd control. He's got the Divine Favor up, going for a big heal, stabilizing the team. We're still waiting for the Shadow Priest Mage to engage. Now that Bert's secured a polymorph, it's likely that they're going to go for a stun lock onto the Windwalker or Ceruleum in the near future. Oh, actually, they're swapping to the Paladin. Wow.
Here's Zico right now. Brain taking a big hit of damage, actually having to use his Divine Shield. So that was a huge hit from Bert and Fake, doing big damage in that setup. And Brain's going to have to be very careful. I mean, the Shadow Priest Mage, especially with the Paladin, you have a lot of stuns with your silences. This is going to be all about those one hits. So when you watch Easy Money, it's going to look like they're doing a whole lot of nothing until all of a sudden they force every single offensive cooldown in a big go. That's basically the way this composition works. For M2KC, they're going to have a lot more consistent damage in the matchup. They're just going to have to keep pushing through, keep Brain alive, try to peel those all-ins, and that's how they're going to find victory.
All right, full polymorph onto Brain. Ceruleum the target. Stunned up, huge damage incoming from Easy Money. Beautiful Psychic Scream follow-up. Cauterize, Ice Block, Mass Dispel lands. This could be it for M2KC. Easy Money, the newcomers, coming in game one with huge pressure on a composition that we haven't seen since June 22nd, 2017, according to Ben Ruki.
Yeah, we're gonna have to double check those numbers. But these setups are really nice. I mean, easy money once again. Now there's no ice block, no cauterize they have to really work with. Ceruleum doesn't really have too much defense left. And I think at this point, M2KC, normally when they don't have a lot of defensive cooldowns, they are completely willing to just sit at the pillar, line of sight, not take any risks. I think maybe they've underestimated easy money a little bit, but so far, this isn't looking too bad. I think if we see Fake push in, maybe go for a big fear, we could see, you know, M2KC actually lose this game. You can see by Ceruleum's positioning, he really wants to avoid that. He's just going to be kiting, running across the map, trying to avoid as much as possible. Nice interrupt on Polymorph there by Ceruleum. Drake's going to have to try to start generating some pressure kind of solo as a Windwalker monk, as Ceruleum is playing kind of a little scared right now.
All right, no Divine Shield, full Polymorph. Ceruleum, no Ice Block. He's hiding around the pillar, dodging in and out with fireballs over onto Burt while Tuna is paralyzed. Drake gets mind controlled by Fake, trying to slow down some of the pressure. Fake now Polymorph. Brain repositioning with Ceruleum in a defensive position. They have a significant mana advantage if they want to just look to win with pressure. Where is Easy Money going to begin their next attack as they build up a giant snowball to push downhill? Fake's moving in with Void Form. He gets Frost Nova'd away from the Psychic Scream. Looking like he wants to initiate crowd control. Stun onto Brain, Poly onto Drake. It's triple crowd control. And Ceruleum is just about to explode. Brain immediately denies the kill with the Hand of Sacrifice, redirecting damage to himself and saving the day. Ceruleum counter engages. Full crowd control onto Tuna. Burt stun locked as M2KC look to reverse the pressure. Big damage incoming from Drake onto Burt, but a sacrifice from Tuna denies the push of M2KC. Both sides going to be taking a moment to stall. Actually, as I say that, another full Polymorph secured onto Brain. Drake has to trade out Touch of Karma, retreat around the pillar. They could swap to Brain out in midfield if they have the Hammer of Justice. They Frost Nova Brain out. He freedoms back to the pillar, but they stack up for a triple Psychic Scream, and they go for another Paladin swap. Brain immediately breaks out of the stun. He doesn't want to have to use his Divine Shield that just became available again. M2KC, they're holding strong now and starting to take this game back into their own hands.
Definitely, Burt being interrupted. He's getting low. Tuna, if there's any more follow-ups, you see nice blinding light coming in from Brain. Burt certainly will have to use the Ice Block, and it is overlapped with the Cauterize. That was a really nice blinding light there, getting double value, crowd controlling Fake and Tuna, so there was no help for Burt whatsoever. He was left all alone. Drake Ceruleum were able to force out those precious defensive cooldowns, and now all of a sudden, because M2KC is playing a lot more defensive, Ceruleum is basically forcing Fake and Burt to overextend. They're not necessarily pushing the pace, but like with this defensive position, you're basically forcing Fake and Burt, if they want to do anything, to kind of overextend themselves, and that's when Drake, Ceruleum, and Brain can kind of counter pressure and force them defensive and get these defensive cooldowns.
All right, Ceruleum's Ice Block going to be available in 40 seconds. Easy Money need to do something right now. Drake pre-lingering Psychic Shells that Hammer of Justice and takes 0 damage from that assault. Easy Money switch their attention to Ceruleum, but Brain is no longer in crowd control, so he'll be able to easily get his team back to full health. Ceruleum just pausing the fight for a moment. He has Combustion ready. He's waiting for Drake's Touch of Death. They could combo this together to take Bird out in a one-hit KO if they can get crowd control into Tuna. Drake needs to use Paralyze. He's right next to Tuna. He should be able to engage. They stun Fake. They baited Dispel potentially to go for the Obsidian Claw. They Dragon's Breath Sheep the Dispel. Burt gets pre-Vitality Conduited. Tuna anticipates crowd control, but the Vitality Conduit is going to fade shortly. Fake is counter-engaging. They get a Polymorph over onto Brain. Ceruleum has to run. He's locked down behind the pillar. He breaks out. He blinks back into Brain's line, but there's not a lot of healing available at the moment unless Brain decides to activate that Avenging Wrath. He powers through without it, but it did cost his Divine Shield. Ceruleum with no Ice Block for some time. Easy Money have now put themselves back into game number 1.
That was a bit unfortunate for M2KC. They really mismanaged their defensive cooldowns. Brain using Divine Shield a little too late. Ceruleum forced to use his Ice Block. Maybe didn't have to, but that overlap could easily lose them this game at this point. I mean, we're at 10% dampening. There's a good chance we don't see another Ice Block. Full Hammer of Justice on Ceruleum. Disarm on Brain. Is there any follow-up CC? Unfortunately, Burt, he misses the Ring of Frost. Ceruleum blinks into it, gets mind controlled. Brain chopping Ceruleum off, runs into the crowd control, realizing the go is kind of over. And now it's going to be up to M2KC to get some counter pressure. Hammer of Justice on Tuna. Burt still no Ice Block, no Cauterize. Could be in a lot of trouble. Tuna forced to use his Divine Shield and the Ultimate Sacrifice to keep Burt alive. And now both teams, in terms of defensives, are really running on fumes here.
Tuna is wearing the Lingering Psychic Shell, an agility strength trinket as the healer. He must have thought that he was going to be a target, I guess. But they really haven't gone after him too much. Bert's under fire. Tuna's very limited on his healing output. Vitality Conduit stalls for now. They're desperate. They're mind controlling the Windwalker to hold him at bay. Bert blinks in to go for a polymorph. Ceralium shuts him down. They Frost Nova Brain into a stun Ring of Frost, but he gets Ring of Peace into a double leg sweep. Beautiful shutdown by Drake. Bert doesn't seem to care. Both mages are going to pop Combustion and go at each other. Temporal Shield soaks the Combustion here for Bert. Ceralium decides to polymorph Ceralium. Double Blinding Light. I guess they're desperate, but this is huge pressure incoming from Drake. And M2KC are not going to be thrown off here by the composition that Easy Money brought in game number 1. Initially, it was looking dicey, but then they came up with a good strategy, these hit and runs, and were able to pull it back together 8 minutes
Well, initially, yeah, the pressure was on them right out of the gate. Zico, let's talk about how this one actually changed from that initial onslaught of pressure to the ultimate result and a victory for M2KC.
Well, I feel like actually I was very, very impressed. Easy Money, they had a great start. They had a kind of a good game plan, the good execution all around. It was going well for them, but I think the main thing that they messed up here was their targeting a little bit. I like that they went after the mage, Ceralium, but we've talked about this a little bit in the past. You have to go after 2 players. If you're only going after 1 player, well, when Ceralium doesn't have his ice block, he's just going to run the whole game. Never go for sheep, never go for any offensive, plays. He's just going to stay back and, kind of counter engage. And that's exactly what he did. And then when he had his ice block again, sure, they overlapped it, but, that's when he started playing aggro. And I feel like, M2KC probably should have lost this game based off of that horrible opener if, they rotated the pressure a little bit better on the side of Easy
Yeah,
Money.
I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind, though, right? An incredible opener on the side of Easy Money. They're not able to completely close out with it. What do you think that means for the rest of the series, though? When we actually do get into Game 2, we know that it is going to be on Tolvaron Arena. Zico, when you do think about that and you look at that first moment of the game, does that affect what you're thinking prediction-wise?
Well, I want to say the first map seems like it's going to matter a lot here. It just depends a little bit on what other comps Easy Money has at their disposal. And I think if all they run is, caster stuff, they're going to be in a bit of a, sticky situation once the game goes to a smaller map. But I think they have Nesper on that roster. So if I was Easy Money, I'd go Tolvir, lock in the same composition, try to get a good win there. And then if, we go to a small map, then they can maybe bring in that rogue and try to play rogue mage pally blind.
Okay, very, very important thing to think about. We already do see most of the information here with Tolvaron Arena and the Mew Mew Kitty Cats locking in their composition. Sid, do you agree with what Zico just said, though?
I think it's a good game plan. I mean, you can never really go wrong blind locking rogue mage paladin. You do at least have a shot against pretty much everything in the game. But at the same time, would Shadow Priest Mage even be that terrible on a small map? It felt like if they had just gotten on top of M2KC off the initial advantage they built, they would have just ran them over. They decided to kind of just play it chill in the middle and not take any risks, and then that gave time for M2KC. They're not even going to be running the Shadow Priest Mage Paladin, which, I mean, it seems surprising. I actually thought it was looking good for them. Not that the comp they decided to pick now is a bad one. I mean, Mistweaver, Destro, Fire Mage is a great comp, but I would have liked to have seen more from their Shadow Priest Mage overall. And M2KC, how are they going to deal with this comp on Tolvaron? Just run down the Mage, try and avoid the Dark Soul. I feel like they can do similarly to what they did against the Shadow Priest Mage, if not even easier. They can just do hit and runs easier against the Monk Lock.
I do want to talk about Easy Money as a team just a little bit more as well, Sid. What's your take on these players and how they've come together as a roster?
Oh, I'm pretty sure Fake is Merkmines. So he was like a Latin American player that qualified to BlizzCon multiple times. And he's played Shadow Priest, Enhancement, Ellie, and now he's playing Destro a lot on the ladder. I'm like 99% sure. So he's like rebranded to the name Fake. Bert and Tuna and Nesper have been like really strong ladder players all throughout. So like the 4 of them individually are very strong ladder players, and they're coming with that experience together. They obviously made it here to the top 8, so they're a solid roster. They have, I would say, good compositions. I mean, Spell, Cleaves, and Rogue Mage Paladin. You can't really go wrong there. It seemed like they had a good game plan, like Zico said in game 1, but then they just kind of failed on finishing the game. That can be the downside of running these Spell Cleaves, is that when the other team is playing on top of you, it's very easy to take control of the game. But as soon as the other team decides, like, okay, we don't like you anymore, you smell bad, we're not going to play with you, and they just run away, it becomes very difficult to end the game. So to me, a good Wizard Cleave is tested on how they can end the game when the other team is running away.
All right. Well, when you talk about some odors, who's going to smell the sweet scent of victory as we open the gates on Tolvaron Arena? M2KC leads by 1.
Taking a look at Drake's talents when the gate opens, it looks like he's not playing the Tiger Eye Brew, which suggests to me it's going to be Bert as the main target in this matchup, potentially even some swaps on Tuna, depending on his positioning. Drake, if he can find a Paralyze on Tuna and everyone can kind of swarm him, they can get the leg sweep into Hammer of Justice, that's when it's very easy to take down a Mistweaver Monk. So we'll see if that happens. Otherwise, I think it's just going to be Bert getting controlled for most of the game. Cerealium Brain playing very, very defensive. These hit-and-run strategies, like Sid was kind of talking about. I really don't think M2KC is going to be afraid to just use the pillar, line of sight, wait till dampening if they need to. But Bert really wants to push the pace. He's going to be moving in. He realizes early on it's going to be difficult to go down, and they actually force the Divine Shield instantaneously. Unbelievable. There was no peels on Bert. He gets a greater Pyroblast, uses Combustion, Infernal Stun, and they get the Divine Shield in just the first moments of the game. Very nice setup.
Ooh, Gladiator Spite over onto Fake on that Destruction Warlock. His Corruption may be overloaded. He gets knocked back into it and rooted multiple times. Thing from Beyond going to spawn. He has to use the Wrathion Cloak, and M2KC are getting a nice punish on that push from Easy Money. Getting that Wrathion Cloak is a major objective with that Spite Trinket strategy. But Easy Money's triangular positioning right off the bat there is why they got Divine Shield. They had Bert on the left side of the pillar, Fake on the right side. Brain had to stand in line of sight of one of them, and even just standing in line of sight of one spellcaster is going to cost him his Divine Shield. But now Easy Money, what are they going to do? M2KC, they're just saying, all right, you guys smell bad. Mage Lock, we don't want to play with you. You're too stinky. We're just going to retreat. We're going to retreat away. Wait a little bit for our Gladiator Spites. We're going to clean you off with a Gladiator Spite, and then try and finish you as their main game plan. And Easy Money need to figure out what they want to do in between. Do they want to try and stand on top when the Gladiator Spite's on cooldown, or do they just want to play that game back and forth, counter engage during the Spite? They have a couple of options. Right now, M2KC are kind of baiting that they're going to the Mage, maybe even trying to get a Life Cocoon from Tuna. And then they're going to use their Gladiator Spites on the Warlock because the Warlock doesn't move very fast. He's currently paralyzed. 2 Spites. I don't think that's 3. Is it 3? It's kind of hard to tell. There's so many little oozes and stuff. Maybe it is 3, but they're not exactly lined up on top of each other. I don't think the Fake is going to be nearly as overcorrupted as he was in the first Gladiator Spite attempt.
Yep. Looks like... And I would have really liked to see, honestly, if they're going to be going after Fake in this matchup, let me just double-check Drake's talents. I would have liked to see him... Oh, he actually is running the Tiger Eye Brew, so it just didn't update when I checked it. He's going to be running that Tiger Eye Brew, and with the Corrupted Gladiator Spite, I think the game plan is quite obvious at this point. Keep Fake in the Spites, hit him with the Tiger Eye Brew, try to burst him through all his defenses, but if Bert plays a little bit too aggressive, they can punish him, attack him, force him to play a little bit defensive in the matchup. And honestly, I think as this game goes on, I mean, early on it's scary for Brain having to use his Divine Shield, but I think as long as Drake Cerealium aren't stacked up with him, they should be able to peel, Bert getting a greater Pyroblast off and a triple Ring of Frost. I don't think that should really happen. Here it is, Paralyzed, Spite attempt, and now it looks like once again it's going to be M2KC who looks to get aggressive here.
Well, Fake is able to escape out of that Gladiator Spite pretty easily. They're not getting a good punish on that Wrathion Cloak usage during the first Spite. Just checking Tuna's talents to see it. He should be running the Tiger's Lust. He's not. He's actually running Chi Torpedo. Drake finally being pushed back here, and Easy Money decide to get aggressive. Tuna getting right on top of Brain for a swap to the Paladin. How much damage can they do here? Drake charges in to assist. He can disrupt both Bert and Fake. They're polymorphing the Warlock. Drake is punishing Bert. They protect Brain. Well, he's got no Divine Shield, acting as a helmet for the team.
Yeah. He's going to be very durable on that Windwalker Monk, and if he ever is in trouble, he can always use the Transcendence to reposition himself behind the pillar, back with his team. To be honest, I really like... Whoa! Big damage on Drake. He hits a Greater Pyroblast. Probably a focused Greater Pyroblast there by Burt. Drake wasn't expecting it. Goes down to 10% health. And I mean, that's what can happen. If you sleep on a Mage and a Warlock, they can definitely catch you off guard and take you down. So you have to be paying attention the entire game. Can't get tricked by any focus plays. Here it is, though. Fake. He's caught into the spites in a leg sweep. Looks like he could be in some trouble. The Hammer of Justice comes in as well. Drake just snaring him up as much as possible, rooting him, ropping him back in, and he is going to be corrupted out of his mind at this point. If they get any CC on Tuna, it is, of course, going to be the Life Cocoon. Drake activating the Touch of Death. They're going for a big all-in here, but with no crowd control on Tuna, I just don't see how Fake's going to die. There's just way too much healing from the Mistweaver Monk. If we look at mana, there's a slight lead for Tuna right now, or sorry, for Brain right now. Tuna at some point might have to actually consider sitting down and going for a drink, but with his positioning set, I don't think that's going to be a problem.
I mean, and this map, if they ever want to try and stop the drink, they're basically going to have to trade a cooldown to go out into midfield. Overall, this is a good setup by Easy Money. But again, they need to figure out a way to end the game. Is it going to be a Paladin swap? Right now, they've got Drake pretty vulnerable. He's going to portal back, though, out of line of sight. Fake on the right. Burt needs to move in on the left. If they move with that triangle position that they had at the beginning of the game, they could definitely force some cooldowns. Right now, they seem content with just setting up a drink. They're relaying that Demonic Gateway. Tuna sits down. Drake charges in to try and punish the drink, but already the damage is done. Tuna is back to full mana 6 minutes in. You still need to be afraid of that Drestagath trinket, though. At any moment, Drake could erase Burt, which is why I really like that they attack the Mage when they don't... Oh, Burt blinked the Drestagath. Drake's damage is going to suffer a lot from that. Now Burt pulling Drake very far out of position, fearing him up as well. Vitality Conduit was used on a Fake there by Tuna. That didn't seem entirely necessary. There was no spites. I mean, that's the only time they're going to really commit damage to the Warlock. Maybe he's trying to predict a Paralyze or something, but now with no Vitality Conduit, this next spite attempt could be very scary. Drake doesn't seem like he wants to go for it, though. He's just going to pull back to the pillar, line of sight the Greater Pyroblasts, wait for a little bit higher dampening before making a move. I'm sure they've acknowledged now that Burt has Combustion available and Fake has Dark Soul available. When those cooldowns are used at the same time, I mean, you can just get deleted from the map. Although Burt isn't running the Memory of Lucid Dreams major, so his Combustion's not super scary. So
what is he running?
He's running Conflict.
I guess he's just worried about going down in stuns. The thing is, like, one of the main reasons I see a lot of mages not use Lucid against other mages is because every mage in the game just plays Kleptomania, and there's a bit of a mini game in the match where both mages are just sitting on their Kleptomania spell steal. So the second a mage uses Combust, they immediately spell steal it and cancel aura it. So it's really hard to get a high value Combust in a matchup like this. And I think if you play Memory of Lucid Dreams, it's just, it can often not pay off at all. You don't really get too much value out of it. Another setup here on Fake is he uses his Gateway to escape. And I feel like Fake, he's not using that much corruption. These Spike Goes do not look too scary. It just seems like Ceruleum, Brain, Drake, maybe they want to switch their focus. I mean, Tuna at this point, he's playing Relentless, so they could potentially look for a swap on him. If they can get the Everyman for himself out of the way, they can definitely all him, with a Paralyzed, Triple Spite, Hammer of Justice leg sweep, something they might want to look at. But potentially just slowly but surely attacking Fake later on in dampening is the consistent strategy they want to go for. It's definitely the way to take the least amount of risk.
Infernals activated here by Fake. Drake gonna Fortifying Brew, reduce some of the damage, and stay on Burt. Greater Pyroblast is a much bigger threat than the Destruction Warlock. They polymorph the Warlock, they go after Burt, but he Temporal Shield all of that damage, so he goes back to full health for free. Brain is slowly but surely falling behind on mana, although it's not going to really be of too much impact until probably 30% more dampening. Nice spell lock onto Brain, but Ceruleum, equally good Temporal Shield, just negated all of the damage while his healer was interrupted. Burt's got good positioning on the right side, Fake on the left, and at least one of them should be able to cast here in the near future. Drake rolls up to kick the Greater Pyroblast, now switching over to Fake. Paralyzed, Gladiator Spites, he's not on his Demonic Gateway. They Ring of Peace Drake to try and prevent him from disable rooting Fake multiple times in it, but Ring of Peace bounces Fake right back into Drake's clutches, now stunning him up. He's going to Nether Ward here, trying to reflect a little bit of pressure along with the Life Cocoon. and absorb this hit from the Gladiator Spite. Tuna rolls up to stun Drake out in midfield. Big damage potentially. No, Bert's not in position to do too much. He's polymorphed by Cerealium. Drake pulls out. Brain is now polymorphed in midfield. I would like to maybe see a swap here on the Brain. They're not looking for a fear on him either. They root him up on his Divine Steed. They do try to go after him now with a bit of damage, activating that wall. Now we see M2KC completely retreated back behind the pillar, waiting for that Gladiator Spite. Fake at all times is just sitting on this Dark Soul. I'm very curious when he's going to pop this Dark Soul and if he can really get anything with the game. That purple icon with the skull is basically the most important spell that Fake has. When he activates that, he needs to get as many Chaos Bolts as possible. If he gets one or even two, he can just delete someone from the game. And he hasn't pressed it for just dealing damage reasons yet. He's waiting for the perfect moment. And we have to really wait and see if Fake can find that moment.
Here it is, paralyzed into the Spite, into a leg sweep. Fake, is he going to be in trouble here? Let's see how much damage they really have. Manages to get the gateway. It was a nice preemptive gateway. Honestly, don't know if I like them just using the Spites when he was on his gate and it was off cooldown. I mean, maybe they were just trying to get out of the way, but Cerealium's in a lot of trouble. A big ice block is going to be forced out here off the back of that Dark Soul from Fake. Nice counter aggression. Drake's going to eat a Chaos Bolt as well, and it seems like things are falling apart here for M2KC. Cerealium caught an Immortal Coil, eats another Chaos Bolt. He uses his Shimmer to try to avoid some damage. And Brain, even at 35% dampening with his Avenging Wrath, is easily able to top off his team. Looks like they're going to be A-okay. Brain actually gets interrupted, and he has a big sacrifice on him. If they can push in, they might be able to take Brain down. Bert realizes it. He's trying to position, but let's see if Brain can line of sight. One Chaos Bolt actually lands on Brain, too. He might just die. That positioning was really unfortunate for Brain. I mean, he didn't. I don't know what happened. It seemed like Bert was being peeled, but he just stood in line of sight of Fake and ate 2 Chaos Bolts. I think if he just line of sighted Fake, he would not have died there.
All right.
Definitely a bit of a misplay.
Yeah, definitely some questions here. Zico, is it as simple as that? Was it just a misplay? Was it bad positioning? What happened in your mind?
Well, he kind of got caught. I would have went to my teammates there if I was Brain. Definitely would have been the play there. Like the Warlock, Chaos Bolt, you kind of don't want to, get bolted like 2 times in a row there. The Greater Pyro is going to be a little slower. You kind of don't want to get hit by that either, but it's a little easier to stop. So, yeah. No, it was the sack damage though. Like, honestly, Dark Soul forced out Ice Block. Mm-hmm. Then, when Cerealium came out of the Ice Block, he was on one side of the pillar and his teammates were on the other side of the pillar. And then he got Death Coiled out of line of sight. And then he had to blink to get in line of sight of Brain and get a Hand of Sacrifice. And then he took a lot of damage in that Hand of Sacrifice because he also got spell locked, Brain that is. And then after that, he mispositioned, tanked a couple of bolts later, and then died without bubbling. So it just, I think the pressure got to the kitty cats.
Yeah, he had his wall as well. I think he just probably thought he was
had
out of the
everything.
wood. Yeah.
All right.
Unfortunate.
Well, with that in mind, I mean, do we want to see more of this composition from Easy Money? Or do you think that we're going to be getting in one of these situations where we're going to start having a back and forth Supatees?
It really depends on if Nesper can be utilized here. Because if they can blind lock a Rogue Mage Paladin, I feel like it has a good chance into Windwalker Mage Paladin. Or we could see Roasties come in. We could see a Rogue Mage Paladin mirror. I think Roasties was tweeting out after the tournament that he wasn't happy with his performance and that he was going to step it up for the next time. So it's possible that we see Rogue Mage Paladin mirror if they want to do that on the small maps.
Whoa.
But
they locked in instantly.
Yeah, that was a quick lock.
That's the fastest draft I've ever seen in my life.
Actually, when I saw that draft pop up, I was like, oh, maybe they're just testing something on that graphic. But, okay, I think it looks like we're going to Hook Point. Easy Money is going to be having that Destro Warlock and a Fire Mage. Man, they already queued up, too. These guys are just like what is going on? We're already getting into the map. We're jumping in on Hook Point right now. I've never seen a draft go that fast before, ever. Zico, let's actually talk about these compositions and why these guys are so eager to jump into Hook Point, all tied up 1-1.
Well, I feel like it's a pretty decent matchup here for both teams. Like, on one end, you got Mew Mew Kitty Cats. They want to do setups and try to take down the Warlock, and they were doing that with the Spite last time. This time around, I would rather just see them go for maybe Well, they can still play the Spite, but I don't want to see them base their entire like game strategy around the Spite. But then on the flip side, you got Mage Warlock, which is fantastic into a Paladin. You have tons of interrupts for the Pally. You got tons of CC for the Pally. And a Paladin, you know, it doesn't have that many ways to avoid CC. You got a lot of ways to break out of CC, but, you know, once those cooldowns are forced, that is it for the Paladin. So I think both teams are just kind of content with where, you know, things have landed so far.
Well, it's time to get these gates open. Who will pull ahead and get themselves on match point? Easy money versus M2KC.
Well, I think the main problem last game for M2KC is they actually just couldn't. I don't think Tuna went in a single polymorph. Like, we went back and watched that game, the amount of crowd control Tuna went into, I could probably count on one hand. And I think a large part of that is just the map. They were just banking on, hey, we're going to spite and then do unhealable damage, but that didn't work at all. On the smaller map, I really want to see crowd control on Tuna when they go for these big all-ins on a fake, and I think it's going to make, obviously, a world of difference.
So Burt got a polymorph from Stealth, but Fake and Burt really couldn't capitalize on it too much as Cerulean just retreated away. Burt now being pushed back by Drake. Fist of Fury damage out there. Tuna repositions and easily heals through it. I want to keep my eyes on Cerulean. He's kind of going to be the playmaker of the team on this map. Can he get on top of Tuna and find the polymorphs that he couldn't on Tolvaron? Currently seems to be content with just lobbying on fireballs. Maybe waiting for Drake to say that he's ready to do some damage, but Tuna rolls up to stun Drake. Huge pressure there. He immediately has to use his Every Man for Himself and Touch of Karma together. Now that's a 3-minute cooldown to escape one leg sweep. He can be leg swept at least 3 more times in that downtime, and that's going to be very dangerous for him. Cerulean is trying to push out towards midfield, potentially looking for crowd control, but he got intercepted. Now deciding maybe to retreat away. He's still playing out in midfield, double leg sweep, so he's got a little bit of time to just lob out some pyroblasts and ramp up some damage. Doesn't look like he's content yet to just go for crowd control. Brain and Cerulean are playing it very cautiously, and they kind of have to. Burt blinks in, though. He's going to get aggressive. Polymorph lands onto Brain. Fake repositions. Burt tries to lay a Ring of Frost to trap them all, but he gets interrupted for a moment by that Dragon's Breath. Another polymorph found by Burt. Greater Power Blast interrupted, though. Cerulean feared. Burt Temporal shields the Fist of Fury. Polys Drake away on his Storm, Earth, and Fire. Full fear now onto Brain. They've been getting really good crowd control on Brain. They just need to execute a bit of damage. There's the damage over on Cerulean. 1 Chaos Bolt and a Greater Pyro Blast. Brain immediately responds with the Hand of Sacrifice. But now as Easy Money made their push, Cerulean counter-engages, finding a polymorph onto Tuna. They stun Burt with no way to escape. But it's actually M2KC that are just being annihilated despite finding the polymorph. Easy Money are looking strong on this Mage Warlock Mistweaver.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, the burst damage, the crowd control, the denial of crowd control on Tuna. It's been looking really good here for Burt, Fake, and Tuna so far. We're all tied up 1-1 in this best-of-5 series. We'll see if M2KC can claim victory on the smaller map. If not, I'm going to be really worried for them in this series. Double Shadow Fear coming in onto Cerulean, onto Brain. Full Fear now onto Cerulean. It looks like they're just going to be going after Drake. He's in the midfield. They want to try to punish that, force him away. Burt now looking for a polymorph. Unfortunately, there was good line of sight there by Brain. Burt gets denied, and now he's a bit overextended, forced to run away once again. This is exactly what you want to do. If you're being targeted by the melee against a composition like melee mage healer, you want to position far away so your warlock can actually help you as much as possible. Burt taking a huge chunk of damage, but Tuna with a very beautiful shield onto Burt. That life cocoon is going to be very, very important for him to survive. Even though he went into the polymorph with that preemptive shield, Burt is going to be completely full health and should be just fine during this setup.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Double Mortal Coil. Fake needs to be the playmaker here as the Gladiator Spites are not likely being played this time around, so the Warlock is going to be left open, and he can be the hard carry for Easy Money. Let's see what Fake can really get done here. His Dark Soul's coming up in about 16 seconds, but currently double Dragon's Breath. Cerulean and Brain pull back to the pillar. Cerulean in a position where he could catch Tuna, and he does. Full polymorph landed there, catch of the day. Drake, though, trying to push forward to swap to Tuna. He breaks out of the Hammer of Justice with his Every Man for Himself, but again, he can't do that very frequently. So if he gets caught in that position again, it could cost him his life. This map is definitely working out a lot better for M2KC.
I just want to let you know I appreciated your pun. The catch of the day. That was a good one. You know, in case anyone didn't catch it, definitely wanted to call it out. And take a look at the map. We're about 50 seconds away at this point from dampening. Both healers around 80% mana, and on the smaller map, it's very unlikely we're going to see either one of them drink. We haven't seen it come down to mana just yet, though. It's all going to be about those setups, so far. Drake eats 2 Chaos Bolts, taking a little bit of damage. Actually, a full Polymorph snuck in. Nicely done, but it looks like a preemptive Vitality Conduit. Nicely done by Brain. That's going to heal Drake to full, even though he was in a full Polymorph. It's just such great healing from that Essence, and that will keep him alive.
Greater Pyroblast on the Cerealium, big damage. Is he going to retreat away while Brain is feared? He's boldly pushing forward. They catch Tuna, they get him out, and they blast him down. Hook, line, and sinker. M2KC move to match point.
Yeah, let's actually talk about how they were able to do it. This has been a very interesting series, Zico. I think we're seeing a series that's been going back and forth. Let's actually break down what happened in this game and then try to actually look ahead as to why this series has been so back and forth. But how did this one come to a close, Zico?
Well, I like that a lot of it is obviously going to come down to map. We kind of always talk about how the map kind of just impacts the whole series, but obviously the map is going to also allow M2KC to go after the Monk a little bit. When you're on Tolvern Arena and the Monk is, on the opposite side, standing there behind a pillar, and you have to cross, 100 yards, and there's a mage and a warlock spamming CC and damage on you, the Monk really doesn't become a target. But on a map like this, you ever catch the Monk like that, you can get a big swap, get that big CC, get the Infernals down as well. You have a lot of lockdown, and all of a sudden, you can make something happen.
Now, I want to talk bigger picture here and actually start to talk about why we've seen the compositions that we've seen in this series right now, Zico. What has really caused these choices from these teams?
Honestly, I don't know what Easy Money's angle is here, because this is the game where I would, it's what we were talking about already after the first game. I was like, yeah, I can definitely see us going to a large map, then Easy Money picking up a win there, and then us going to a small map. And on the smaller map, I would have loved to see Rogue Mage Paladin here, just because it feels like the Rogue Mage Paladin can do, easier hit and run. It's just a solid comp to, blind lock. And I know Nesper is really solid on that Acerog, so that's what I was expecting to see. I don't know why they went with the Mage Warlock, but the map definitely didn't help them.
Okay, now Ashmane's Fall, Supatees, is going to be the next map that we do go to, and it's on Easy Money to lock in their composition right now and stay in this one. What do you think they will bring here?
I mean, they just repeat Tolvaron. I feel like that's their plan, and then we probably see the Spite strategy come back again, and then M2KC are just banking on over-corrupting. Although, what I want to see from Tuna is switch to the Tiger's Lust. He did that last game, actually, so he was anticipating the Spites. It's very important to have the Tiger's Lust to try and get your Warlock out of one of the disable routes as quickly as possible and just sprint them. Fake could also opt to play Portal if he wanted to on this map, the Demonic Circle instead of the Mortal Coil. Lose a little bit of crowd control, but you pretty much guarantee that Spite is going to just do nothing. So
it seemed like it did do nothing when they played.
It did, yeah. The first Spite was the only one that I think mattered, and then he had his cloak for it. And then they never got a good Spite again, pretty much.
It didn't even seem like they were doing a bad job with it. It just didn't seem like Fake was really using... He's probably using 0 corruption. I mean, to the point where he was at 0, so probably wasn't using very much. And I feel like he doesn't really have to. He doesn't have to use too much versatility in this matchup. Not going to be taking a ton of damage from the Fire Mage and the Windwalker, especially because it just feels like Cerealium and Drake, they can't afford to sit consistently on Fake for a long time. Like if we were seeing a Warrior Mage, it's a little bit different. The Warrior playing really high versatility, having defensive stance and spell reflect, it's a little bit more durable than the Windwalker Monk to just take punishment in the midfield. Whereas the Windwalker Monk is going to be a lot more about the hit and run. When you don't have Diffuse and you don't have Touch of Karma, that's when it becomes really scary. And that's why we're seeing M2KC having to play a little bit more defensive. I think what I liked from M2KC on the small map is the fact that they actually went after Tuna. They really punished him in that all-in. I think that's kind of what their comp specializes in. The leg sweep, Hammer of Justice, and the amount of bursts these 3 classes have. They need to just try to go for that all-in one-shot. They could potentially do it on Fake, but I just think if they're not going for any crowd control on Tuna, there's just no way that Fake is going to go down. They have to play a little bit aggressive, get the crowd control on Tuna when they want to do these goes. Otherwise, I just don't see them really taking Fake down.
Mage Lock and a big map are one of the greatest pairings, almost as great as Bert and Ernie. Paralyzed over on a Tuna initially as M2KC lead the assault. Temporal Shield and Vitality Conduit are easily going to negate any damage onto Bert here. Nice Shadow Fury into Fear, but they overlap it with a Polymorph. It may not matter if Cerulean and Drake aren't careful with their positioning. They're trying to pull back. Tuna rolls up for a leg sweep. He knocks Brain out into the open. Beautiful swap over to the Paladin. They need just a bit more damage to get that Divine Shield. It doesn't look like they're finding it just yet. Brain gets feared for a moment. Greater Pyroblast. Brain is out in midfield still. Greater Pyro about to finish. Burt blinks out of range of Drake's interrupt. He's going for another one, but Brain ducks around the corner. He's looking all right. Pyro's now over onto Drake. He lingering Psychic shells it, absorbs the hit. Trying to pop that Storm, Earth, and Fire. Burt goes for a Frost Nova on it, but it looks like it was maybe a little bit too fast. His images aren't rooted up. Drake now caught in a Polymorph. He pre-fortified Brew, so he anticipates some damage on himself. They could set up out of the Polymorph with the Greater Pyroblast. Drake line of sights Burt's Blink, then goes immediately back on target. Cerulean pushing forward into midfield. It's so difficult on this map, though, for Brain or Cerulean to do what they were able to do on Hook Point to Tuna. They're going to have to find a win condition, I think, outside of killing the Mistweaver, which is so challenging. A Fire Mage and a Warlock with a Monk backing them up with no crowd control. Oh, the Paralyze is good crowd control, though. Cerulean blinks in to try and follow up. He gets shut down by Burt. Burt's Temporal Shield heals him back up to full. No necessary trade there. Fake is still sitting on his Dark Soul, still sitting on his Infernal for a counter engagement. Vitality Conduit on Drake during that leg sweep, beautifully timed by Brain. Drake takes no damage. Now Easy Money switched to Cerulean as his defense is limited. He Temporal Shields, but he was already kind of low. He's going to line of sight. Brain gets feared out into midfield. Is Tuna going to roll out here and try and stun Brain out in the open? Doesn't look like it. Instead, go after Cerulean. He's still down at half. Brain has been holding on to Avenging Wrath. I really think Easy Money are trying to bait Avenging Wrath without using Dark Soul, and then they're going to go for the Dark Soul. But Brain is not falling for that bait whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, if he can heal through the damage without it, he probably will end up doing that. And it's a good decision by him if that is what they're deciding to do. I almost wish with the strategy M2KC was playing that Cerulean would be playing Greater Pyroblast. You could just, sit at the pillar, throw Greater Pyroblast. Eventually, maybe some would sneak through with how Burt and Fake are playing. They're not playing, overly aggressive. Then they could maybe even bait out a lot of those interrupts. Because it seems like Cerulean, he's not being interrupted at all. Fake and Burt always have a stop for his Polymorphs when he pushes in. And if he actually had that threat of Greater Pyroblast, maybe when he pushed for crowd control, they might have already used those interrupts onto him. So maybe an adaptation we might see. We'll have to see. Unfortunately, not going to have it for this game. Cerulean's going to get some Polymorphs onto Fake, try to get control of the game. Burt does manage to... Ooh, nice shimmer there. He's going to go for that Greater Pyroblast. Cerulean shimmers through at the last second, and actually there it is. Full Polymorph sneaks in. Very nicely done, but Cerulean's getting counter-pressured. Burt pops the Combustion, trying to get really, really aggressive here. And it is going to be a massive Chaos Bolt that forces the Cauterize and the Ice Block and the Sacrifice. So M2KC, I mean, they are getting punished hard. Anytime they go for aggressive plays, Fake is sitting there with his offensive cooldowns, ready to punish, and they managed to get basically every defensive cooldown M2KC has available. And that was just really good counter aggression there by Easy Money.
That was the highest value Dark Soul you're really ever going to get. 3 very powerful cooldowns for 1 Dark Soul. If they can set that up again, then certainly they can win this game. Stun onto Tuna. Cerulean gets the Ring of Frost. They're going after Burt. He Temporal Shields, but they cut right through it. Drestigath immediately afterwards into the leg sweep. Beautiful combo by Drake. He blinks out of the Fists of Fury. Tuna gets the Vitality Conduit rolling. Burt restored back to full, taking control of Drake. Easy Money are just trying to pause. Right now, between the Dark Souls, pretty much all that matters is Greater Pyroblast. Can Burt find one? And that's why M2KC attack Burt, is because this Greater Pyroblast is the most important thing to stop. Everything else, Brain can easily heal through. It's not really going to be too much pressure. But that Greater Pyroblast actually snuck through. They're not stopping them. He's looking for a second one. There's no counterspell. Multiple Greater Pyroblast. Brain gets feared. Drake portals back. Burt blinks in. He's going to poly Brain out of the fear, I believe. Ring of Peace denies Tuna from pushing up for a double leg sweep. Burt sneaks in for a poly. Cerulean is very low. Remember, they overlapped so many cooldowns earlier. It could cost Cerulean's life here and now. He breaks out of the stun. He blinks back around the corner. He's waiting for Brain to come out of the polymorph. He doesn't have much throughput. If he gets spell stolen on this Divine Favor, it could spell doom for them. As we see Dark Soul coming up in 16 seconds, and they still have pressure right now. Combustion not available for some time, unfortunately. Tuna repositioning, not wanting to stack up for a hammer, but Cerulean actually blinks over to sneak a polymorph, popping his Combustion immediately to go after Burt. But Burt not even getting scratched during that assault. Perhaps now with some follow-up he will. Nope, crowd control's over. Dark Soul is popped, but Fake doesn't fake the Chaos Bolt. He's waiting for that counter spell. Maybe he can find one still. Cerealium's on the run. Tuna's rolling up as well, trying to get some damage out. Brain fully feared, but he got the sacrifice. They need to switch to Brain. How much damage do they have to dish out here? Fake needs to find a Dark Soul. He goes for the fear on Brain. Chaos Bolt with Dark Soul. Paralyzed for a moment. He really needs to find it. He's not going to. M2KC navigate through another Dark Soul successfully.
Yep, they managed to survive, and that's the most important thing. If you can survive the combustion, you can survive the Dark Soul. That's when all of a sudden Drake, Cerealium, and Brain, they can afford to play a little bit more aggressive, as there isn't that threat of that massive one-shot. Tuna and Brain, now at about 8% dampening, are doing quite well on mana, still hovering around 90%. With a full fear on Brain, though, Cerealium's got to be feeling a little bit scared. He does get Mortal Coiled behind the pillar, a bit unfortunate. Tuna actually pushes in, and Cerealium's able to get a Dragon's Breath Sheep for free. Now Fake could be in some trouble. They get another Polymorph. They manage to do so. Bert tries to save the day with a double Dragon's Breath. Fake could be in a little bit of trouble here, but Tuna with the beautiful Life Cocoon keeps him alive. 11% dampening right now. Drake still with a lot of defensive Cerealium. I think it's likely, Sid, we're going to see him sit at the pillar until that Cauterize and Ice Block are back available.
Yeah, we play it safe here. They're on match point, so if they can just find that ultimate one-shot, they could still take it here, even on the map disadvantage. Drake targeted, but now going after Fake with Touch of Death, and Drake is playing the Tiger Eye Brew, so deeper into dampening, he's going to be able to penetrate through the increased armor of the Destruction Warlock, potentially taking him out. I mean, they got Unending Resolve. That's a very powerful cooldown to get out of the way exactly at this moment, where dampening will begin to amass quite high. Brain getting set up on. Cerealium disrupts the Pyroblast, though, with the Dragon's Breath. Brain line of sights at the pillar. Drake retreating as well. But Fake and Bert are positioned very well. Fake on one side of the pillar, Bert on the other, and there's really nowhere Brain can go. He's feared on his Avenging Wrath. Greater Pyroblast being channeled. Line of sighted, though, at the pillar by Cerealium and Drake. Bert now looking for Polymorph, not finding it. Brain dodges it with the Divine Steed. Picks Drake back up with a big heal on Avenging Wrath. Greater Pyros, though, in onto Drake. Is he going to use the Karma? Not just yet. Brain powering through. Tuna not caught in a poly. Bert stunned up with no trinket. They're going after Fake. He's going to Mortal Coil Drake away. Look for some spam fears onto Cerealium to break the polymorph chain, and they do disrupt it. Tuna knocks Drake away from himself. Great teamwork there to get Tuna out of crowd control, but it will cost Tuna a lot of mana to heal this damage deep into dampening. Perhaps M2KC can win with just sustained pressure on the Warlock. Nice Ring of Peace, stacking up Bert and Fake for a double leg sweep. Meteor lands as well, but Bert Temporal shields it. I feel like Tuna hasn't really had to use his Life Cocoon this game. He's been sitting on it for some time. He may need to start thinking about it, though, as dampening gets higher. Drake rolls over to interrupt the Greater Pyroblast and immediately goes back to the Warlock, really trying to benefit from that Tiger Eye Brew at the moment. Now retreating back with the team. Greater Pyroblast can't be stopped. It's in the sky. Bert rolling over to the right side, Fake on the left. Where are you going to hide, M2KC, as dampening continues to rise?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want them to reposition to the bigger pillar. I don't know if this is the greatest positioning for them. It seems relatively easy for Fake and Bert to push in. They don't really have to overextend too much, and this is what can happen. Really, I'm in a bit of trouble here, but the Vitality Conduit should be enough. Now it's Bert. He's under fire. He's got the Temporal Shield. They get the Cauterize. Beautiful Drestigath. It is going to be the Ice Block as well. Beautiful offensive push. Brain holding on to that Blinding Light for such a long time in the match. Surprise. They managed to get Bert into an Ice Block, get his Cauterize, and now all of a sudden the game is looking like it is in M2KC's favor. If they can just wait for crowd control once again, wait for the Blinding Light, wait for the Paralyzed, the Hammer of Justice, I think Bert's going to be in a lot of trouble. I mean, Combustion's going to be resetting here for Cerealium. They got Touch of Death ready to go. And all of a sudden, Bert's going to have to play very, very safe in this matchup.
Multiple Greater Pyroblast casted there. Drake's going to trade Touch of Karma. They're just polymorphing it. They know they can't kill him. Get control of the Windwalker during that cooldown and then try and set up. He blinks Drake's roll, but Drake Ring of Pieces him right back into his clutches for a potential Spearhead strike, but now wants to portal away. He's very afraid of a Dark Soul. He was getting baited into a bad position, so M2KC are going to smartly retreat. Now, Tuna should drink while M2KC are retreating. Just threaten them with full mana later into the game. I think that's what he's trying to do, but Fake is interrupted. Life Cocoon comes out onto Fake, but they make the mistake of stacking up for a double leg sweep. Drake has been getting a lot of double leg sweep punishes here on Ashamane's Fall on match point. I'm not sure how much longer Easy Money can afford to make these mistakes. Tuna now Polymark, Fake interrupted, but they're counter-aggressing Drake. Brain Vitality Conduits, he pushes in, but he gets caught into a Polymorph. Where are Easy Money going to go after? Is it going to be Brain? It is Brain. Tuna rolls up for a stun out in midfield. They may be able to get the Divine Shield if Bert gets out of these Polymorphs anytime soon, but not able to. Brain now back at the pillar, picks himself back up. Burt Ring of Peace on his Greater Pyroblast. Drake deciding whether or not he wants to retreat or continue the assault onto Burt. They still have the 3-minute window before an ice block. They would like to get a kill. Polymorph found onto Tuna. Nice job by Ceralium. Combustion popped as well. He's right on top of Tuna. Brain moves in as well. They could swap, but that doesn't look like they want to. They want to continue attacking Burt, who doesn't have ice block. He temporal shields. Is it going to be enough? It goes off. He heals him for quite a bit. Tuna has life cocoon if he needs to. Drake on the back foot has to karma. Retreats back around the corner. M2KC a little bit afraid right now. Dark Soul got popped though, so they can just wait out the Dark Soul and make a big push afterwards to kill Burt. What do they have to get a kill? There's no combustion. There's no touch of death. Despite having some good plays in the late game here, they're just lacking the ability to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, it is really difficult, especially against, you know, a Mage Warlock Mistweaver that's positioning far away. You really have to push in and get aggressive, but it's really, really difficult. I mean, look at the positioning of Tuna and Ceralium right now, but they're just pushing through. Burt might just die! Just to paralyze? What is this damage? That was all Drake just moving in, doing massive burst, almost soloing Burt there. I didn't see Ceralium really contribute. And now it's going to be Burt, who, of course, gets the life cocoon, is trying to counter pressure, and now Drake could be in a lot of trouble. He's got the fortifying brew up. He's pushing forward, trying to slow down some of the damage. Can't line aside Brain for too long, needs to get those heals, and ultimately looks like he will be able to survive, but still, using the lingering psychic shell, the fort brew, the diffused magic, the touch of karma, Drake has nothing left, but they're just going for it. They're trying to take down Burt. The blinding light once again on Tuna, but a preemptive vitality conduit. Despite the CC chain, Burt is going to be completely fine here. I think the damage is just not ending from Drake and Ceralium. They're pushing forward. A nice interrupt snuck in by Ceralium, and now all of a sudden Burt, there's just no heals. That was a nice conduit by Tuna, but the damage just never ended. M2KC didn't let up. Ceralium finds the counterspell, finds the opportunity, and they end up claiming this series.
Yeah, let's talk about those final moments and how they were actually able to claim that series. Zico, how do you think they were able to get it done?
Well, M2KC, I really like what they've been doing. They just stay back, go play closest wizard, you know, they go on the warlock a little bit, the mage pushes in, they go on the mage a little bit, and then when they had those really, really big setups with the blinding light, that's when they pulled the trigger on the mage. They actually forced out the life cocoon, I believe on the warlock prior to this, and then they swapped to the mage, the vitality conduit came out, and then at the end there, Drake solo forced the cocoon by himself a little bit earlier, that's what happened. And then on this last go, Ceralium just secured a really nice counterspell there. I think if Tuna did fake cast that counterspell, Burt for sure would survive, and then they would have Cocoon back up, and then they would be able to continue kind of playing that wizard chokehold. But because of, you know, just how good they did that last push, they're able to secure the kill. And I think a lot of it is also because Brain is playing Blinding Light, because that's what got them the ice block of Burt earlier.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more just about the roster in particular for the Mew Mew Kitty Cats and what we think of this roster. At the start of the day, we got into games incredibly fast, which is obviously something that we love to see, but we didn't really get to look at some of the teams that were represented here that we didn't get to deep dive last week. We didn't get to look at the bracket as much. So let's actually talk about this roster, because we're going to be seeing them a little bit more in this tournament. Ben Rookie, what do you think of this Mew Mew Kitty Cats roster?
Well, I just think the same thing we saw from them last week. They play this composition, they play it exceptionally well, and I think it can be one of those things where when you're the only team that's playing a composition at a really high level, it can be difficult to get proper practice and figure out, you know, exactly how to beat it. And I just think right now, Ceralium, Drake, and Brain, they play this composition at a level we really haven't seen before. So I'm going to look forward to them continuing to do a great job in the tournament. If they can make another top three, that would be absolutely astounding for them. And I think they're positioning themselves quite nicely in these cups.
Yeah, I think one of the things to keep in mind too with how everything is set up, them already having, I believe it's 80 points, right? Would be how many points that they do have. Already getting a deeper run again, top 8ing again. That's the type of consistency that you need in this month to continue on into the AWC. So keep that in mind. Now, obviously, that was an elimination series. The way the day is going to go today for North America is going to mirror what we saw for EU. We got another elimination series coming up. That's going to be Hamsti versus Method Orange. Then after that, we're going to jump up into the top side of the bracket with teams that haven't dropped a series yet, and that is going to set the stage to then once again have 2 more elimination series, have our top 4 from each region, and be ready for Sunday. So let's talk just a tad about Method Orange going up against Hamsti. What do you think of this matchup, Supatis?
Well, Hamsti is another team that's kind of just ladder players. Hamsti's actually like one of those people who just hangs out in all the streams as well. Like I see him literally in every arena stream in the chat, and he's kind of been grinding the ladder a lot with his team. So I'm excited to see them overall in the tournament. Kind of one of those old stories. Like Sam I Am used to just be like a Snuts fanboy in Snuts' chat, and now he's BlizzCon champion. So it's kind of like their starting point really in the tournament scene, and making a top 8 already in the second cup like is pretty impressive. And they play compositions that are, I'm gonna guess, not meta. They like playing the Shadow Priest Ellie a lot on the ladder, and that's what I'm kind of expecting, or potentially a Shadow Priest Warlock. This team in particular, I'm interested to see if Method Orange can deal with this challenge, because they play comps that Method Orange don't really see very often.
All right, well, guys, you heard just a taste of things to come. You don't want to miss it. One of these teams no longer going to be in the tournament. Method Orange and Hamsti are facing elimination right after this.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a polybarb. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinket trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Growth. Do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Folks, welcome back. We're kicking off the day with 2 elimination series. We're about to enter that second one right now. And one of these teams is going to be going home. It's going to have big implications throughout the entirety of the tournament. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Zico, Supertees, and Venruki. Let's talk about this matchup in detail. We already started to mention the 2 teams. Zico, what do you think is going to happen when we actually touch down for the blind pick in the Grand Arena?
It was bad.
Everything was going so
I
well.
made it through an entire series.
First
okay?
one of the day. It's okay.
I'm not even mad.
I'm not mad either.
It's the first one. It's the first one. It's the first one. We go again. We go again. Quick question for Sid. Is Kong Daddy a Destro Warlock?
That's what I'm trying to figure out because I only see LeBron play, and they play with Shadow Priest and Ellie most of the time on the ladder. I would say that's like their main comp is Shadow Priest Ellie. So, but the 4th could be what I'm pretty sure is a Destro.
It makes sense that he would be a Destro because then they can play Shadow Priest Destro and Ellie Destro and Ellie Shadow Priest. Either way, I feel like we're gonna get a Wizard Cleave, probably Ellie SP from Hamsti, and then Method Orange. I don't know. They were running a mix of things. Like maybe we'll see Mage Warrior Mistweaver come out again from Method Orange. I feel like it's a pretty strong blind pick just in general, and hopefully they've been keeping that comp up to date, trying to improve on it a little bit because it is a really strong meta comp right now.
Now, I do want to ask Ven, how do you feel about Method Orange actually facing elimination in one of the earliest elimination series right now? How does that actually line up for the entirety of the tournament, having a team like this already facing elimination?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where it just speaks to the level of competition once again. There's no team. I guess besides Cloud9, I would say there's no team in this tournament that I would point to absolutely making it to the grand finals. Maybe not even Cloud9. It's just they've been consistent for so long, and I just feel like their compositions are so good that they'll probably be there. But for everyone else, I think it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. There's a lot of really deserving teams, a lot of talent. I think for Method Orange, they've been in this position a lot of times in the past where they are in the lower bracket, they're facing elimination. So, if any team is going to be able to rise to the occasion, it'll probably be them. But like I said, there's no free wins in this tournament. Hamsti getting carried. I mean, this is a team a lot of people don't know a lot about, but I think they could absolutely take a series against Method Orange if they play well.
Yeah, what do you think it is about them that gives them that potential to take this series against Method Orange, Fen?
Well, the thing is, I feel like they run a lot of good compositions. Compositions you don't normally see. I mean, the Elemental, Shaman, Shadow Priest, Paladin, I believe, is what they locked in the first game. They have a lot of burst damage, a lot of crowd control, and you can really catch your opponents off guard if they're not completely paying attention. So we'll have to see if they can find those opportunities in the game, kind of catch Method Orange off guard. I think they definitely got a fair shot.
All right, we are going to be jumping into the blind pick on the Grand Arena. Everybody keep in mind, this is going to be a format that we are very used to. Everything starts off on the Grand Arena with the blind pick, and then from there, we'll really be able to get into this best of 5 and see who is going to be taking it. The compositions are already locked in. It's time to see who's going to come out on top. Will it be Hamsti or will it be Method Orange?
So Method Orange are going to go with kind of the main comp that they've been running, the Demon Hunter Death Knight. running the Mistweaver instead of the Shaman, just wanted to get that extra throughput. They anticipated Spell Cleave and there would be damage over time effects, so Counteract Magic for C2 is going to be super potent. But at the same time, Ellie and Shadow Priest can both remove Renewing Mist, so, and they can consistently remove it. This is a matchup where I think if Hamsti getting carried just play a solid game, that they'll actually be favored in the matchup, and Method Orange could be caught for a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how it goes. I expect, I'm going to be checking the gearing here, but I expect both Samayam and Mez to be still running the Gushing Wounds, so they're going to be able to put out a lot of pressure, and I think Hamsti, if he's not ready for it, it can definitely catch him off guard. A lot of consistent damage. They're going to have to deal with mana rifts from Samayam. This is going to be what I think is a very explosive game.
All right, Sam's choosing not to run Cover of Darkness, so his Darkness is not kind of a really good cooldown in 3v3 specifically. Hamsti getting carried, boldly going after Sea-Doo there with the Lightning Lasso. There wasn't any follow-up, so he's going to just walk it off pretty easily. They silence him and then switch to Sam and a Hammer of Justice. Good crowd control chain. Nice follow-up. Sam dipping very low, but looks like he's going to recover. Sea-Doo into a full Hex. This is a beautiful crowd control chain on Sea-Doo. They just need a bit more damage. They activate the Psy Fiend. Not going to be too devastating. Sam is going to stabilize. Still has that Metamorphosis. Jumping in for a stun Mana Rift. He's going to dodge it with his Everyman for himself. The next stun, I really want to see a Life Grip from LeBron pull Hamsti out of that Mana Rift and just avoid them at all costs. Big damage over onto Gonaz at the moment. Jumping into Ghost Wolf. Not a big fan of the positioning. I think that the Shadow Priest and the Elemental Shaman need to be standing far away from each other. I'd like to see the Elemental Shaman just pull across the map, the opposite side that Sea-Doo is on. Right now he's kind of running into the same side as Sea-Doo. LeBron's trying to set up some crowd control. He goes for a silence into a stun. Need a little bit more than a silence and a stun, though, I think, to take down the Demon Hunter. Lightning Lasso does quite a bit of damage. Want to see them just wait, you know, just have the Psychic Core, the silence, and the fear. Go in with that, all three at the same time. Hammer of Justice the Demon Hunter. Repeat it over and over until the Demon Hunter dies. I think if they just play a standard game like that, it's going to be the way they win.
Yeah, I mean, those rinse-repeat setups, eventually you get through all the defensive cooldowns. Right now, Hamsti will be in imprisonment. Gona's taking a lot of damage here. Samayam and Mez pushing forward. LeBron trying to slow it down with a nice mind control Hex on C2 as well. But man, the Gushing Wounds from Sam, from Mez, it's going to be putting out a lot of damage. The thing is, you lose that versatility, you are susceptible to big burst setups, which is exactly what we want to see from Hamsti getting carried if they can find it. Double Chaos Nova lands once again. Hamsti, I think he actually uses Everyman for himself to get out of the stun to avoid the Mana Rift, trying to hold on to his mana for as long as possible. Big burst setup here onto Samayam. Could be in some trouble. Silence onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo, of course. And take a look at Sea-Doo's build right now. He really likes to play the healing sphere. So if you see the little green globes on the ground, Samayam and Mez are going to be able to keep themselves alive by running into those little globes, which is super effective against Shadow Priest Elemental.
His build right now is pretty insane. Vision of Perfection Major for the Mistweaver Monk means that every once in a while he's just going to randomly cast Revival, like he just does right now. And when Revival happens, it dispels all magic effects. So he removes Flame Shock from 3 people, he removes Vampiric Touch and Shadow Word Pain from 3 people, which is a significant portion of the damage between the Elemental Shaman and the Shadow Priest. This build is just the ultimate dot counter with the healing spheres on top. I mean, the healing spheres might not even be necessary, just adding insult to injury. Another Revival proccing from Sea-Doo, resetting all that Shadow Priest damage. They're only going to be able to win with crowd control and burst damage. They sneak in a Hex, but they need to get more crowd control chained off of that. Just a Hex is not enough. Just a silence is not enough. Just a stun is not enough. It needs to be a stun into a Hex, into a silence, into a fear. You get all of that chained together, then you got enough crowd control that you're going to be able to take a target down. So I just want to see Hamsti getting carried, clean up that offensive crowd control. But at the moment, they're on the back foot, and Mana Rift is slowly but surely building an insurmountable advantage.
Yeah, spectating the game, you can see the little red spheres on the ground. And anytime Sea-Doo goes into crowd control, Samayam and Mez pick that up, and it slows down the go. And outside of the crowd control chains, I just don't see Method Orange losing this game. I think the build from C2 is beautiful. Sam picks up a sphere, as you can see, a little bit of a Pac-Man minigame in the arena match, just to avoid all that damage, but a big burst setup here on a Sam. He's forced to trinket, but they overlap it with the anti-magic zone and the lingering psychic shell. So big defensive cooldown overlap here for Method Orange. It was a bit of a scary moment, but I think they could have gotten away with, just the anti-magic zone. Now Method Orange looking to get aggressive here on the Goness. Do they have the damage to take him down? And the thing is, it doesn't really matter if they take him down at this point. If you look, they have so much pressure that Hamsti has just been burning through his mana. Mana rifts coming in from Sam as well. We are 20 seconds away from dampening, and Hamsti is almost completely tapped on mana, which is definitely not the situation you want to be in.
All right, all three members of the team very low on health. They go for a stun, double stun lockdown, but C2 was able to escape it with that revival. Proccing again. I mean, this is such a great build into a Shadow Priest. You're just going to delete them from the game with these. Another revival. Anytime C2 has that little purple icon for 1 second next to his frame, it means revival procced and all the dots are gone. Gonez now pops his Astral Shift to try and soak some hits while Hamsti is crowd controlled. He dodges the mana rift for now, but he's only got 10% mana. C2 is maxed out. Their defense looking impenetrable at the moment. Hamsti getting carried, needs the perfect go. They could potentially win on the next setup if everything goes perfectly. Sam has no way to escape a stun. Gonez going through some interrupts here. There's no Mind Freeze. There's no Disrupt. They imprison Hamsti. He Divine Shields. He knows he's going to get mana rifted. They need to win now. He disperses to get onto C2 to go for crowd control. Why did they Hex the Death Knight? Seems a bit unnecessary. I feel like there's no way they're going to be able to win without Hex on C2. They got Psyfiend rolling onto Sam, but he just takes no damage whatsoever. He's back to full health, and Method Orange were more than ready for this composition. The build that they're running is just looking unbeatable in the matchup.
It's looking real good. I mean, Goness right now still in a lot of trouble. No Astral Shift. Hamsti, 50% health, 20% mana. Method Orange, they are just not taking damage outside of those burst windows, but they always have a response. There hasn't been a moment in the game where they don't have a major defensive cooldown in order to survive. So, I mean, at this point, what is Hamsti getting carried going to do? I think they're going to have to look for a new composition, because this one is just not going to work against what Method Orange is running. If they can find a win here, it would be an absolute miracle. Hamsti, no mana left, 10% dampening, nice crowd control chain coming in once again, trying to get some damage rolling onto Sam, but the lightning lasso gets interrupted, and now I just feel like, I mean, Goness, his time has run out. Sam, unless they completely throw, there's no way he goes down here. He's still got the blur, the darkness, the reverse magic if he needs it. Hamsti, though, with the Avenging Wrath, does manage to hold on a little bit longer, and the one good thing for Hamsti getting carried, I mean, they are not giving up. They're still trying to push the pace. Sam getting a little bit low. Mez as well. I mean, do you think they can actually do it, Sid?
If they could stay alive like another 2 minutes, but they have 0 mana. 2 minutes is a pretty long time with 0 mana. I mean, Gonez could just die at the moment. Activating the Fire Blood, removing some damage over time effects like the Gushing Wound, trying to stabilize it. The entire team is just dying. There's no Avenging Wrath. He's got a couple of Blessing and Protections in his back pocket that he's been sitting on. I'm curious when he's going to activate those. It seems like they may just need to do it now. Stun on the Hamsti. Another Mana Rift comes in from Sam, and this is a bulletproof strategy from Method Orange. Hamsti need the perfect ultimate setup, but even if they get that, they still need to get through Anti-Magic Zone. They still need to get through a Trinket from Sam. Revivals just continue to proc from the Mistweaver. Here comes a setup. Do they have follow-up? A Psychic Horror is not going to be long enough. They silence, but it's too late. Life Cocoon's gone through, and now Gonez could go down. He Void Shifts, but everybody is dead. It doesn't do too much. Literally everybody is dead, and Method Orange were more than ready for the strategy that Hamsti getting carried were brought. I mean, they were looking like an impenetrable wall for game one.
Yeah, now, Zico, let's talk about why it seemed so impossible with this particular compositional matchup for Hamsti to really get anything done.
Well, I feel like Ben kind of did a great job highlighting it already during the game. Obviously, so you're going to have, Maz on his DK, very, very durable target with Death Strike healing. You have Sam on his Demon Hunter, very durable target. Can only really die if he gets 100 Ode in a Lightning Lasso, like a big one-shot happening when he doesn't have a Trinket. So Sam is gonna, have a lot of self-sustain. Then you have Sea-Doo. He's running Revival and Vision of Perfection. So Vision of Perfection is proccing Revival, which dispels everybody and heals them essentially. And then in addition to that, he was also running Healing Spears, which is like Van kind of pointed out during the cast. He drops a little blob on the ground basically, and if his teammate walks into it, it dispels, Vampiric Touch, all of those debuffs. That all the dots that the Shadow Priest is trying to get to build up that pressure. So they're just never able to find pressure. And then when you add in the fact that they also have Mana Rift on their side with Sam, it's just going to be Method Orange basically taking 0 damage, and then eventually the Paladin is going to go out of mana, and then Method Orange is going to take the game there, and that's exactly
So
what
what else do we think that Hamsti does have at their disposal? Because we do know that Tolvaron Arena will be the next map. Zika, what are you thinking that they could bring there?
I'm not sure if their last member is a Warlock, but if he is, I think it could be time to bring out the Destruction Warlock.
Isn't it always?
It does seem like...
I feel like Destro Ellie, though, over Destro SP, because the SP is getting a little bit too abused right now.
Well, the Elemental Shaman, too. Flame Shock is so massive.
I swear there's so many builds that just... If you're a damage over time spec with magic dots, you just get just totally owned. You can't, like, that build from Mistweaver, you actually can't do anything. Like, you just don't exist in the game.
we didn't even mention that Sea-Doo's running Counteract Magic.
Yeah,
as well.
on top
So
of
if
that.
you do have dots
Even if
on you,
they're-
Sea-Doo is doing more healing anyway. It's a big counter, that one.
Yeah. Now we are going to see the composition locked in for Method Orange. No surprises here. As we do head to Tolvaron Arena, we started to discuss some of the things that we do think Hamsti can bring, but I do want to remind all of you, this one is for elimination. If Hamsti is not able to find some answers to what Method Orange does have, they're going to find themselves no longer in this tournament. But I want to talk about the range of, so we are going to see the Elemental Shaman and the Shadow Priest locked in from Hamsti here on Tolvaron Arena. So, Van, how are you feeling about this?
I mean, that looked like a pretty abusive matchup, to be honest. This tells me that Hamsti getting carried, they don't really have a better option. They're just going to try to make the best of a bad situation. Yeah. Good luck to them. I feel like Method Orange has basically crafted the perfect counter comp. If Hamsti getting carried can win this game, I'm going to be very impressed. I don't know how they're going to do it. They're going to need basically perfect cross-crowd control. They need to stop either Mez or Sam from picking up the healing spheres. But at the end of it all, I mean, even during their setups, if they get perfect crowd control, there's a chance Sea-Doo just procs a revival. And just by, sheer luck, completely counters their go and stops them from, outright killing someone. So, I mean, that could just happen at any moment. The Vision of Perfection, very powerful. Yeah. The Mistweaver Monk is running. And I just feel like Hamsti getting carried, they're going to need kind of a miracle at this point.
It's funny because Vision Perfection procs Revival, right? And it dispels everybody and heals, right? And that can happen when Sea-Doo is in crowd control.
Yep.
Like, not in this particular matchup, but if he's in a polymorph, all of a sudden, God can just dispel it, basically. And the same thing can happen in this matchup if he gets silenced.
A Hammer of Justice gets dispelled, Silence gets dispelled. It's really strong.
Good.
I wonder, actually, if it could work in a Destro, because Destro is so reliant on Immolate. They need to have Immolate to tick on a target above 80% health to get haste from their Azerite trait, Flashpoint. I wonder if Sea-Doo could run Vision of Perfection into Mage Lock. They get out of Roots, Polys, Fears maybe randomly, and they remove all the Immolates. I actually kind of wonder if the Vision of Perfection has more usage than just against the Shadow Priest Ellie.
Might. I mean, you do give up the very powerful Vitality Conduit, but yeah, it might be something you need to look into. Early on, we're going to see Sam-I-Am and Mez kind of continue their assault onto Gonez, onto LeBron. Once again, nice little mana rift's going to land, but a nice grip. LeBron needs to be consistently doing that, using the grip onto Hamsti to free him, but now he's just been gripped into the cleave. Big damage here. Hex onto Sea-Doo. Sam getting pressured down a little bit, but it just seems like all pressure once again is in favor of Method Orange. LeBron getting really low, having to use a dispersion. Big overlap there. Hamsti using the Avenging Wrath as well as the Ultimate Sacrifice to keep him alive. Right now, Jonas still trying to set up his team, but Hamsti just getting trained down by Sam, just getting soloed here. Even through the Avenging Wrath, he manages to catch a big heal, using the Everyman for himself as well to stop the incoming Mana Rift. But man, this is a great start for Method Orange.
Good crowd control, but Sam is just not taking any damage. C2 just sat through a stun, a fear, and a full hex, and a silence. Sam is higher health than he started the crowd control chain. Now some damage is finally coming through, but C2 can easily heal it. He's no longer crowd controlled. Hamsti getting carried. What can they do? I feel like maybe their only option is kill C2. Get a double Psychic Scream on the Death Knight and the Demon Hunter. Stun C2 with the Lightning Lasso, Hammer of Justice, silence him, try and just kill him over and over. This go onto the Death Knight and the Demon Hunter just seems to, at least before dampening, not get anything done. Hamsti this time around is running the Gladiator's Medallion, likely to escape more Mana Rift situations. And he can also use the Life Grip from the Shadow Priest to pull him away. They could just counter every stun from the Demon Hunter. They could save a Lasso or a Psychic Horror. They could try that instead. Where right here they stun Sam and stop Mana Rift, but they're not stunning him, so he's going to get a Mana Rift there off the Imprison. LeBron's also taking a ton of damage. He's just outright going to die. I mean, if Method Orange weren't going to win in the late game, they just won that game in 2 minutes, and Hamsti getting carried need to change something, I think, at this point.
I mean, sometimes you think that you might be in store for a 20-minute game, and it's just all over in 2 minutes, and that's nothing to be embarrassed about. Let's actually talk about how that does happen, though. Zico, definitely nothing to be embarrassed about there, right?
Yeah, right, Manruki?
And what do you mean, right?
I'm just kidding. We didn't have dispersed yet. So yeah, these things, I mean, it happens. It's a hard matchup. Obviously, you're not gonna have that much pressure. And the one thing that is great for casters on Tolvir is that usually you have so much space between your healer and the enemy team that you can kind of just get free healed and set up a lot of pressure. And by having that pressure, you can kind of force the melees back. But that wasn't the case here at all. Method Orange was just running circles around Hamsti here, and they're able to force out the dispersion super early. I think Sam's dress didn't even crit. I'm pretty sure if Sam crit that dress in the start, they would have just killed the Shadow Priest like outright within the first 20 seconds. But then obviously Shadow Priest didn't have his defenses, and they're able to get another setup onto him towards the end there and take him out.
Now, coming into this second game, I think it was pretty clear that with Hamsti, after the results of the blind pick, not changing anything when going into this composition from Method Orange, it's pretty clear that they did not have another answer. I think if we do see a composition change, it's somewhat of a Hail Mary pass. But I want to talk about Method Orange's overall toolkit. Super T's, what do they really offer right now in this tournament? It looks like they may be moving forward coming out of this one. And I want to start thinking about what they actually have to bring when they are going for this potentially deep lower bracket run.
Well, they've got the Death Knight, Windwalker, the Death Knight, Demon Hunter. Those are the compositions that we know them for, and they're usually the most successful with. The third composition that they've tried to bring into their wing is the Mage Warrior. So Mez has had to step up and start practicing the Warrior again. They're utilizing that composition because they've seen the success of Wildcard Gaming, and it's specifically tooled against the Destruction Warlock Fire Mage. And this is what I really want to see from Method Orange. Like, this matchup for them is honestly, the way they've built their comp is like a cakewalk. They're not going to take damage. They're pretty much bulletproof the way that they've set up their composition and their strategy. So where they're really going to be tested is when they're not in a place where the team they're fighting only has one option, and it's an option that they can counter. I want to see how they do in a Cloud9. That seems to be what has challenged them time and time again. So is their Mage Warrior Mistweaver going to be up to par to beat Cloud9? Because if it's not, then that's just going to be where they're falling short. It's where they've been falling short.
Well, now the gates are going to open. Will they be able to get themselves one step closer to seeing some of these matchups that they have fallen short in the past? Method Orange leads by 2. If they can pull down Dollar and Sewers, they will eliminate Hamsti from the tournament.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Dalaran Sewers, to be honest, but I feel like the big map didn't work, so you may as well try to maybe run them over, but I'm skeptical, man.
I'm skeptical on any map. I just don't think they're going to... I really don't want to be negative, but I feel like Hamsti getting carried is getting absolutely countered right now. I don't know who they can possibly take down. I mean, outside of an absolute blunder, I think Method Orange should easily claim this game, but we'll see. Let's see what they can get done. Spike Trinket's going to be used. Okay, so they're going to be using Spike Trinkets or switching it up. They're trying to punish Mez, punish Samiam, but with no real setup. Sam and Mez can just easily avoid those spites. Sure, it's a little zone denial, but you're giving up a big trinket, you know, potentially the Obsidian Claw for that spite, and it doesn't seem like Sam and Mez are really that afraid right now. Sam having to actually trade his trinket early on in the game. Not too bad of a start here for Hamsti getting carried. Nicely done. They get the lingering Psychic Shell, they get the trinket from Sam I Am, and so far this game has looked a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiator's Medallion is a great cooldown to get from Sam. His ability to escape from a stun is now removed, and their win condition is killing Sam in a stun. This is the best start we've really seen from Hamsti getting carried on match point. They need to continue getting these setups, though. Gonaz is positioning towards Sea-Doo. They got Gladiator Spites coming up pretty soon. Curious to see how they utilize it here on the next round. Are they going to defensively place them? Sam getting tossed to the side, but Mez decides to grip Gonaz off the side, pull him back downstairs. Gladiator Spites lobbed out here. A lot of zone denial. Mez gets stunned up, but Sea-Doo sneaks in for an instant dispel. And they actually go on Mez. They just got Gladiator's Medallion and Blur. Maybe, no, Sam pre-blurred that go, so they wanted to go Mez instead and get more cooldowns, is what I'm thinking. But Mez didn't take any damage. The dispel that snuck through, definitely a good punish by Sea-Doo.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good job. Right now, Method Orange up 2-0 in the series. Hamsti, Gonez, LeBron, they're going to have to battle it back somehow. They need to try to find a win condition. Sam I Am has the major vulnerability here with no Gladiator's Medallion. He's got no Blur as well. We could see a nice setup, but here it is. LeBron caught into a stun, taking big damage. Hamsti's going to have to top him off. Manages to find some healing, but his mana is not looking great. Mana Rift potentially could land here from Sam once again, but Hamsti gets freed. Doesn't look like Sam I Am really has the Mana Rift available just yet, but it's just a matter of time. And I think that's one of the really difficult things for Hamsti getting carried in this matchup is it is one of those matchups where you are on a time limit just because of Mana Rift, and I think that's one of the difficult things about playing against Demon Hunter DK is, you know, you're dealing with all this damage, and then you're also getting Mana Rifted, which is really horrifying. And this is a beautiful setup here by Method Orange.
Hamsti had to use his Gladiator's Medallion on that push to try and recover. Even though they were standing in the purple zones, Sam and Mez were still just terrorizing them. Lightning Lasso, good position. He can't be interrupted, but Sea-Doo wasn't crowd controlled, so he just easily soothing missing through that. Swap over to Sam. Good punish on that revival proc into the Psychic Scream, but they're actually still just targeting the Death Knight. Sam got a pre-blur. He didn't take any damage. They switched to the Death Knight. Mez doesn't take any damage. His dots are likely just being removed consistently. Another revival proc from Sea-Doo's Vision of Perfection. Vampiric Embrace active from LeBron, so he's going to support the team here with a lot of healing and Void Form. That's going to save Hamsti's mana. It's keeping them at full health. Nice Lightning Lasso, perfectly timed. Silence off the revival proc. I really like LeBron capitalizing on those revival procs and crowd control chaining off of them. That could be one way that Hamsti getting carried can get a win here.
Ooh, nice grip double stun. Here it is. Mana Rift going to be landed once again. Really nicely done there by Mez and Sam I Am. I mean, they're always on point with those grips, with those setups, and it's causing big pressure. Right now, Hamsti is going to have to play catch up. He's in an imprisonment. Eats another Mana Rift. This poor Paladin right now. Sam I Am is absolutely abusing him in this matchup. Just 4 minutes into the game, Hamsti foresees the Divine Shield off the back of Sam I Am, just putting out massive damage. I mean, the stuns, the Mana Rifts, they all start to add up. They get the Divine Shield, and things are slowly but surely, well, not even slowly, quickly falling apart here for Hamsti.
I feel like if I was Hamsti getting carried, I would be so tilted right now, but they're still trying to play it out. Sam pre-blurs again. That Hammer of Justice is not going to do anything. If he activates Blur, it's going to reduce damage by 25%, I believe, with the way that he's talented. And it's not likely that he dies taking 25% less damage. They grip the Shadow Priest out of line of sight. Hamsti's trying to roll up, but he doesn't want to run into a Mana Rift, so he tries running away. He breaks out of the stun to dodge the Mana Rift, picks LeBron up with a heal. They drop the Gladiator Spite onto LeBron on that Shadow Priest. They're staggering them a little bit to try and get some area control, so Shadow Priest can cast and reduce some damage, but they're just going to switch to the Elemental Shaman. Imprison into Mana Rift. Another one landed on the Hamsti. Another one down below 50%. Hex sneaks in onto Sea-Doo, but there's no stun lock, so Sam is going to leech heal quite easily through the damage. Sea-Doo's looking comfortable on mana. His revival procs. Goodbye, Vampiric Touch onto everybody. Double stun here by Sam into another Mana Rift. This is just devastating for Hamsti getting carried. They absolutely need a miracle.
It's been devastating throughout this entire game, and I hate to laugh at it, but this is just, I don't know what they could possibly do here. Everyone on Method Orange has all the defensive cooldowns. They're looking for a Hail Mary, potentially. C2 gets caught into a disarm, into a hex, so he's in crowd control. Hamsti pushing forward, looking for a little bit more, but look at Mez and Sam. They're just full health. They're just 100% health in the matchup. Gonas trying to get some damage rolling right now, throwing in the Spike Trinket, trying a little bit of zone denial to try to keep LeBron alive. He's going to be sitting in those puddles in order to just avoid damage. Mez just grips him out, though. Now, once again, LeBron's going to be taking a little bit of punishment here, but the Blessing of Freedom from Hamsti allows him to reposition himself a little bit. C2 rolls in, looking for some additional crowd control. Gets the Paralyze. Mana Rift on Hamsti lands once again. Method Orange, they look like they're confident in this position. They're going to be pushing in. This is the first time we've seen C2 really push in and get aggressive in the matchup so far.
Oh, he's stunned up by a Hammer of Justice. Is there any follow-up? Psychic Scream, good crowd control. They stun Sam. They go for the Stormkeeper. Big Earth Shock. No blur for a moment, but the crowd control is not long enough. They mind control Sam off the side, but he's like, okay, thanks for mind controlling me to your Paladin. Stun, Mana Rift. Hamsti has to Trinket to dodge it. Revival procs again for C2. And now all the dots are gone. LeBron has to apply Vampiric Touch to everybody again. Mind controls Sam off the side. I like these mind controls on Dalaran. Maybe they should have gone for a Blade's Edge or something and utilized the mind control. That could have been an option, but it might be too little too late here on Dalaran. Hamsti gets stunned up into another Mana Rift. Now he's at 10% mana, and he even switched his Paladin build to full mana regen, I think. He's got a Spite and then the Fangs of Intertwined Essence. He's got Lucid Dreams Miner. He's got Ever Rising Tide Miner. Even building his Paladin for just the maximum mana efficiency. He's just out of mana, so I'm not sold on this, man. I'm trying to figure out if there's a light at the end of the Method Orange tunnel for Hamsti getting carried, but if there is, it's so small.
Yeah, Hamsti now literally completely tapped on mana. 15% dampening. Once again, Sam, Mez, they're going to be pushing forward. LeBron and Gonas trying to get something going here. Looking for a full hex. C2 gets out of line of sight, and Mez also interrupts it, so a double stop there onto Gonas' crowd control, and it is going to be a Dress the Gap that once again closes it out. I mean, Method Orange, they were very prepared for this matchup, and that was about the most one-sided series I think I've seen.
I feel like
this
we
year.
aren't allowed to show that on stream.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a tough matchup. Zico, ultimately, Method Orange is going to come out on top, move forward in this tournament. I don't necessarily think we need to break down what happened in that game because it was definitely pretty difficult for Hamsti to get anything rolling. But I do want to just start to think more and more about what Method Orange can potentially do in this tournament with the compositions that they do have. I mean, how diverse are their options? Do you think that they could end up in one-sided matchups with what they're bringing to this tournament?
Against Cloud9, yes.
Yeah, so it's like,
but,
it's one of those things where it's like, the reason that I ask that question is because it's very easy to look at Hamsti after that one and just like not really fully put it's simply the fact that they didn't have a composition that could beat Method Orange. Method Orange could end up in the same position.
We've seen it a lot of times. And to be honest, a lot of people get really, really brutal about those kind of things. I mean, Hamsti, they're playing a kind of off-meta composition, and, you know, on the ladder, they're a super high-rated team. They're rank 1 players, you know, but they're also playing against, you know, former BlizzCon champions in a hard counter matchup. This is what it looks like. And it's the same thing, you know, when we watch some of the best jungles and they go up against like a mage warlock, well, they can't do that much because it's just a really hard matchup and they don't have the flexibility. And, you know, hopefully we'll see more of them, and maybe, you know, they'll get a fourth that they actually use. You know, sky's the limit.
Yeah, a very important thing to keep in mind. And with that, a fulcrum shift for now. We ultimately got to see 2 teams get eliminated, got our top 6. We're not done yet, though. We actually do need to take a look at the squads that haven't lost at all yet on the top side of our bracket before we're able to figure out who the top 4 is going to be. So that's going to be coming up very shortly. Let's actually start to think about what those matchups do look like. Then, Rookie, what's your take on the teams that are still in the winner side of the bracket?
Well, I mean, we have a matchup. It's going to be Cloud9 and Space Station Gaming, also known as the Boys. This is a matchup we've seen play out quite a bit, and it's one of those series that can definitely go either way. I mean, I wouldn't give either one of these teams a big advantage in this matchup. I think it's going to come down to who makes the individual plays better, who plays better as a team, for who comes out ahead in that matchup. For Charlotte Phoenix and Golden Guardians, I think this is a really interesting matchup. I mean, Golden Guardians, we do know they primarily play the Shadow Priest, Rogue, Shaman. They play it very aggressive sometimes, but also, I mean, they have made some adaptations. If we watched the earlier on in the week when these teams were trying to make it into the top 8, Golden Guardians, they were not afraid to just hide behind the pillar until really, really late game and then go for these massive all-in plays. And that might be something that we do see when they play against the Charlotte Phoenix. Charlotte Phoenix, I mean, this team, they have a lot of compositions available. Corlick primarily being a paladin, Burn on the warlock, but I mean, the flexibility of Jamili and Nick gives these guys a lot of options, so I'm very, very excited to see what they decide to lock in blind when we do get to that matchup.
All right, well, Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming is going to be the next one. We're going to be jumping to a quick break, but when we return, which of these teams will fall to the lower side of the bracket?
be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's going to fall. Battlemaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinto. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow Stone. The K-Nation. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Folks, we already saw 2 teams eliminated from the NA region, but we have the goal of getting to our top 4 today to set the stage for tomorrow so we can crown our champion. Now we're going to be taking a break from those elimination series to see the teams on the top side of the bracket, see what they have been up to, and it's time to jump into that first matchup. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Zico, then Rookie, and Supatees. We started to talk about the matchup just a little bit, but Zico, let's actually talk about what we expect to see in the blind pick when we get to the Grand Arena.
Well, I think from Cloud9, it's pretty safe to assume we're going to see a Mage Warlock Mistweaver come out. They've been playing a lot of Mage Warlock Mistweaver, and in my opinion, they're still the best at it. Wealthy Man been picking up that Fire Mage and doing good on it. And then on the flip side, from Space Station Gaming, I want to say Windwalker Warlock is probably their best bet, or maybe some, if they have some Warrior composition, maybe Warrior Warlock could be good. Nah, the Warrior gets too countered by a Mage. I really don't know. I feel like Space Station Gaming, they're gonna be, you know, the ones that need to kind of show what they've done in this last week, because I don't think they have a great answer.
Yeah, so it all comes down to Space Station essentially cracking the code, finding a way to actually take down Cloud9. Keep in mind, whoever does manage to take this down is going to be putting themselves in a really good position for this tournament. Already these teams, though, Supatees, when we think about the standings, we look at these squads already being in a pretty good spot.
I mean, I think Space Station Gaming weren't happy with the results of last week. I mean, it was a solid result, but it wasn't a Space Station Gaming result. They won like every method tournament, so not even getting into the finals there last week, I think was maybe a bit of a letdown for them. They got a second chance here for redemption, already making it in the top side, the top 6, but Cloud9 is your opponent. I mean, now that Cubsy has his Mistweaver going, it seemed like the Mistweaver is what they were lacking in the method tournaments, but now Cubsy has it, and it's very important that you have a Mistweaver right now in the current meta. And if it's a Cubsy, like Cubsy level healer on Druid, and he gets the same level on Mistweaver, yeah, good luck, have fun. You know, it's going to be really hard to beat Cloud9, I think.
All right, we are getting ready for that blind pick matchup. Starting to see those compositions now. We are going to have a Warlock and a Mage on the side of Cloud9. And for Space Station, it is going to be the Lock and the Monk. Let's jump down and see who's going to be able to take the first game of this series.
I got it right. All right, I'm out of here.
Well, it is going to be, you know, the matchup we kind of expected here. Cloud9, they're going to be playing the Mage, Warlock, Mistweaver. It doesn't seem like any team has been able to force them off this composition so far. This is their bread and butter. Mage, Warlock has always been kind of the composition that Cloud9 has gone to, but now Cubsy primarily playing the Mistweaver Monk instead of the Restoration Druid. And then, of course, you have Space Station Gaming playing the Mistweaver, Windwalker, Destruction Warlock. So we'll have to see who comes out ahead, Chun-Li or Wealthy Man in this matchup. For the respective classes, immediately crowd control on Gorecki. Who are they going after right now? Infernal's being dropped down for both sides. Who is going to be taking more damage? It looks like Spite Trinkets are going to be lobbed out by the team of Space Station Gaming, getting aggressive on Chanimal very early on, and I really don't mind using those Spite Trinkets. I think in the late game, it could definitely pay off for them if they can keep Chanimal pinned down in one.
All right. Let's see if they can utilize that Gladiator Spite effectively to find victory against Cloud9. Dark Soul is rolling for Thugonomics. He wants to find some Chaos Bolts, but he's not getting any. Now interrupted on his Fear. Greater Pyroblast in the sky. Interrupted on his Bolt. A lot of trouble on Thugonomics. Gorecki backs him up with the Life Cocoon. Thugonomics boldly moving out into center field, facing a Wealthy Man Fire Mage with Combustion. I mean, this is insane damage from that Lucid Dreams of Wealthy Man. They do manage to walk it off. Gorecki heals them back up. Mistweaver, a very powerful healer, able to deal with that threat from Wealthy Man.
So I really like what Wealthy Man is doing here. He's playing Lucid Dreams, and I think he's playing the Hyper Thread wrist wraps as well. So every 2 minutes he's gonna have a massive combustion. Now he's not playing the Firestarter, but honestly, I don't mind this. You don't go Vision, you don't go Firestarter, and then you just go for the big 2 minute combust, and then you still play, you know, Temporal Shield and Greater Pyroblast and just Klepto, and you just have that baseline kind of defense. So every 2 minutes, Wealthy Man is gonna be, you know, just shooting out instant Pyroblast and doing tons of burst damage, and then in between those 2 minutes, he's just gonna look to get Polymorphs and Greater Pyroblasts off.
Yep, and I mean, just looking at Chun-Li's build as well, without him playing the Tiger Eye Brew, I think it's likely we're going to see most damage going on to Wealthy Man in this game. Cubsy moving forward, potentially looking for crowd control and Gorecki, but a preemptive Life Cocoon will shut down that go. Now getting Life Cocoon out of the way, Cubsy still has his crowd control available, potentially wanting to push in and get that CC on the Gorecki to continue the damage, but it looks like Wealthy Man in the midfield does get interrupted on the Greater Power Blast, and that's what it's going to be all about. Stopping Wealthy Man, controlling Wealthy Man, but Chanimal really setting up his team, getting that damage rolling onto Thugonomics early on. And I mean, at this point, Infernal's dropped down once again. Thugonomics taking a huge hit of damage from Wealthy Man, who is looking for another Greater Power Blast, but here it is. The Spites, the Corrupted Gladiator Spite. Chun-Li into a Polymorph, gets the Ring of Peace back on Chanimal. He's getting over-corrupted right now. Chanimal could be in some trouble. He's basically forced with those Ring of Pieces in those Spite Trinkets. Big Drestagath hit. Chanimal could be in a lot of trouble here, Sid.
I like that Chun-Li saved the Drestagath until the Cascading Disaster stacked up on that Corruption. A lot of players will pop their damage immediately on the Spite, but you actually want to wait as long as possible until the end of it to maximize the damage increase. Now, Cloud9 are all running versatility on every single thing, just maxed out versatility. But Thugonomics is running Expedient. He's running Haste, and he's running Gushing Wounds. So he's trying to take a gamble there to get some extra damage out, and we have to see if that gamble will pay off for him. He's already down in Unending Resolve. Now Chun-Li is down a Touch of Karma. Gorecki needs to worry about 2 players on his team facing down an incoming Dark Soul of Chanimal and Combustion of Wealthy Man. This could be, this next couple seconds could be scary. Wealthy Man pops that Combustion, strips half of Thugonomics' health away instantly. But then Gorecki follows up with the Life Cocoon. But again, Chun-Li's a good swap target. Wealthy Man instantly swaps. But Diffuse Magic there is going to deny the kill onto Chun-Li. Good defensive cooldown management from Space Station Gaming to deal with that Lucid Dreams Combustion.
So I really believe this as well. I've been testing it a little bit, but the Expedient build where you just go, you just go Racing Pulse and you don't actually go for anything else. I think in Mage Warlock that is going to be the ultimate build to run, because the amount of haste that you can build up with that is just crazy, and I just want to see somebody not stack Versa and try it, because I think it could be very big in these matchups. And also, I think Chanimal uses Rathian Cloak, or I'm sure Chanimal uses Rathian Cloak in that last setup, but we see a big go here onto Thug, paralyzed onto Gorecki, a lot of damage there, but Thug is going to position himself behind the pillar. Cubsy doesn't want to go in there with Gorecki. Having that leg sweep available could get swapped to, so good call there to just do the attack and then pull back there from Cubsy. Always with that good decision making. But yeah, Chanimal is not going to have his Rathian Cloak for this Spite attempt right here, Ven.
Yeah, and it could be big damage on Chanimal. He gets caught into the leg sweep. He's trying to trink it out. Ring of Peace knocks him back in. Double Mortal Coil coming in. Chun-Li could be in some trouble, though. Doesn't want to, fall down in this moment. Does have the Touch of Karma to push forward. He will activate it on that Greater Power Blast. Really trying to push Chanimal over. Not sure how much Corruption Chanimal is using, but it doesn't seem like the Spite Trinkets have really done too much at this point of the game. Wealthy Man now looking for a Polymorph. Finds one. Thugonomics could be in some trouble, but unfortunately, there was an Infernal down, so that just immediately broke that Polymorph. Wealthy Man really not going to be getting too much value there. The crowd control breaks, and it looks like Space Station Gaming will be able to hold on.
To stabilize, we're stepping foot into dampening. Dark Soul is popped here for Chanimal. Tries to find a Chaos Bolt. Chun-Li ports away from it, and then Thugonomics spell locks it. Good denial of the Dark Soul by Space Station Gaming. Wealthy Man crowd controlled as well. really just preventing any pressure. Combustion available though for Wealthy Man. He likely has that Lucid Dreams as well. He could pump out a huge amount of instantaneous burst momentarily. Thugonomics intercepts with a double mortal coil into a leg sweep into the 3 Gladiator spike grenades. Grecki rolls up for a stun out of the stun. Now Thugonomics needs to get damage as soon as possible, but Chanimal had his Demonic Gateway ready. He positioned next to it, and he makes a quick getaway and avoids a near life death experience. Possibly his unending resolve in that situation, so good positioning on Chan. Chun gets intercepted by Cubsy, but immediately life cocoon from Gorecki, so it's going to soak up a Greater Pyroblast, not take too much damage. Chan looking to set up a Mortal Coil, unfortunately only hitting 1 target. I think he was trying to interrupt the fear on himself, but it didn't land in time. Greater Pyroblast coming out from Wealthy Man onto Thugonomics. I mean, Wealthy Man has just been cannoning Greater Pyroblast. Pretty much every single cast I see from him has been a Greater Pyro. Chun rolls back to stop the drink of Cubsy, then goes immediately back onto the Mage, but has to trade Touch of Karma. And it's going to be very difficult to stop Cubsy from drinking while not dying at the same time. I mean, if I'm Cubsy right now, I'd probably just try and sit and drink again. It looks like he is thinking about it. He's going to pick Chanimal up. Thugonomics, Gorecki, and Chun are very far away from Cubsy, so he can just move over here, sit down for a drink, and Chun's in a fear. What's he going to do? Is he going to run into a Greater Pyroblast to stop the drink? I mean, he can't even physically get to Cubsy to stop it. Cubsy gets full mana off that reset, and Cloud9 play for their late game advantage, as always.
Yeah, it's just beautiful stuff here from Cloud9. Greater Pyro, another one. Ooh, gets spell locked right at the end there. Life Cocoon coming out from Gorecki as he crosses the map. Now he's looking to get aggressive here. Gorecki has his stun available. He gets paralyzed right now by Cubsy. A lot of damage coming out here. There's a swap onto Chanimal with the Spites. Chanimal going to use his trinket to get out of there, activating his Infernals, trying to get some counter pressure going. Might just use the gateway right there, and he will. He reflects a Chaos Bolt back there as well. So Chanimal with excellent defense. He's gonna escape through that situation, and as soon as Gorecki crosses the map, Cloud9 swaps to the other side of the map. They never really want to be on top of them. They always want Chun-Li to have to cross a big open field before he can start doing damage. That way, Wealthy Man can start casting out Greater Pyros, maybe get rid of the spell lock, get rid of some of those things that are going to stop him, and then by the time Chun-Li actually reaches his target, he can actually start getting out those Greater Pyroblasts right away. So Cloud9 just always playing this positioning game perfectly, stopping the enemy healer from drinking, staying back, repositioning, and then going for drinks as well. In scenarios like this, where, you know, Cubsy doesn't actually need to heal anybody, if his mana ever would be kind of low, this is where he would go for drinks.
Yeah, and I mean, Wealthy Man with that massive combustion is going to be able to really punish Thugonomics here. If he pushes out into the midfield, if he gets interrupted on a Fear or a Chaos Bolt, we can just see the combustion be forced out. Big setup here on Chanimal, though. He's caught into the corruption, and it looks like a thing from beyond will be spawning as he uses the Wrathion Cloak. Looking for a Reflect, unfortunately misses it. One Reflect is used, and Thugonomics eats one of his own Chaos Bolts, but still big damage here on Chanimal. They just shred through the Life Cocoon. Cubsy's going to have to play catch-up, and finally, the Spikes looking like they're really adding up here for Space Station Gaming, but Wealthy Man finds 1 Greater Pyroblast, potentially looking for 2. Thugonomics could be in some trouble. At the same time, Chanimal is getting low. Wealthy Man with his Fire Mage damage has forced Thugonomics to the pillar to retreat, and still just spamming out those Greater Pyroblasts on Chun-Li. He's already used the Touch of Karma. He has the Diffuse Magic, but with this massive combustion from Wealthy Man, all of a sudden Cloud9 has a ton of pressure.
Chanimal has to banish a thing from beyond. I mean, even outside the Spite window, he's spawning some negative corruption effects, and this is going to be the main win condition for Space Station Gaming, is to just overload Chanimal's corruption levels and then run him down. If it doesn't work out, though, I'm very scared for Space Station Gaming. Chun ports, but the Greater Pyro is already in the sky. He's down to 10%. Gorecki needs to pick him up. Cross pillar with Spell Lock and Counterspell available. It could be scary for him. He manages to make it through, not being interrupted. Cubsy says, all right, you guys are scared. You're just running away. I'm going to drink to full mana, reset, make sure that I can power heal through the deep dampening stages of this game. Good patience there on Cubsy's part. Good awareness to just reset the fight in that regard. Gorecki's mana in a much less healthy position. His entire team being destroyed at the moment. He's triple Shadow Fury. Cubsy rolls up for a triple leg sweep. Beautiful follow-up there between Chanimal and Cubsy. And they are outright going to stop game 1. Space Station Gaming still need an answer for Cloud9's Mage Lock Mistweaver. I'm not sold on this being it.
Yeah, Zico, let's actually talk about what those potential answers could be. if any, what are you thinking would potentially help Space Station Gaming figure things out?
It's gotta be, I mean, the best answer that I have seen that I really think is like, okay, this seems like a solid answer if you play out the matchup. It's Warrior Fire Mage, but they don't have, you know, anybody who can play that Fire Mage on their roster, so that's the problem, right? I think the other thing that they maybe could have some success with would be something like a Warrior Demon Hunter. I feel like Thug on the Warlock, it's just too hard for him to actually get that, you know, pressure out when he's playing against 2 wizards and he doesn't have a second wizard on his team. He has a Windwalker that, you know, goes out, gets CC'd, gets caught, and he has to kind of play around when his Windwalker can go out there. And that just allows, you know, Chanimal and Wealthy Man to just do whatever they want. But if you had maybe a Warrior and a Demon Hunter, they could at least go in and out together and potentially force, you know, a kill on Chanimal.
Are there any maps that will help them even with the composition that they do have right now, or do you look at this as purely just an uphill battle, Zico?
I feel like the smaller maps are always going to be, you know, it's going to be nice for them always to play on those smaller maps. But with that said, I've just seen Cloud9 dismantle way too many teams with Mage Warlock on smaller maps. I feel like Cloud9 just usually end up killing the healer like really fast on small maps. So, I mean, obviously it's going to help, but I don't know how much because Cloud9 are just that good.
Yeah, very, very important to be keeping that in our minds because Cloud9 is looking like they are cut above just so many of the squads. It is tough to try to find an answer to what they are throwing down. We already started to talk about what we do expect to see in the next matchup, but Sid, it really just is on Space Station Gaming to find an answer.
I mean, they can do small maps. I think they could find success on Hook Point. It's just on Nagrand, it's really hard to stop Cubsy from drinking. On Tolvaron, it's impossible. On Ashamains, it's impossible. So now that they've lost the blind pick, should they bring this to Hook Point? Should they bring it to to Tiger? No, not Tiger Speak. Wow, Blackrock Cold Arena or Dalaran, like these smaller maps, and maybe they can stop the drinks. They might be able to win if they do that. But they're always going to be on the back foot in the series now because they didn't win the Grand. They're going to go to those big maps where they can't stop drinks. And what are they going to do on the big maps? The one comp they haven't played, although they've tried it before, and I mean, it could just not work at all, is Elemental Shaman. Smexon is Elemental Shaman.
Yeah.
So they could either Wizard Mirror on the big maps if they want to try and give that a go. Or they could try Elemental Windwalker with the Spite. Maybe that would be a little bit more burst damage because Thugonomics just gets interrupted. He can't find a Chaos Bolt when Chanimal gets overloaded, whereas the Elemental Shaman is just going to be like slap Earth Shock, buffed damage on a corrupted target. So those are some options I think that they should consider.
I do want to bring up very quickly just the fact that you know, Super T's kind of brings up the bright side to bring up the true darkness of the situation. Like Zico mentions that on smaller maps he doesn't have that much hope, but Sid kind of brings up the idea that yeah, even on a smaller map, even if you are able to take it, when you just look at how the pace of this matchup is going to go with that first map advantage, that simply will not be enough, even if you can take those smaller maps. But then, Super T's, you laid out some pretty interesting potential options that they could have to answer what Cloud9 is bringing. Then, it sounds like you had some interest in maybe the Shaman in particular.
I think it could be interesting. I mean, the nice thing about the Elemental Shaman is you have a great amount of disruption, right? Like, you have a low cooldown Wind Shear, you have Grounding Totem, you have Purge for Wealthy Man's Combustion. And I mean, all these tools together could definitely help out. It would definitely make Goreki's life a little bit easier. The problem is, do you just miss out on damage? I mean, we kind of saw in the last matchup what happens when a Mistweaver Monk stacks everything towards a Dispel. And I mean, if you're just spamming Dispel against Immolate and Flame Shock, maybe the Elemental Shaman Warlock would just have no pressure. It's one of those things that it's kind of sounds good on paper, but when it actually plays out, maybe it's not the most practical, but this definitely feels like a losing matchup. Just watching this game play out, the way Cloud9's playing, Space Station Gaming, I mean, you're seeing Thugonomics have to take risks in his gear, going for extra haste, going for gushing wounds, because they know that they have to put out more damage in order to actually win this matchup, but it just doesn't seem like they can find that damage.
Yeah, and something to think about as well is you know that there's a potential, even if you do lose this matchup at Space Station Gaming, that you're going to be in this scenario again, right? Not only even in this tournament, but throughout the entirety of the AWC. So trying new things definitely does seem good. And now we actually are going to see Gore moving over to the Shaman, Chun going to be staying on the Monk, and Smexon's going to be coming in on the Warrior. Zico, how do you feel about this composition on Hook Point?
I like it. Yeah, this is, I wanted to see a Warrior specifically because Warriors are just, pretty good into Destro Warlocks. You can, you have enough kind of tankiness just passively to stay in there for a while. And if you get into a dicey situation, you have a lot of disruption. You got your Spell Reflect, you can Blade Storm out of there, you can Heroic Leap out of there, you can use your Intim Shout, your stuns. I feel like a Warrior in general, combined with the fact that you have Mortal Strike and actual kill pressure later on in dampening, that has to be the answer, But then what the second DPS is, that's their call for sure. I do like seeing a Warrior, and also just combined with a healer that can purge. I think is nice here.
Okay, so now we are going to get to see this different composition coming in on Hook Point. We'll have to see if it is enough to tie up this series. But how do you actually feel about these two teams going head to head and trying to figure out an answer as early as possible as far as like practice is concerned when you're inside of a matchup like this, right? I know that sometimes it sounds counterintuitive to look at a matchup that's obviously very high stakes. You're trying to get deep into that winner side of the bracket. But how important is it, Zico, to kind of view it as a laboratory where you can test different compositions for the future tournament series?
I feel like it all comes down to a little bit how comfortable you are in general. I feel like right now, because it's still the second AWC Cup, and also because Space Station Gaming, I mean, I can guess that they weren't happy with their performance last week. Their performance was good, in our book. But, if you look at them and what they were able to do last year, their constant top 2 finishes, I think they were the second highest point earner too. Obviously, by their standards, they want to make it to the finals, right? So I think at this point, at least with this game, you still give it your best. But then the next game, that's when, maybe you just you lock in the big map yourself and you do what Sid and Ben were talking about, where you maybe run an LA Shaman Destro and you try that. Because it is important in the long run that they find something for Cloud9.
Yeah, it seems like in a series like this, it's just important to get weird, right? Because if you don't do it at some point, you're just going to keep on making the same mistakes, keep on having the same difficulties. But right now, we finally are going to get to see the Warrior. Will it be enough to dismantle Cloud9 and tie up the series, or will Cloud9 find themselves on match point?
Here we go.
Definitely. Go ahead.
I was say, here we go. Smexon charging in right away onto Wealthy Man on that Fire Mage. I'm curious to see how Gorecki's going to navigate this game with the Restoration Shaman. Already caught into a Seduce. Chun-Li has been isolated. Cubsy wants to roll in for a leg sweep pretty soon. Is he going to be able to get in range? Rolls up to Gorecki. Gorecki pre-walls the Greater Pyroblast, but now he's feared. His Healing Tide down. It's picking up the team. He anticipated the attack on himself quite effectively. Cubsy feared off. Big Drestagath pounce onto Ultimate. Double Drestagath, but the second one hits into the Life Cocoon. Going to be totally negated. Now that those Drestagaths are on cooldown, I would like to see Cloud9 get aggressive.
Yeah, nice double stun coming in from Cubsy. Let's see what Cloud9 can really get done. When that combustion is rolling for Wealthy Man, that's the scariest moment of the game for Space Station Gaming. The one nice thing is Gorecki, he has a lot to deal with it, and there's big burst damage right now onto Wealthy Man. Gorecki has to use his Gladiator's Medallion. Chun-Li basically forced to use everything. And that wasn't even the combustion. I mean, that was the Dark Soul from Channel, but no combustion has been traded out. Without Gorecki's Purge, I think it's going to be really scary. I mean, if they can get a nice setup on Gorecki here, a leg sweep into an Infernal stun, a Mortal Coil a little bit later on, I think Gorecki could definitely be in a lot of trouble. And so far, I mean, Space Station Gaming, they're trying to come up with something. If it'll work, I mean, definitely remains to be seen. But I'm glad that they're not willing, or that I'm glad that they are willing to risk it a little bit, because they need to come up with something kind of off the wall. I mean, no one has been able to beat Cloud9 with this composition. Here's a nice little setup, though. Coming in, Chanimal, finding the Seduce, fearing up Chun-Li, Polymorph on Smexon, and that's the thing. I mean, anytime you see Cloud9 is in trouble, they're able to just basically freeze the game.
Here we go. Massive swap here onto Gorecki. That's going to be lights out for him. I was trying to say that this is going... Well, you called it out as well, but... they were just waiting for Cubsy's leg sweep there. As soon as Cubsy got his leg sweep back, paralyzed, leg sweep, they actually tried to seduce Gorecki into a sheep there in the end to set that up. But Smexon stunned the pet, so it canceled the seduce, but then Cubsy instead just went in and caught Gorecki there with that paralyze. So not this is what we were talking about. I feel like on smaller maps, C9 just win faster.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe they should just lock the smaller map when
you
they
called
lose.
that in right away. You were like Zico actually before we even jumped into that one, and that was when Sid really started the conversation about the smaller maps. And even if they could get the victory on the smaller maps, the script already looked like a script that had demise written all over it. But Zico was saying on the smaller maps, it just looks like they're able to do crazy things with this composition and end quickly, Ben.
Well, yeah, it's just really difficult. I mean, just looking at the build Gorecki was playing in that matchup, he wasn't playing any versatility amps. He was actually stacking Ineffable Truth. So maybe he was just looking for a really low cooldown grounding totem and wind shear, which, I mean, kind of makes sense. On paper, you're playing against people that are casting a lot of spells, having maximum amount of interrupts and ways to deal with that. Definitely seems like it could be good, but unfortunately, you can't wind shear, you can't grounding totem when you're caught into a leg sweep and getting destroyed. So I mean, maybe this composition could work if Gorecki potentially had a little bit more versatility, a little bit more defense during those stuns, but it's such a scary moment. It just seems like the way Cloud9's playing, it seems so difficult to beat them. I mean, no one has an answer at this point.
You actually were like talking about he needs to wear a little bit of versatility, so I wanted to double check his gear. He's playing Ineffable Truth Resto Shaman. Was he thinking like, I'm gonna get a grounding totem like all the time, and I'm gonna get a wind shear all the time?
Wait, I said that.
I
literally said that word for word.
Sid was up in space with Space Station Gaming on that last one. Pretty sure the shuttle launch isn't for another 2 hours, my friend.
I just got that.
But so Sid and Venruki reached the same conclusion in different planets, and we got to see them converge here. But the thing is ultimately, I was kind of saying I would really want to see this team experiment, and even when you do see an experiment like that explode in your face, sometimes you can't just think results oriented. Yeah, is it kind of weird to go for this Ineffable Truth Shaman? Yeah, do you get decimated inside of the game? I think trying things like this is crucial right now, then, when you're in a matchup like this, because if they don't do it, and if they don't fail a little bit when they have that freedom to lose and drop down to the lower side of the bracket, like they have that extra lifeline right now. If they don't use that to their advantage, I feel like they're wasting a resource.
It's just it's difficult because I mean we've seen them play the Windwalker, Destro, Mistweaver, their blind lock in this matchup before, and it has not been going in their favor at all. So I mean it's nice that they're trying these different compositions, but it doesn't look like it's really that prepared at this point because I mean losing that, basically locking in the blind pick, saying I guess we'll see how this works, this time again. I mean they tried it with the Spites, unfortunately it didn't really work out, but it just seems like they're repeating the same thing over and over. I mean, you can't really blame them. That is their comfort pick. Maybe they don't have a composition that can actually beat Mage Lock, but it definitely seems rough. Hopefully they have another answer. I mean, I wouldn't even mind seeing that again. I mean, would I actually? I don't know. I mean, Shamans are very susceptible to getting blown up, but I don't know. In theory, it looked kind of nice. What map are we going to? Ruins of Lordaeron. Cloud9 locks in the Mage Lock again. No surprise. I literally think this is the only composition they're going to play until someone beats them. And then for Space Station Gaming, they got to really think hard.
I want to see the Shaman again.
I want to see the LA Shaman.
Okay.
I don't want to see a Resto Shaman ever again. I do want to see that LA Shaman.
Okay, fair.
Gorecki is my man. I got mad love for Gorecki.
What about like
I don't
something?
Want to see a Shaman, period.
What about something like completely off the wall, like Elemental Shaman, Resto Shaman, Destro? Like I kind of want to see something like that.
Now I want to see this is like the thing is, I am a full converted believer in the Mistweaver Monk. I feel like the best comp in the game is gonna have a Mistweaver healing it, and the only comp that's gonna be on that same level and that doesn't have a Mistweaver is gonna have a Paladin heal. I really feel like those two are the two best healers in the game. Paladin comps can beat Mistweaver teams, and Mistweaver teams can just beat everybody else, including Paladin team as well. So I want to see LA Shaman, but then maybe a Mistweaver.
So you're gonna see Resto Shaman.
Yeah,
again.
we're gonna see Resto Shaman. Thug gonna be on the Destro Warlock, and then Smexen is going to be on that Warrior. So Zico, I know you didn't want to see it, but now that you do see this composition, how much do you not want to see it?
Well, this is what I said. I kind of wanted to see. I said Warrior, Warlock. I feel like Warrior plus X is like the best answer. I don't know how much I'm going to see with the rest of Shaman though, because the Shaman just adds a lot of utility, a lot of interrupts. The problem with the Shaman is, he's going to have to cast at some point.
Now, do you want to see the Ineffable Truths build again, or would you much rather see a Shaman stacking versatility coming into this one, Venruki?
Well, the nice thing about having Smexen in the match is you do get a little bit more comfort with War Banner, with Rallying Cry, the Commanding Shout. It does give you a little bit more flexibility in surviving those big all-ins, but I think he's definitely. I mean, I don't mind Ineffable Truth, but maybe like mix it up a little bit. Play a little versatility, a little Ineffable Truth, to really throw off Chanimal and Wealthy Man being used to the timers of Grounding Totem and Wind Shear. Don't mind that. What I was going to say is, in the past, this has actually always been a pretty good answer into Mage Warlock. Warlock, Shaman plus a melee traditionally has done very well into Mage Warlock. Right now, maybe not the case, but I like the fact that they're trying it. I mean, Specs and Thugonomics should be very durable, and Gorecki with the extra interrupts. They actually have a little bit of a way to deal with the combustion, which I think is super duper important. I mean, right now, Fire Mages, they get to have so much fun without their combustion being purged in the match, and just having Gorecki in the game to grounding the combust and purge the combust, I think is going to make a world of difference if he's not getting one shot.
Well, with that, Sid, this series can end on Ruins of Lordaeron.
It would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. Let's see if Space Station Gaming can deny their own funeral. Gorecki already polymorphed. Smexen, grapple weapon. He goes for a double fear onto the DPS. They want to go Gorecki, I think. Infernal stun into double leg sweep. Maybe a setup on the Warrior. It's a little bit uncertain. They are going after Gorecki again on match point. Mortal Coiled out on the follow-up. He's retreating around the corner, desperately trying to survive on the Tombstone. And like Zico said, Restoration Shaman going to have to cast heals. He has to do a spell lock and counterspell. See if we can navigate through here. Counterspell was used, so it's now only the spell lock. Economics lobbing out some Dark Soul Chaos Bolts. He's going after Cubsy. Cubsy ducks over to the far side of the left-hand part of the map with his brew, and he looks like he's going to be all right. Greater Pyro got nether warded. Back on the Wealthy Man with a Chaos Bolt. He temp shields the reflected damage. Heals himself back up to full. Nice plays between the two teams. Chanimal is just standing on top of Space Station Gaming's Tombstone right now. Chanimal taking full control.
Ooh, let's see. They're going after Thug still here. Do they have any more follow-up CC? They get a coil into a DR Fear. Wealthy Man looking for the poly. Can he find it? No, he's going for the Greater Pyroblast. Gets Mortal Coiled. Thug trying to shut down this situation. He is spell locked. Chaos Bolt comes lobbed out. Actually, Wealthy Man could take a little bit of heat here. Thug gets grounded on that Greater Pyroblast right there. Smexen still on his target, gets feared now, can't access his pommel that he has available right there. And this is one thing that, a lot of teams have been getting a lot better at when they play with that Greater Pyroblast Fire Mage. Is, when you're casting that Greater Pyroblast, you're going to see Chanimal use his root with Conflagrate on a target to keep them in line of sight for Wealthy Man. You're going to see him drop a fear like that when when it's just one person who can interrupt still. And that's one thing I've been seeing a lot that Cloud9 just is so good at. Super good at coordinating their CC and also making sure that, whoever is being trained also gets to have a little bit of fun, to quote Ben.
Yeah, it's all about having fun in the game, right? Wealthy Man being interrupted right now. It's been a little bit of a struggle for him with Smexen kind of sitting on him, but decent damage on Thugonomics. Here's the double leg sweep coming in from Cubsy, but he has to play catch up on Wealthy Man. I mean, there's been great pressure in this game so far. The double fear coming in from Smexen, that intimidating shout, but Thugonomics still just getting pressured down basically solo by Chanimal. Thugonomics, this is such a rough spot to be in. I mean, as a solo caster, when you're playing against Mage Lock, you're just eating every single interrupt. You're eating polymorphs and fears and reflects, and it can be really difficult to get, basically your job done in the match. But, I mean, Thugonomics, if there's any Warlock that's going to be up to the task, this guy's been playing Destro for, a decade, it feels like, at, a really, really high level. So using all that experience to try to find opportunities is going to be important, but still it feels like Cloud9 has most of the pressure in this match.
Life Cocoon on Chanimal. He's not going to be taking any damage. He's going to continue to just stand right on top of Space Station Gaming. And Ring of Peace knocks Smexen and Thugonomics back out into open field. Smexen has to Stormbolt Wealthy Man and disrupt these greater pyroblasts. If he gets a string of these together, I mean, it could be lights out for Space Station Gaming. Cubsy's mana is comfortable. They're in a solid position overall. They're consistently building pressure onto Space Station Gaming. They're going to sweep up Smexen out in midfield, but Cubsy actually gets swapped to by Thugonomics. Thugonomics is boldly just targeting whoever he wants and just lobbing Chaos Bolts out, trying to maximize his damage maybe. But Mistweavers don't really care about maximum damage. I feel like you're not even going to hit the threshold where the Mistweaver isn't going to be able to out-heal the amount of damage that's being dealt. You're only going to win this game with crowd control pretty much exclusively, or maybe running the Monk out of mana, but that's even unlikely. Thugonomics is in a lot of trouble. Mortal Coiled out into midfield. Trinket, Spirit Link, Panic for Space Station Gaming. And I'm not sure that this Warrior Warlock's going to work out.
That was a massive defensive overlap there. Gorecki, Trinket, Spirit Link, Thug used his Unending Resolve. Two biggest defensives are out for Space Station Gaming. And honestly, if they get a Full Fear onto Gorecki, they could set up onto him. If they get a Seduce or a Poly, anything, they can one-shot him like they did on Hook Point. Wealthy Man has his Combustion as well, so he would not need to cast in a situation like that. But they could also just crowd control Gorecki and go for Thugonomics. And that whoever they go for is going to be decided by positioning. Right now, Thugonomics positioning a little too aggressive here. Nice Hex there onto Wealthy Man. You can see Cubsy's moving forward. It looks like they want to go after Gorecki here. I think Cubsy's going to try to roll in and paralyze Gorecki as soon as Chanimal can. And there it is. Full paralyzed. Here comes the damage. Chanimal is on top of him. There's the where's the leg sweep? No leg sweep. Ooh, big blunder there for C9. No leg sweep gonna come out of Cubsy. Gorecki's gonna activate his Astral Shift, gonna survive. And now Chanimal's on the back foot here. Big damage. Chaos Bolt comes out with the Dark Soul. Thug getting sheeped. Life Cocoon activated. And C9 with a rare mistake right there could have maybe even closed out the game. Now they go though. There it is. Leg sweep, combustion, double Mortal Coil. Do they have the follow up? There it is. Another Infernal Stun maybe from Chanimal. Not gonna be able to find it. Chaos Bolt comes through. And there is the Shadow Fury. Chaos Bolt to close it out.
Wow.
Truly is poetic justice that Space Station Gaming is taken down at the exact second the rocket takes off. It was actually the exact second. But ultimately, they are not plummeting down completely. They are only falling to the lower side of the bracket, where ultimately they're going to be fighting, it looks like, when we see Cloud9 looking like this, for a chance to play against them yet again. Let's talk about what we learned, though, with some of the experiments, Zico, that they did throw forward.
We learned that Shaman is not great, and I like that Gorecki was running Ineffable Truth Shaman, because I love seeing when people get a little creative, but I didn't think it looked that good. Now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's a very intelligent player, and I'm sure there was, some underlying reason to why he did it, but I would have liked to see it work. Still, I think Warrior Warlock is a pretty decent answer. Like, if they have a Mistweaver, that doesn't actually die there, it would be good for them. They should invest more in it.
Do you think that part of the reason maybe he was going for different things like the Ineffable build was that experimentation, though, just trying to see if maybe it worked and just being like, okay, it looks like this series is one that we're most likely going to lose anyway. We know that we have what it takes to potentially get back to play against Cloud9. Let's just throw something and see if it sticks. Do you think that there is a chance that they were doing something like that, Venruki?
I mean, that's what it kind of looked like. I mean, to be honest,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if this is something that they had practiced a lot, I mean, maybe it only works on small maps, but if they had this practiced a lot, I feel like they would have been more confident in locking it in the blind pick, right? If they had experimented with this composition and actually had been winning, that would be the curveball for game number one, where they could pick up that early game number one. But just because of how miserable game number one looked for their main composition, I feel like they basically went to the drawing board and said, well, we got to come up with something. Like, what are we possibly going to do? And I mean, they tried to, play a unique composition. On paper, you would think the Warrior, Warlock, Shaman would be a good answer, but it just isn't. The Shaman is too susceptible to getting swapped to, and it just seems like Cloud9 was able to overwhelm them with this composition, just like they've been basically able to overwhelm everyone with this composition.
And now we need to start to see some of the other teams that might be running into this composition that looked incredibly dominant. This next series is looking like a very good one. It's going to be Phoenix. Let's actually talk about these two teams, right? Because these are squads that I think obviously have a very large following, and not necessarily teams that we've gotten to see as much in these past weeks. So, Zico, what do you think of these two squads who are going head-to-head?
I mean, this is the first time we're going to see Charlotte Phoenix, compete under their new sponsor here in the top 8. So it's going to be very exciting to see what they can do. Historically, they've been running, basically Pala, Fire Mage X, kind of similar to Kawaii, aka M2KC. They've just been running these, Windwalker Fire Mage. You got Jamili flexing on all kinds of casters, and then you got Nick basically being kind of the melee expert there. The Golden Guardians, of course, highly skilled rogue, shadow priest, shaman. It's pretty much what we expect to see from them, and they pretty much always stick to their guns no matter what. There's also a little bit of history between these two teams, a couple of former teammates, maybe a grudge match, Rich. I'm not sure. How would you categorize
Revenge,
this?
maybe? Go as far.
Maybe somebody's out for revenge.
Somebody is out for revenge in this series. What are you expecting to see, Ben Rookie, when we actually do get to the blind pick?
So I think for Golden Guardians, it's going to be pretty straightforward. The Shadow Priest, Rogue, Shaman. That's kind of their bread and butter. I would expect that in the blind pick. For Charlotte Phoenix, I think they have a couple of different options. Nick is basically their melee specialist. Of course, he plays the Rogue, but he's also a great warrior and Windwalker monk. So we could see Korlik on the Mistweaver monk, Jamili on, a mage, and then Nick playing either a warrior or a Windwalker monk. On the flip side, we could also see Burn tagged in on that Destruction Warlock. We know that Windwalker Destruction Mistweaver is also a great composition into what Golden Guardians are running. So I think on paper, I'd have to give the compositional edge a little bit to Charlotte Phoenix, but I never count Golden Guardians out. I think they can definitely make something happen.
Very excited to see what does happen when we get into this next series. This one also on the upper side of the bracket. The winner of it is going to be playing against Cloud9, which is a pretty scary reward to receive, but the loser of this series will also be in a pretty difficult position because they will be facing Method Orange. Let's find out who's going to go where right after this quick break. Unmute. Folks, welcome back. We have one more series on the top side of the bracket. After that, we're going to have 2 back-to-back elimination series. This one is a very exciting one. We have a team that hasn't made it to the top 6 in quite some time. It's the move, baby. And this is a squad that I think a lot of people are obviously very excited to watch. What do you think their chances are in this one, Ben Ricky?
Charlotte Phoenix, I think they have a great shot. I mean, Golden Guardians, Charlotte Phoenix is going to make up. This is going to make a very interesting matchup. On the one hand, you have, kind of the tournament veterans at this point, the move, playing their bread and butter composition, but we have seen a lot of teams bring certain compositions that Golden Guardians really struggles with, and I think one of those comps is the Windwalker Destro Mistweaver. We'll have to see if they have an answer. We know Corlick is a very flexible healer, can play lots of different roles. I just think Charlotte Phoenix in general is one of those rosters that essentially has every good composition you can run. And I mean, if they're playing it at a high level, I think they can go toe-to-toe with any team.
That is the interesting thing about this one, Super Tees, is I feel like these teams are kind of the opposites in so many ways. I mean, Golden Guardians obviously a team that we know can play on the highest skill level of every single class that they do play. When you look at Charlotte Phoenix, it seems like they just have so many options.
I mean, Corlick for a long time he started off as a shaman. Now I feel like he's more like playing his paladin a lot. I think he has potential for Mistweaver, but their bread and butter comp has kind of been the roguelock, I think, between Burn and Nick in terms of like what is their main. Nick can play Windwalker, like you said, and I think we said before the break, the Windwalker lock is a really good matchup into the Shadow Priest Rogue that we know Golden Guardians are going to play. I mean, what else are they going to play in game 1? I mean, on the ladder, they play the Demon Hunter, but I don't see that being very good into Charlotte Phoenix or the Hunter Shadow Priest. Again, not really going to be great. So, I mean, it's going to be Peekaboo. It's going to be WizKid. It's going to be Absturge. This is this is the series I was most excited for in the day, just because there's potential for it to be a Paladin versus a Shaman, so no Monk healer. There's potential.
Very exciting.
So that's what I was most excited for. So I'll be a little bit sad if Corlick plays Mistweaver, but I have a feeling he'll play Paladin.
So I don't know if you had a chance to watch it or if anyone really had a chance to watch it, but one of the teams Golden Guardian had to beat to get here was M2KC. M2KC, they play the Paladin, Fire Mage, Windwalker Monk, kind of similar to what we might see from Charlotte Phoenix. And Golden Guardians, they adopted kind of an interesting strategy where instead of trying to like push the pace right away, they actually slowed down the game. They waited for healing reduction, they waited for dampening, and that's when they, with all their cooldowns, kind of made it an all-in play. And I'm curious to see if Golden Guardians tries to just do that once again. Just play for dampening, play for the long game, and then really overwhelm your opponents where, they don't have too much healing to deal with your burst setups and your goes, which is what they really, really accelerate at as a team.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that we need to start keeping our mind on, Zico. Actually start thinking of what the potential win conditions can be for the compositions that we know that Golden Guardians most likely are going to be bringing.
Yeah, well, usually when they win, it's with kind of Peekaboo going on a solo mission on the healer, WizK and Absturge kind of just dragging away, melees or, the DPSers. And then they usually get pretty good rock pressure, and they're just good at kind of keeping that momentum. Once they get that momentum on the side of Golden Guardians, then you see Peekaboo, all of a sudden he's CCing the healer, going for big, kidney swaps and shadow step kicks and stuff. And that's how they like to play. They just keep swapping around. And the other thing that they do as well, a lot of the time, is that they just kind of pull back, and then they just attack whoever is closest to them. And then when dampening comes, then they start pushing in and getting aggressive. So that's pretty much their game plan, and a lot of the time it works, and a lot of the time it doesn't. It just depends on what they face as well.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those matchups. I think everybody's expressed that this is one of the most exciting matchups of the day, but I think one of the other things that's also kind of been alluded to quite a bit is once we get into the thick of this, I think we're going to have a much better idea of what really is going to happen and what type of series this is going to be. Keep in mind, I feel like this is the toughest matchup. Like, this is the toughest place in the bracket to be. Regardless of where you end up on this matchup, you're playing against two incredible teams. So that is just something that you do want to keep in the back of your mind when you do look at this. If you're a fan of either team, you're kind of getting in the position where you have to pick your poison, right? When you do come out winning this one, you keep the lifeline, but you're playing against one of the hardest teams. If you do drop down, it's just so scary to play against Method Orange for elimination. So I think that Vemruki, when we do look at these two squads, we definitely see not only the caliber of teams that we have going head-to-head, but you become instantly aware of just how high caliber all of the teams in this tournament are.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I really feel like there's no free wins. You know, any one of these teams is capable of beating each other. So we'll have to see, you know, who kind of rises to the occasion. But it's like you said, even if you're in the upper bracket right now, you can't be feeling too good, because if you lose a single series, you will be going to the lower bracket. And you're going to be playing against, you know, one of the best teams in North America, one of the best teams in the game, and all of them are very capable. And I just think that's what makes this tournament so scary, and also what makes it so interesting. I mean, for me, the most interesting thing about this tournament is if any of the teams left in here have figured out an answer for Cloud9, because right now, this team is looking so dominant. No one has been able to touch their Mage Warlock, and I'm just thinking, is that going to be basically a rinse and repeat all 4 of these cups? Like, is Cloud9 just going to absolutely dominate this entire year? Who's going to be able to kind of innovate and figure out what can actually beat them? Because if no one comes up with something, I mean, Cloud9 just looks like they're going to absolutely dominate this entire year.
Yeah, I mean, also, we don't talk about it very often, but when we are talking about different things in the meta, I always do think it's interesting as well, Zico, to start thinking about the parity between the two regions, right? Like, what is similar in the EU and the NA, and I think that's something that we could discuss a little bit more today, but it is time to get this series underway. It's going to be blind pick on the Grand Arena on the upper side of the bracket. Charlotte Phoenix going up against the Golden Guardians.
And they are playing that Windwalker.
I might have. Definitely could have been me.
It's also the Divine Vision's honor talent for the Paladin. You just reduce all shadow damage over time effects by 15% as that Paladin, which applies to Gushing Wounds, and the Golden Guardians actually do like to play a little bit of Gushing Wounds. You get to counteract the Shadow Priest damage and their dots at the same their damage at the same time as the Gushing Wounds. It's a very important build that Corlic is likely running here. This is going to be a very difficult composition for the Golden Guardians. 2 best. Surprisingly, Nick is already down to half health. WizK is pumping.
Yeah, definitely putting out a good amount of damage. You can see Nick, he is going to be playing that lingering Psychic Shell, that very powerful defensive tank trinket, as it looks like Golden Guardians are pushing in very early on to get some damage rolling on Nick. Could be in some trouble. Big damage coming in from Peekaboo as Nick gets lower. Touch of Karma is forced out, but Peekaboo should be completely fine right now. Burn into prime position to get crowd control on Absurge, looking for a Chaos Bolt on Peekaboo. A Reefear, but it gets silenced by WizK. Nice back up there by WizK. Now Burn into a Kidney Shot as Golden Guardians looking to reverse the pressure.
Oh my goodness, the damage right now onto WizK. 30% health, dying through Vampiric Embrace, has to Dispersion now as well. They could switch to Peekaboo. He's going to Lingering Psychic Shell those Chaos Bolts. This isn't Dark Soul from Burn. This isn't even Touch of Death yet either. Ascendance and Healing Tide Totem are out of the way. Nick needs to be slightly careful, though, as he pushes forward. Peekaboo has a big threat with that Vendetta and a Smoke Bomb. He could go for it here and now. WizK jumps into Void form, dishing out some big damage, silencing Corlic. Burn trying to counter-aggress with Chaos Bolts. WizK's interrupted. He's getting pumped. Bit surprised to not just see Burn go for the Dark Soul there. It might not matter. Absurge caught in lockdown and crowd control. He did get the Vitality Conduit on WizK prior to it, which is allowing him to recover. Absurge trying to redeem the Restoration Shaman here in the tournament, but he's struggling.
Definitely. I mean, look at this damage on Peekaboo right now. He faints. Big heals coming in from Absurge. Nice heal. Tops off his entire team. And now Golden Guardians are looking to strike back. Right now, Nick with no touch of Karma. Maybe a little bit of a vulnerability there, but with the Fortifying Brew, with the Fuse Magic, should be absolutely fine. Hex actually snuck in there by Absurge, getting the crowd control rolling for his team. Nick with a Dress to Gath, looking for the damage onto Peekaboo. Shadow Fury, Burn, looking for a Chaos Bolt, finds one. Smoke Bomb, nicely done by Peekaboo, denies the Chaos Bolt. Also forces Nick to play defensive, but no! Peekaboo, he pushes to try to take down Nick, and Nick says, you know what? Dress to Gath, Rising Sun Kick, good night. I mean, that... Golden Guardians were not expecting that. Charlotte Phoenix absolutely punishing that aggressive play. I mean, if you're Peekaboo and you're the Golden Guardians, are you even? I mean, you got to be a little bit mad about what happened, but you can't read too much into that, right?
Yeah, Zico, how do you feel about that? Are you chalking that up to being a player? Are you chalking it up to something that's not repeatable? How do you feel about the series, or that game rather, ending in that fashion?
It was a little surprising, but honestly, it's what always. I would say it's surprising, but they do it so often,
Yeah.
that it can't be surprising anymore. Upsurge sneaking in a beautiful hex. They're sneaking in the crowd control with the dress and the smoke bomb. A little bit. I feel like it was a little bit of an error because they just had so many cooldowns left on Charlotte Phoenix. But yeah, that was a good kill though.
Yeah, Vemriki, let's talk a little bit more about what actually did go down there, and what in your mind actually were the nails in the coffin that caused it to end that way.
I mean, it was Golden Guardians. Basically what happened, Upsurge topped everyone off. It was Golden Guardians' time to get aggressive. They get the kidney shot with a nice smoke bomb onto Nick. He trinkets out, and while Burn was in a fear, Nick rolls away. Peekaboo shadow steps to him, and Nick just says, you know what? You're a little bit low. I'm just going to go for it. Drestagath, I think probably crit there. He got, a blackout kick or a rising sun kick, and it was about 40-0 burst Nick was able to put out by himself, and it's just one of those things that can happen. I mean, with trinkets like Drestagath, you can really punish people if they're playing too aggressive. We do know Peekaboo, he's going to be playing a lot of gushing wounds, so his versatility is going to be low, and that means that you are susceptible to these big burst damage moments.
Yeah, let's watch that final moment again, Zico, and you can walk us through it.
Yeah, I mean they just they secured that hex there, and then like we kind of mentioned, we see the really interesting thing is how Peekaboo is kind of hitting one target, and then he goes over to the Windwalker there at the end there, and they get the Drestagath as well there. Nick tries to Fist of Fury to avoid that kidney shot, and that mind control from Whiskey as well was just was really nice. And at the end there, a little bit unfortunate to roll out of the smoke, and at the same time, there was a silence anyway on Korlik, but that line of sight made it so Korlik couldn't have bubbled it and gotten that hand of sacrifice out anyway. All
right, well, let's talk about what we expect to see in the next games, and I just want to really revisit this just one more time. Are wins like that repeatable for Charlotte Phoenix, Zico? Is it possible for
Wait, what? Didn't Peekaboo land a kill there?
No.
See, now you're in outer space. This is
you're in outer space, dude.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Peekaboo. It looked like
Peekaboo
Golden
just got
Guardians.
deleted.
Wait. I think maybe a lot of people are confused.
What?
It looked like Golden Guardians was, setting up for a big offensive moment, but Nick actually just turned it around and Drestagath one-shot him, like by himself.
Wait, so there was Nick's dress up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Nick won the game.
Okay. Well, that's awkward. I was sure. They didn't even have CC.
Nope.
I know. That's
why
I screamed when it happened.
That's why we're talking about it, man.
All right, let's.
I'm glad that I'm
I
not
was
the only
like
one.
positive that they got the
I
kill.
was like,
I was
okay,
yeah,
so
I was like,
I appreciate
just
you.
to
Zico, I
break
appreciate
down
it.
what went on in my mind, I'm just relaxing. I'm hosting. I'm watching the games. I hear Zico say some stuff, and I'm like, okay, he just mixed up the names, but I'm not gonna ask him a question until he sees the replay. I'm gonna let him watch the
But the thing is,
replay.
I don't actually see the replay. I have to get like a 20-second ish on the replay, and then I just freestyle it, because of the setup that we're using at home. I don't actually see the footage that I'm covering. I just have to cover it through memory.
Ultimately, though, so I'm going to take that as it doesn't necessarily look like a win condition that should be repeatable as we do head into this next one. Charlotte Phoenix was able to steal that first victory. Will they be able to steal another one to get themselves on match point, or will the Golden Guardians be able to strike back in game number 2?
This is a really tough comp. I mean, it's been a tough comp for the Golden Guardians in the past. Nick, Byrne, and Korlik, they've been on the come-up for years now as a team. They've got Jamili as a fourth. I mean, they could do the Mage Lock, Windwalker Mage, Rogue Mage. They're definitely a meta team, but I think Korlik's going to be showcasing the Paladin more often than not for this particular roster. A lot of parallels with Mew Mew Kitty Cats in the lower bracket. Golden Guardians kind of have a game one stolen away from them. Drestagath benefiting Nick a lot there. And let's see if they can repeat it. Nick gets stunned up. No sap, so the opener not going to be nearly as scary. Peekaboo rooted in enemy territory. I mean, Peekaboo's on a 3 versus 1 mission. Absturge is on the other side of the Tiger Wall looking to pick him up and keep him aggressive. Nick rolls out into midfield to go after the Shadow Priest. Burn likes the Shadow Priest in midfield. Absturge going to win sure Chaos Bolt. Nick is getting blasted. I mean, WizK's damage early on in game 1 was pretty devastating. It's looking strong here in this position as well, but Corlick recovers. Corlick line of sights the Hex. Hex is devastating in this matchup, as Charlotte Phoenix have no way to remove curses. Absturge could be an MVP for the team with that crowd control.
No, it looks like they're going to be making a swap over onto Burn. Corlick sits the blind sap, and they really don't get too much going. I mean, maybe a smoke bomb. Nice! Burn is in a little bit of trouble here. And oddly enough, I mean, with the way the game's played out right now, I mean, this setup is still going, so I'll get to that in a moment. Right now, Burn into mind control. Nicely done by WizK. Nice interrupt there by Nick to deny. Can Corlick get the damage? Garrote Silence coming in from Peekaboo. They try to extend it, but Corlick finally shuts it down. What I was going to say is, with the way the meta is right now, and the way conflict and strife and versatility work, Peekaboo and WizK, they almost get more value by bursting out of stuns. Like, when they kidney shot someone, that person is taking a massive amount of reduced damage. It almost helps them out to be put into a kidney shot. So in a lot of situations, it's better to use, you know, like a Drestagath trinket outside of the kidney shot, because you'll be getting a lot more damage from it. Whereas if you stun, they get that bonus from conflict and strife, and all of a sudden it doesn't feel too good. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of these rogue teams struggle.
I don't think Peekaboo felt too good in that first game. He just disappeared. He's stunned up right now. He might disappear in game 2. Trinket, Cloak of Shadows, and the Feint. Good communication, though. Absturge didn't panic, and WizKid didn't panic either. Only using Peekaboo's defensives. They still have a couple of options if that situation occurs again. But, I mean, Burn hasn't pressed Dark Soul. I swear he's just sitting on it. Nice Hex on Corlick. WizK trying to get some damage rolling over onto Burn. I think WizK is running the Mind Trauma. No, he is running Mind Trauma. So, Mind Flay, very important for WizK to channel out to steal haste. But Peekaboo being blasted once again. Absturge saves him with the Vitality Conduit. WizK backs him up with the Mind Control. Burn is just soaking damage right now while Nick takes a moment to recover. He gets stunned up as soon as he tries to get back into the fight. Void Form activates, but there's no crowd control in Corlick. There's no way Nick will go down with Avenging Wrath currently active without crowd control. Both sides even out. Slight advantage to Charlotte Phoenix. Perhaps there's potential for Golden Guardians to win on mana, though. That's about the only thing going in their favor at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, if we just look at positioning, I think Corlick, at any moment, if he needed to, he could position far away and go for a drink. You know, that's kind of what happens when you are the team pushing into the pillar. You have the flexibility to actually sit down. I think that's what Corlick is doing right now. He realizes his team's going to be A-okay. He's sitting down, drinking, and by drinking, over time, you recover your mana. He has recovered a significant amount, coming in with big heals, topping off Nick, topping off Burn, and now Charlotte Phoenix is actually in a prime position. Peekaboo once again caught into the leg sweep. Big burst damage coming in from Nick. Ooh. And Peekaboo survived. He actually got the lingering Psychic Shell with the Feint. That will be enough damage reduction for him to survive that setup. But Peekaboo has to be playing very scared in this matchup. I think he's playing a ton of Gushing Wounds, which means he doesn't have that same flexibility of surviving stunlock combos that we're seeing from Nick, Burn, and Corlick. And that's why he is, basically opened himself up to that massive amount of burst damage.
Nick is getting Fist of Fury onto both WizK and Absturge. Golden Guardians retreat. They're on the defensive at the moment. WizK's trying to get his dots online, but he's being shut down by Burn. Spelllock on the Vampiric Touch. He needs to get that Mind Trauma stacked up again as soon as possible if he wants to deal any damage through the defense of Charlotte Phoenix. He's getting a lot of Mind Flays here. Very important that WizK gets as many Mind Flays as possible. He got 4 off in a row. He can set up for huge damage. He silences the Divine Favor. They go for a blind on it. They're trying to take out Nick, but Burn intercepts with a double Mortal Coil. Now Peekaboo could be in trouble. He trinkets out of the grapple weapon to go for the stun smoke bomb. Nick rolls out of the bomb. Pops that lingering Psychic Shell. That tank trinket's so powerful. Definitely a good tool for Nick to survive, and he gets away with only using the lingering Psychic Shell for Peekaboo's all-in. Now Peekaboo has no Gladiator's Medallion. He's in trouble. He's getting blasted by Burn. He runs away with Absturge. But right now, I mean, all they can do is run. If I'm Corlick, I'd probably just consider even sitting down for a drink and just making sure I have a mana advantage deep into dampening. Peekaboo is having a tough time. I do like the build they're running between Peekaboo. Peekaboo's playing full damage, so they want to attack Peekaboo. But if they attack Peekaboo, then they just leave a Shadow Priest open with Mind Trauma, and they can't do that either. So the build that the Golden Guardians have is a really nice one strategically, but it's just risky overall. It's just they don't have the safety net of stacking Verse like the Charlotte Phoenix.
I think it's a big disadvantage right now. Golden Guardians with their composition, they basically have to take the risk of using Gushing to have enough damage to push through the versatility. But at the same time, without that versatility, they open themselves up to a ton of damage themselves. So it's a really, really, really risky play, but it's necessary for the team. Right now we see Nick going into a kidney shot once again, but he's looking relatively healthy. We are about 1 minute into dampening at this point, 6%. Both healers have been able to kind of deal with the pressure so far, and I think when we do see this game end, it's going to be at the back of a big one-shot and a stun lock combo. I think Nick and Burn, if they can find that Drestagath on Peekaboo again when he is caught into a leg sweep, that's when things become really, really scary for Peekaboo. But as we've seen before, I mean, Golden Guardians, if they can bring the game really, really late in dampening, that's where they can snowball pressure really hard, and it makes it difficult for Korlik to actually deal with that overwhelming amount of crowd control and damage that Golden Guardians really brings.
Peekaboo's turtled out long enough. He's got his Gliders medallion, but he might have to press it as soon as he gets it. Cloak of Shadows preemptively on the leg sweep, but Nick is tearing in with all physical damage. The Cloak of Shadows is now faded. Burn has Dark Soul. Is he going to pop off here? He gets feared with blind on Korlik. Nick could be in trouble. Sap off the blind. He tried to ring a piece it, but didn't find it in time. Peekaboo silences up Nick, goes for the stun lock. He pre-fort bruise, but WizK has follow-up. Absterge is lobbing in some damage as well. Will Absterge's Lava Burst be enough here to finish Nick? No, he restabilizes, and now WizK on the back foot took a huge amount of damage. He's line of sighting Burn along this Tiger wall. Absterge gets spell locked. His team is down at half health. His Ascendance is getting very limited value. Trying to pump out some heals. Goes for the Vitality Conduit. Chain heal stabilizes. Nick gets stunned up. They have been burning Korlik's mana down, and if Korlik doesn't consider going for a drink soon, it could be a mistake that the Golden Guardians capitalize on.
I mean, absolutely could. Peekaboo's still low, though. Absterge has his work cut out for him right now. I think he did land the Vitality Conduit with actually the Vampiric Embrace. Now Nick, he's in some trouble. With no touch of Karma, he's got to be feeling a little bit careful here. Korlik, of course, has the Avenging Wrath. He's got big heals, tops off Nick. And now Burn, looking for the double Mortal Coil. He's got the Dark Soul, Infernals are rolling. Burn has a huge amount of damage available if he can find it. The Hex on Korlik, though, Golden Guardian's really reversing the pressure. You can see everyone kind of rotting down. Korlik should be able to handle it for now. Nick finally finding his target once again. Burn just waiting to use that Dark Soul. Once he pulls the trigger with the Dark Soul, he's going to be able to get big damage off. Chaos Bolt, Drestagath, force out the Dispersion. Or actually, not the Dispersion. WizK, I'm not sure. I guess it was the Spiritling Totem coming in from Absterge that kept him alive. Bit greedy to not use the Dispersion, but with good comms, Golden Guardians don't overlap all their defensive cooldowns, and WizK is able to hold on to that precious Dispersion and Void Swap to save Peekaboo if he needs to in a short while.
Absterge is crowd controlled. His whole team is dying. He doesn't have Spirit Link. WizK gets interrupted. Burn is casting on him. Smoke Bomb on Nick. Peekaboo trying to make a power play. He pre-evasions to stay on target, but gets Mortal Coiled off. Nick rolls back out and recovers. Absterge now falls behind on mana at 22% dampening. Peekaboo has blind coming up. He's going to need to make a big play with this. He blinds Korlik, but he's hiding. He's looking for a Restel Sap. He's going to vanish Sap. Really just waiting to see if Korlik uses a Blessing of Protection or a Divine Shield on this. He's able to sit through it. Absterge looks for a Hex out of the Cap Totem. Beautiful crowd control chain. Silence on Burn. They try to push through, but the grapple weapon is just preventing so much of Peekaboo's damage. He doesn't want to risk trinketing it this time around, but he's so far behind. Vitality Conduit before the Paralyze. Nice read by Absterge. That stabilizes Peekaboo quite effectively. Nick rolls over to WizK to try and push him over. Avenging Wrath is active for Korlik, so his healing is quite high at the moment. Golden Guardians need to stay alive through its duration. Can they manage to stay alive long enough? Burn is fearing Peekaboo out into midfield. Gets Windshield on the follow-up, stunned up by Peekaboo, but now Nick is on Peekaboo's back, looking to push him away. Absterge has very little to work with. He needs to live at least 21 more seconds to that Ascendance if he wants to make a full team-wide recovery. Korlik's Avenging Wrath is finally faded. Damage is going to start to sink in here. Golden Guardians have potential. They got pressure in two places. What's Korlik going to do in this position? Nick gets stunned up, overextended. Korlik trades out the ultimate sacrifice. Peekaboo switches targets, going after Burn, but he's getting blasted. Has to Cloak of Shadows at 10%. Nick might finish him. Absterge is locked down in crowd control. Peekaboo's on the run. WizK backs him up a bit, but now Absterge is fully feared. Are they going to go for a Mass Dispel on it? No, they're not. Burn and Nick are a bit hesitant to push in, as they are so low on health. both sides could fall at any moment.
I mean, definitely. Pressure is just ramped up so high. 32% dampening. Absurge and Korlik both really struggling. Peekaboo feints the Fist of Fury. Shadow steps away, looking for the damage on Burn. Burn, though, does have the unending resolve. He gets interrupted. Peekaboo still trying to push forward. Uses this defensive tank trinket in order to take that huge hit from Burn. Kidney shot on Burn will slow him down just a little bit. Absurge. Spirit Link Totem's rotating back up in 25 seconds. That's going to be a major defensive cooldown. Peekaboo, though, has his trinket with no Cloak of Shadows, going to be feeling a little bit scared. WizK trying to get some damage. Here it is. Nick finds the Paralyze. Full fear on Absturge. Right now, Charlotte Phoenix are looking to make a play, but it doesn't look like they have the damage. Peekaboo gets caught into the stun. He trinkets immediately with a kidney shot on Nick. He realizes he was too low. If a Dress to Gath landed, it was going to be lights out. So I really respect the play from Peekaboo. Shadow steps over to Burn, getting the damage rolling as Korlik was into a fear. But with Divine Shield, with Unending Resolve, I feel like Charlotte Phoenix is still in a pretty good spot here, Sid.
I mean, their mana isn't great. After this Avenging Wrath, I think that Golden Guardians can overwhelm them. They just need to live probably the better part of 20 seconds. I think that WizK's damage is going to start to sink in, but Peekaboo is getting blasted. Void Shift from WizK. He's on the run. He exchanged his health to Peekaboo to keep him alive. Korlik is fully blinded. Bit surprising to not see the Divine Shield so deep into dampening. He sits through it. No sap will be found. Nick is going after WizK, trying to get the kill, but Burn is low. Peekaboo's taking him out. This game could have a cross kill written all over it in the immediate future. Mana is so taxed on each side, but there's no Avenging Wrath for 29 seconds. Everybody is dying on Charlotte Phoenix. Peekaboo drops the smoke bomb, but WizK is suddenly low from Nick. He gets knocked out of the bomb. Burn trying to set up for a double mortal coil. WizK really has nothing. They might need the Spirit Link Totem. They drop in with some big heals from Absturge. They hold on to Spirit Link for a little bit longer. Absturge is ready to win Sheer in the future, but he actually just tanks a Fear. Massive Spell from WizK lands. Good Psychic Scream defensively onto Nick. Korlik not able to dispel, but Korlik has Avenging Wrath up in 1 second. He activates it. He's going to have insane healing for quite some time. I'm not sure the Golden Guardians have that much time left.
I just don't know if either one of these teams really have much time left. It could go either way at this point, but Charlotte Phoenix still a little bit ahead. Absurge basically working with Fumes. He does have the Spirit Link Totem, but with no trinket, Peekaboo, he's not going to be feeling too safe once that Light Sweep does rotate back up or a Hammer of Justice lands. Getting shot now on Nick. He's taking a little bit of damage, but with every defensive cooldown, he's going to be feeling good. Mind Control coming in from WizK just to slow him down a little bit. Stun onto Peekaboo, immediately dispelled. Nice backup there by Absturge, but Peekaboo, he Shadow Steps so far away from Absturge, he's going to be in some trouble. Uses the Cloak of Shadows and the Feint to survive. Absturge sneaks in a Hex. Divine Shield is used, and this is anyone's game at this point. Interrupt on Burn. Beautiful Master Spell coming in from WizK. Getting the silence onto Korlik, really denying there. And now, at this point, Golden Guardians, they're looking good to close out the game. Burn is just so low. Beautiful Wind Shear. And at, what was that, 50% dampening, Golden Guardians, the pressure was overwhelming. Korlik could no longer handle it. They slowly but surely get those defensive cooldowns and manage to find their win. And this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the series. Oh, is it going to be a cross kill? Peekaboo barely holds on. There's no way. Peekaboo gets to 10% health. The Feint comes in. Absurge finds the healing. What a scary moment there. That would have been absolutely heartbreaking for the Golden Guardians, but Charlotte Phoenix are going to battle it out to the end. Close call on making it a 2v2, but it's like I was saying, this late in the game, Golden Guardians, they can really make plays with, you know, these long crowd control chains and massive amount of interrupts that they have available with their comp, and that just looked really, really nice, despite a few close calls.
Yeah, I mean, well, think about how crazy it would have been. Like, good on Charlotte Phoenix for continuing to play that one out, right? I mean, if they managed to get that cross kill and all of a sudden turn that around, you have a crazy win the first time around, one that if you blinked for a second, you didn't even know what happened. Then if they managed to turn it around that way, it would have been truly scary. But when we do see Golden Guardians manage to pull down this victory now, Zico, are you expecting to see more of this? Do you think that the first game truly was a little bit of an anomaly?
Well, I think the first game was so confusing because the Golden Guardians, they had so much crowd control. They were in the middle of their setup, and then all of a sudden, they just got Chaos Bolted and dressed it at the same time and got erased in the middle of their go. So that was a little confusing. So to answer the question, I think Golden Guardians right now are playing this matchup better. Their in-game decisions are way better. At the end there, they saw, you know, Korlik comes out with the wings. They know he basically has no mana. Absturge sits down, starts threatening to drink. And also Absturge, this game, he had an amazing performance. There was an overlap that happened with the Absturge Trinket and Peekaboo's cooldowns, but he, despite not having Trinket, kept doing pre-vitality, you know, on like an instant mortal coil at one point that kept the Peekaboo alive and things like that. Just allowed him to always have that Spirit Link in his back pocket for when he really needed it. And I mean, getting this late into dampening, it's not easy, especially when you're playing a Shaman. So Upsturge definitely my MVP there.
Now, as we do head to Tolvaron Arena, Supertees, do you want to see any tweaks on either side?
I mean, Corlic needs to drink. I'm wondering why he didn't in that last game. Like, I feel like he could have had full mana in the position that he was in. He had multiple times where he could just go drink, Nick had Karma, trade Karma, don't take damage, full mana, reset, do it again, and then get into dampening with full mana. I feel like that's why they ended up making a mistake. And Tolvaron is probably the easiest map to drink, so that mistake shouldn't be made again. So it's a good pick overall.
Okay, all right. Now we're waiting to see the compositions actually get locked in here. A tied up series. If we do see the Golden Guardians drop down, we get what I guess was 2018. You get the BlizzCon finals from 2018 in the lower bracket. Basically, whoever does lose this drops down to play against Method Orange. So Method Orange definitely watching at this moment, trying to see who they will be playing against. Whichever team does take Tolvaron will end up on match point. Venruki, what do you want to see happen once we get to this third game in the series?
Well, I mean, for Golden Guardians, I think they should just stick to their game plan. I think this is the best composition that they have. They play it at such a high level, and if they can bring it to the point in dampening, really anything can happen. For Charlotte Phoenix, I think they have a couple different options. I mean, the Destro Windwalker, definitely really, really strong, especially with the Paladin backing it up. They're able to, you know, very durable against what Golden Guardians are bringing. They do have some options, though. I mean, on the large map, we could see Jamili being tagged in. I mean, they do have the Mage Warlock available. Could try to take full utilization of the map. Maybe not the best option to what Golden Guardians is running, but I definitely think it's an option for them. You'd also see Jamili tagged in on the Fire Mage instead of the Destro Warlock. So instead of playing the Destro Windwalker, you could try Fire Mage Windwalker Paladin. I think, you know, that could be an option for them as well. But, you know, seeing M2KC loses that composition, maybe they're a little bit afraid to lock it in, so they're just going to go back. I mean, getting to 50% dampening, they had a lot of opportunities to actually score a kill. Like Sid was saying, if we do see Corlic kind of, you know, go for drinks a little bit early on in the match, they kind of utilize that to their advantage, where, you know, if Corlic doesn't go out of mana, it's unlikely that they actually lose. We could see that, you know, kind of play into the favor of Charlotte Phoenix, and I think on this large map, locking in the same composition, that's what I probably expect. Is they're just going to be looking for those one-shots, be very durable against the Golden Guardians, and then in the long run, if Corlic can out-mana Absurge, that's going to be a big advantage for them.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a very important one, Zico, as we do see the compositions locked in for Tolvaron Arena. When you look at this one, when you see the team actually pull ahead and get on match point, how much does it mean for a series like this? We talk about different things like first map advantage and swing matchups and different things that just talk about how different teams play against each other with the format that we do have in AWC. When you look at a series like this, what's going through your head? What are the stakes for this particular game?
Well, I feel like it matters a lot in this matchup, because if Charlotte Phoenix ever wants to switch up their composition, they're gonna have that comfort. You know, they can really throw a big curveball there in game number 5 if you know, if they win here and then they lose next and they play the maps like that. So I feel like if you're Golden Guardians, if you can win, especially on this map, maybe you realize, oh wait, this is the map that we play this matchup the best at, and we want to save that for game 5. So, you know, always having that, you know, double advantage in game 5 is always going to be big, even if you just run, you know, the one comp.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm already, as you have heard, thinking about what the bracket as a whole does look like, because we know where both of these teams will end up, where our squads are, and just with the compositions that we see these teams having. Like Charlotte Phoenix, how do they actually fit into the meta, Zico? Like, where do you see a team like this? How many teams are they really able to take down with what they are offering?
I think, you know, when you just look at the actual roster, I feel like this is one of those teams that they could have a pretty bright future. You know, they have a lot of individually skilled players on their roster, and they play a lot of meta stuff. My biggest concern for them is I haven't seen Corlic on a Mistweaver, and I don't know how good he is on a Mistweaver. But if they have a Mistweaver, then they can run things like Mage Lock Mistweaver. They can run, Rogue Mage Pally with Nick on that Rogue, with Jamili on the Mage. They can run, all of the meta stuff, even the Fire Windwalker that we see, teams like Wildcard play. I think they have all of the comps and they have the individual talent to back it up. I think biggest question is for sure on the healer for me.
Okay, that's a very important thing to keep in mind when we're looking at the futures of these teams, but now we need to shift our attention to this game in front of us. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix against the Golden Guardians. Winner of this takes match point.
All right, let's see if Corlic can get some mana for the late game. That's one way that they can build a significant advantage. If he's just full mana, he's going to power through the damage deep into dampening, whereas Abster just going to be working with basically nothing. I'm very curious to see how the Golden Guardians navigate this large battlefield. Are they going to be in Corlic's face, trying to push him over? Are they going to retreat all game, try and go after the Windwalker? Are they going to play a neutral game, go after the Warlock in midfield? There's a lot of questions to be answered here based on how Golden Guardians want to take it strategically.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, for Golden Guardians, I do think, I just don't see them winning early on. Outside of big blunders, I just think it's really difficult to push past that versatility, the conflict and strife. You definitely have to feel for the Golden Guardians, but they've managed to find some win conditions here. Peekaboo just has to make sure he doesn't get caught like we saw in game number 1 with a big crit Drestagath that just took him down immediately. Now, for Nick and Burn and Corlic, they're just going to have to do what they do. Survive, get out that consistent damage, look for setups when they can, get the crowd control on Absurge, either look for damage on Peekaboo, look for damage on WizK. Immediately, Burn's going to get Drestagath. Big setup here from Peekaboo. Goes for the blind, goes for the sap. Burn taking a huge hit of damage. Peekaboo just sitting in stealth right now. Nick is actually rotting down. And a bit of a nice split strategy here from Golden Guardians, able to get out a good amount of pressure in the early game, but Corlic's able to sit the blind sap. I don't think anyone on Charlotte Phoenix used a single defensive cooldown during that exchange, which is unfortunate for the Golden Guardians. And it's why we see the Golden Guardians. I mean, they're making these nice plays, but it seems like they just are required to get a little bit more dampening before they can actually close it out.
Abster just feared up into the distance. WizK sets up to get a kill here on Nick. He pre-Fort Brews the kidney shot at Peekaboo. No way through conflict and strife in Fort Brew. You are going to dent Nick. He is going to easily recover. Corlic gets mind controlled. Cheeky play by WizK. Burn gets interrupted. Peekaboo is consistently chasing the Warlock, and WizK has been 1 versus 1-ing Nick, and it's kind of that melee versus caster matchup at the moment. I love that Peekaboo bobs and weaves, though. He doesn't just only hit one target. You see him moving over to the left here and using Throw Knife on Nick to apply poison so that he takes reduced healing. It's very important that Peekaboo just swings between different targets, maintains as many damage over time effects as possible along with WizK. That's the only real advantage that they have with this composition, is to max out their damage, drag it out into dampening, try and punish mistakes. Nick is pretty overextended right now, so they stun him up. They go for a Drestagath, but they're not even getting a Karma from that. And now Nick just uses the Demonic Gateway to reset. And while they pull away from the fight, this is where I want to see how Corlic, what he decides to do. Is he going to go for drinks? Because, I mean, he should. Any time where the damage is subsided, Peekaboo and WizK can't really chase, he should just immediately go for a drink so that in those later stages of the game, he's going to have mana to continue the match.
Yep, let's see. Peekaboo in the midfield right now, kind of trading blows with Nick, but he's caught into a Hammer of Justice. Doing a good job, and Peekaboo getting bursted down. Vitality Conduit from Absurge keeps him alive. And Peekaboo does manage to hold on, but I like that. I like that Corlic isn't afraid to use his Hammer of Justice after Dispel. Try to get some damage rolling on Peekaboo right now. A nice sap going out onto Corlic. Nick could be in some trouble. He preemptively activates his Touch of Karma. Is that enough to keep him alive? The Fortifying Brew as well. Corlic with his Avenging Wrath should be able to top him off. And now Peekaboo's the one that's caught into a leg sweep. One Chaos Bolt lands, potentially a second. It is shut down by the Psychic Shell of Peekaboo, that very defensive tank trick. And it seems like a lot of players right now, they're opting to use that lingering Psychic Shell against the Destruction Warlock. Offers them like a moment to breathe when they do get caught out in the open. Chaos Bolt's flying their way. They can use that trinket to really avoid a lot of that damage, and it's just another defensive cooldown you can rotate through, and I think it's why we're seeing it as such a popular option.
Peekaboo switched his build. He's running full versatility, realizing that he might be a liability to his team getting to dampening. He's just going to make himself more durable with this build and really drag this fight on. It's just a question on if they can beat them when Corlic drinks. I mean, Korlik is maintaining his mana at a much healthier value than Absterge, already only 3 minutes and 45 seconds in, and it's much more difficult for Absterge to drink. A Windwalker can just delete someone while he tries to drink. A Chaos Bolt could delete someone, whereas Vampiric Touch, probably not going to delete anyone. You know, a little Mutilate, it's probably not going to delete anybody, so it's a lot easier for Korlik to drink in this particular matchup. This is going to be one of the most difficult fights for Absterge. I feel like I say that no matter what game it is for the Golden Guardians, this is going to be the most challenging game they ever play. And it's because they just stay to this one composition. They're trying to make it work. It's not a Shaman meta. It's not a Shadow Priest meta. It's somewhat a Rogue meta, but more so because of the Rogue Mage synergy, but they're just playing against the curve. And it's going to be difficult for them if this is how they choose to play out the season.
I mean, yeah, they're basically trying to overcome all odds in these matchups. I definitely don't think they're favored to win, but for the Golden Guardians, it's something, you know, they really try to capitalize on. If they can play their main composition and make it work, it's going to be great. The problem for the Golden Guardians, I mean, this is a 1-1 series so far, but the problem for the Golden Guardians is if they are losing these matchups and they're only showing this one composition, you know, they're just not going to be a threat to many teams in the tournament, which is unfortunate. And we've seen them struggle with that in the past, where they just don't have a lot of flexibility. And when they do decide to be flexible, it's just too little too late in the season. But got to give it up for them. At least they are trying with this composition. They did put a point on the board. And potentially, I mean, if they can keep rotating through the defensives, they don't get caught off guard by a big Chaos Bolt, I mean, we could see them win game number 3. I mean, perhaps this is a strategy that is repeatable, Super Tees. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, it could be. It's really on Korlik. If he doesn't drink and he has low mana, I think Charlotte Phoenix are going to lose. But if he drinks and maintains his mana, probably going to win. Maybe he needs to consider when to use his Blessing of Protection to break a blind, too. That seems like a really devastating crowd control chain because he's opting to play the Relentless. So maybe allocating a Blessing Protection a little bit faster, deeper into Dampening to break a blind might be an option to overcome the amount of pressure that Golden Guardians can build during it. Infernals have been called in. WizK and Peekaboo are running. Absterge is out in the middle of the map. Okay, WizK saves him. He's like, what are you doing out there, Absterge? Life grips him back to the pillar. They were going to swap to him 100%. Swap's a lot less devastating with that life grip from WizK. Peekaboo pre-fainting the swap to himself. Soaking quite a bit of damage with that feint. Well timed. Burn gets mind controlled. Cheeky at low health, denying the Avenging Wrath heals for a moment, but Avenging Wrath lasts quite a long time. Now Peekaboo Shadow Fury'd up. He really doesn't want to have to trinket a Shadow Fury. He gets the Lingering Psychic Shell and the feint off in between the stun lock. Absterge prevents the Chaos Bolt. Absterge should start to pull Peekaboo back into the fight. That's spell lock usage on WizK. Absterge going for the healing waves. He stabilizes. He's down to half mana at 11% dampening. Korlik with a significant advantage. I would just love to see Korlik drink right now. Just even though it's only like 15% of his mana, just go back, drink, because what? Golden Guardians leave the pillar? You want them to do that. So it's either they leave the pillar, stop your drink, or they don't and you get full mana. It's a win-win. And that's what he's doing. He's going to drink. He gets full mana.
I mean, he has to, right? They literally lost the last game because Korlik was low on mana, so I think every opportunity he has to reset his mana as we get deeper and deeper into dampening is just going to play more and more into the favor of the Charlotte Phoenix. So, I mean, Korlik, Burn, Nick kind of realizing their advantage in that way. Absterge already down to 50% mana. And I don't think Nick and Burn, they need to play too aggressive in this matchup. I mean, they can kind of just sit back, not really push behind the pillar, don't allow Peekaboo and WizK to develop too much momentum, and with the positioning, it just seems like Korlik outright is just going to out-mana Absterge, and that's going to play into their win condition quite a bit. Big Drestigath on Peekaboo as he shrugs it off with a feint. Absterge trying to top him off. Pet keeping Absterge in combat, but they're actually looking for a blind setup here. Korlik caught into a full blind. Burn actually rotting down just a little bit. Who is Peekaboo going to open up onto? It looks like it is going to be Nick. Changing his target now into Burn, having multiple pressure points here. The Golden Guardians looking to really make a play here, Sid.
Smoke Bomb denying Korlik's heals with the Avenging Wrath, but Nick drops a Ring of Peace. Peekaboo can't attack. The blind is the pivot point for the fight here against Charlotte Phoenix. If a blind sap isn't enough to net a kill, I'm not sure what will be. Double Mortal Coil, Dark Soul is available. Burn choosing not to press it here. Peekaboo rooted up in midfield, stunned. Shadow steps over, kicks the Chaos Bolt, denying quite a bit of damage. He's lingering Psychic Shells there. I wonder what Peekaboo was trying to predict. Nick wasn't near him. Now he's not going to have the lingering Psychic Shell for Dark Soul. This could be scary. WizK is already very low health from Nick. I mean, Nick is just killing WizK through Earthen Wall. Nick then switches back to Peekaboo, doesn't want a line of sight. And at this point, I mean, Corlick could drink if he really wants to, just to reset it. Absurge gets spell locked. Burn trying to find a Chaos Bolt, being line of sighted. And you see the Golden Guardians in total defense. They're not going to have a window of opportunity without Blind to win the game. So Blind isn't available. They need to run away. They need to reset, wait for more dampening, wait for the Blind. And then while they're waiting, Corlick should drink. Stun on Nick, silence on Burn, good crowd control from Peekaboo. WizK trying to soften them up a little bit here with the Void form, but not finding too much damage. And Burn is patiently sitting on this Dark Soul. Curious when he's going to decide to pull it. Maybe when Nick gets kidney shot, and he does it as a counter offensive to try and punish Peekaboo. Sturge gets stunned, but he's not line of sight to fear. Golden Guardian's still posturing defensively. They stun up Nick at the pillar. This is where I'm wondering if they're going to pop Dark Soul into Peekaboo to try and force him away. They don't even need to really make him run. He's just playing at the pillar. Nick's going to pull off. Retreat for a moment. Burn Nether Ward's Fear. That doesn't seem like it was really necessary. Either way, WizK interrupted now. And yeah, Charlotte Phoenix are just looking for a chokehold. They're just trying to strangle all of the mana out of Absturge and win with small hits.
Yeah, but the thing is, it could absolutely backfire. I mean, at 50% dampening, really anything can happen. Peekaboo and WizK are doing a decent amount of rot damage here. Corlick has his Avenging Wrath up. Now, this is the point of the game where if Corlick can reset his mana, they're going to be in a great spot. If not, it'll all be for naught. I mean, Absturge, look at him. He's hovering 50% mana. He's chilling hard. Corlick, he's going to have to sit down, get out of combat, go for a drink. If he can get full mana, that's going to put Charlotte Phoenix in a great position. If not, then I think it's going to be rough. And I think Golden Guardians are still in this one. Burn's going to be rotting down. Nick also taking a little bit of damage. Kidney shot coming in from Peekaboo. Grapple weapon instantly from Nick onto Peekaboo to slow down some of that damage. You can see the Earthen Wall totem to protect Peekaboo from any potential one-shots coming in from Nick. WizK just generating as much pressure as he can right now on that Shadow Priest. And all of a sudden, Golden Guardians, they have some massive rot potential here, Sid.
All right, let's see if they can keep it and stick it. Blind's available. Is Peekaboo going to go for it? He's very low health. He goes for a kidney shot on Nick, but Burn is tearing in on that Destro Warlock. Both the Shadow Priest and the Warlock are free casting. Nick has to trade Karma. Some signs of life here from the Golden Guardians. Corlick's mana is not healthy. They do Mortal Coil Peekaboo. They go for the Drestigath. Huge pressure. Are they going to throw in the final moments? That lingering Psychic Shell saves him. Triple Shadow Fury from Burn. Is he going to go for the Dark Soul? Peekaboo stunned up. Spearling Totem just in the nick of time from Absturge. There's the full blind on the Avenging Wrath. Nice punish by Peekaboo. He vanishes for the sap, finds the sap. This is where I'm wondering, is Corlick in a Divine Shield? I mean, surely he has to. He breaks the blind sap. He gets the sacrifice. That's exactly what Golden Guardians wanted. Now without Divine Shield, they may be able to push forward on the next assault, but they're on the defensive until that point. WizK is getting absolutely torn apart. Touch of Death has to be dispersed. Absturge is getting feared on his ascendants. Peekaboo's desperate. He drops a smoke bomb defensively to line of sight the Warlock from his team as Golden Guardians retreat and try and reset. Burn still sits on that Dark Soul. Now Peekaboo has no trinket. I mean, if he gets leg swept, Burn pops Dark Soul, that's a dead Peekaboo.
Yeah, I mean, he had to trinket. He had to trinket during his blind, get out of the grapple weapon so he could land the sap, and now he's very susceptible to these stun setups. Corlick charging in, landing the Hammer of Justice, but unfortunately Nick and Burn weren't really there to follow it up. Peekaboo going to be trying to get out of line of sight, using that sprint to basically give him suppression from snares. Now completely behind the pillar, looking relatively safe. Peekaboo is looking for a re-stealth. And I mean, neither one of these teams can be feeling too confident about this situation. I really feel like it's just going to come down to little outplays at this point. Corlick trying to get out of combat, but at this point, Golden Guardians, they realize, hey, we can't let him do that. And the best way to stop those drinks is going to be by just putting out as much pressure as possible. But Corlick is still sitting down. He recovers a ton of mana. And in the meantime, Peekaboo actually going down in this exchange. It will be the Vitality Conduit from Absturge that does keep him alive. Nice mind control on Burn as well as he rots down. Nice setup here. Burn gets the Mortal Coil. Peekaboo in some trouble. WizK saves him with that life grip. Does bring him to safety. Peekaboo immediately shadow steps back in. But now with basically no mobility, he's going to be feeling a little bit scared in the midfield. Burn getting caught actually in a Blessing and Protection that frees him. And now Peekaboo is going to be eating a few Chaos Bolt. One lands actually into a Grounding Totem. Nice denial there by Absturge. But at 51% dampening, this is going to start being a real struggle for both of these healers.
This blind sap has to win the game, I feel like, for Golden Guardians. Burn is just going to gate away from the fight. Peekaboo's sapping 3 times while WizK carries the damage. Then opens up on Burn with the Dressigath Garrote. They need to take Burn down in this push, but now Peekaboo's grapple weapon. Does he risk trinketing it and getting stunned and died? He's not going to risk the trinket, but his damage was reduced so significantly. Can he push Burn over here? 50% health remaining, 54% dampening. Nick is tearing in on WizK. A bit of a race between Nick and Peekaboo. Which melee can carry the team? Double leg sweep out from Nick. Burn is now free to cast Cataclysm, immolate onto everybody. Corlic's Avenging Wrath comes up in 2 seconds. He's a Divine Shield in 16. Everybody's dying on the Golden Guardians. Peekaboo cloaks the evasions at very low health. He needs to face Nick, but he wants to attack the Warlock at the same time. Very difficult task. Absurge looks for a cheeky Hex, doesn't find it. Corlic's Avenging Wrath. He needs to power Burn back to full health with this. Can he get Burn back to full? He mind controls him on the Avenging Wrath. Peekaboo's on the run. Everybody's dying. They've got Spirit Link Totem left to stabilize. The resources are so limited, but this time around, Charlotte Phoenix have way more mana than last time. Can Golden Guardians overcome that deficit?
Ooh, Peekaboo with a feint that avoids a lot of Nick's damage. Nick has to be careful. Dressigath lands. Peekaboo, he could just fall. There's too much damage. Smoke Bomb drops out, and that's going to prevent Burn from getting any casts off. WizK right now caught into a Mortal Coil, as it looks like Burn and Nick, they're completely confident to just push in. Hammer of Justice on Absurge. He's got no trinket. Stun on WizK. He's got no defensive cooldowns. Can they take him down? Absurge trying to keep them alive desperately. But can he? The rest of Shaman at 62% dampening. What is he going to be able to get done? WizK looks like he's ultimately just going to fall to the pressure, and he does. Charlotte Phoenix, they hold on. I mean, that was a really close game. There was opportunities for both teams, but it just seems like the more we see this one play out, I feel like Charlotte Phoenix, they're getting more and more comfortable. The way Golden Guardians have to win this match, it's possible, but it just does not seem favorable at all.
Yeah, I think that a really important thing to keep in mind as well with this one, and correct me if you feel differently than Rookie, but I feel like this game feels a lot more like what we expected the games to feel like. Some kind of crazy things go down in both Game 1 and Game 2, and now I feel like this is much more par for the course.
Yeah, I mean, this played out about as standard as it can. Corlic was able to hold on to his mana. He recovered his mana via drinking at like basically the perfect time in the game. He wasn't able to completely reset it, but getting it nice and healthy and dampening, he just had a lot more gas to basically work with. Absurge was completely tapped out, and the amount of damage was just too overwhelming for them. The defense from the Charlotte Phoenix is just really powerful. It's difficult for the move to actually find plays. It just seems like if they don't get a lot of cooldowns with the blind sap, then there's just not many opportunities for them to actually win.
Yeah, and Burn, I believe he's actually doing one of the strategies that you've used in the past, and that's saving a defensive cooldown for the next game, right? And he really can. I don't think I saw him press his Dark Soul very often. He does it like the very final moments of the matchup, after we already see WizK down. But I do want to ask Supatis, you were talking about all these different opportunities to drink, and you were calling it out from the very beginning, just like, I want to see Corlic drink here. I know it would only be for 15% mana. I want to see Corlic drink here. So throughout the entirety of the matchup, are you just like continually looking for Corlic to get away for drinks?
I mean, yeah, because the Golden Guardians need to run away or they'll die. And then if they try to not run away to stop drink, they die. If they run away and don't stop drink, they die later. So you just put them in a checkmate position when you just consistently go back and reset and drink. What I'm wondering is if Relentless is right for Corlic, because it seems like the blind sap is the only time where the Golden Guardians can even build any momentum. And if he just Gladiator's medallions every single blind, I mean, then it's stun fear, but the priest has to get to the paladin. That's not happening with a Windwalker and a Destro Lock. So I think he could get some value to just switching to the Gliders. I think that they could even make it more challenging for the Golden Guardians to win.
Very good point. Let's actually see what Zico wants to cover with us right now, and see if there are any tweaks that can come out on either side, Zico.
Yes. I think there's some truth to what Sid is saying, but I think the Relentless has been working for them. Regardless, this is kind of a moment in the game where Peekaboo, he gets stunned up. There's a paralyze on the Absurge. There's a big kind of setup happening, and Peekaboo doesn't trinket. And I kind of want to highlight why he doesn't trinket, even though he's basically dead here. and kind of what their offensive game plan is. So he gets stun locked. He's holding onto his trinket, barely survives, overlaps a couple of cooldowns with Absturge. Then he goes for that blind play, and when he blinds, he actually gets disarmed. And if you guys noticed it, every time Peekaboo was going for these blinds, he would always blind the healer, then run around the pillar, and then stealth, and then sap. That's to give Whiskey's dots more time to tick, and also to line of sight the range disarm that the Windwalker has. And when he doesn't have his trinket, he just blinds and then instantly vanishes and sits in stealth. That is because of this, and the reason why he's holding on to his trinket as well is because of he has to hold on to it for that blind. And similarly, towards the ending of the game, they actually did force out the bubble and the sack here. So that means on the next blind, they did have kill pressure. They got the a blind into a sap, into a fear, I think, and there was one overlap between Peekaboo and Whiskey, which ultimately led to them not getting a kill. But this is kind of what sets it all up, and they have to play, very heads up. If Peekaboo is forced to trinket defensively, then their blind go is going to be wasted, and they're going to have no pressure for the next 2, 3, 4 minutes.
All right, and now with that, let's turn our head to Ashmane's Fall. This could be the last one in the series. So Zico,
Wait, did you say Ashmane's Fall?
Yeah.
Do Golden Guardians just want this to be over?
I mean,
Well, they picked Charlotte Phoenix's next best map and didn't change their comp.
Do you guys feel the same way as Sid does? Do you guys feel like Ashmane's Fall is just a map that's really going to favor Charlotte Phoenix, Zico?
No. Yes, I would say so normally because Corley could just sneak away and drink forever. But I think what the Golden Guardians is going to do here is I'm almost positive we're going to see more offensive gearing. I don't want to see Peekaboo with Versa gear. And I know I'm probably in the minority here, but they had no kill pressure. They couldn't kill. Mm-hmm. They got blind, sap, smoke bomb, cheap shot, fear, silence, and the team had no cooldowns and they couldn't kill. That means they need more damage. Even if they lived to 60% dampening, they still lost, right?
Yep.
So I'm of that opinion. And people can disagree with that if they want, but I think we're going to see a full gush Peekaboo this game. And I think the good thing about this map is that it's going to allow them to survive because they need 40-50% dampening to actually kill somebody on the side of Golden Guardians. And as long as Abster is 30-40% mana at that point in the game, I think they have enough gas in the tank and enough damage to actually get a win.
All right, well, let's see if that Gushing Wounds play is the line that Peekaboo goes for.
It is.
Oh, man. Any gushers in the chat? It's time to see if that's going to be enough to actually create the pressure that is needed. Charlotte Phoenix trying to close this out, even if the Gushing Wounds are equipped on Peekaboo.
I mean, you just need the damage, right? When you bring it to that point in the game, I feel like Golden Guardians, they're just going to be happy to just sit back and try to just delay it for as long as possible. It is in the favor of Nick, Burn, and Corlick to kind of push the pace, make Absurge, Peekaboo, and WizK burn through defensive cooldowns early on, so it's going to be a lot of running and hiding from the team of Golden Guardians. Charlotte Phoenix early on can really afford to play aggressive, and that's what I want to see from them because they do have that early game lead.
Yep, Golden Guardians turtle all day right now. Looks like they're not going to be starting the fight just yet. Peekaboo is just stalling at the moment with those Fan of Knives. Snaring the whole team with the Crippling Poison. Looking to try and reset. Might be a problem for one of the players in the Golden Guardians, but the gates have opened, so if Charlotte Phoenix decide to end this, they will take the series. Looks like they're opting to wait at the moment, but it's not really in their best interest to wait, I don't think. Maybe they're afraid. I mean, maybe they think Golden Guardians are setting up a trap for them on the pillar here. But they're poking away at WizK, trying to feel out where they want to go. Peekaboo is just jumping and waiting. WizK's trying to reset on the opposite side. And yeah, both teams opting to wait at this point. Would be a little bit disappointing if there was a problem.
Definitely.
But if I'm Charlotte Phoenix, I feel like I just take this. I mean, maybe that makes me sound like a mean person, but...
I don't know. It just depends. I mean, this is just one of those matchups. It's probably going to go to later on in dampening anyways, so you're just kind of chilling out to the point the game was going to get to anyways. But I mean, we could just talk about Peekaboo's gearing a little bit more in this matchup. I'm curious to see if WizK has opted to take any risks in his gearing as well. Looks like he's going to be playing a little bit of haste, a little bit of versatility, and I think it just makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, Golden Guardians is basically a sweet spot where they can win the game. It's around 50% dampening. If they get too late, then it feels like they can just get overwhelmed and swarmed, and Absterge has a really difficult time recovering and kind of dealing with the pressure. So Peekaboo, although it's risky for him to play all those gushing wounds, he needs to be able to close out the game at 40-50% dampening, and if he can't, then there's just a problem, and his gearing just doesn't have enough damage, Sid.
All right. Well, Charlotte Phoenix look like they're just going to chill and wait. It's not going to be... It's honestly not to their benefit. The longer they wait, the more mana Absterge has in dampening. It's definitely not to their benefit. This is also, I would argue, their second best map. So if they end up losing because they're waiting, and we're going to wait and see.
Copy.
Looks like, well, we're going to see what happens here. We might be getting into a new game, and it looks like that is what is probably gonna happen.
So we are. I just wanted to, before I jumped in and said anything, make 100% sure, knew what was going on. There was an issue in that game, so they are going to be remaking that game. Everything will remain the same as far as compositions and Ashmane's Fall are concerned, and then we'll get in and we will see game number 4 in just a few short seconds here. But with that brief glimpse into the future that we did receive, Zico, is there anything that you do want to say?
No, I think this is smart stuff from Golden Guardians. They've realized their win condition is don't have Absterge spend too much mana, make it to 40-ish% dampening, play far back, and play with gushing. And if they have enough damage during their blind attempts, that's what's going to allow them to win. The problem is this was, supposed to be a little bit of a surprise, I think, and now unfortunately, that surprise factor is still kind of gone, but I don't think it matters too much. It's going to be all about execution here on the side of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, that was kind of the question I was going to ask. I mean, obviously this is something that's like out of control when errors like this do happen, but how much of it is surprise factor when you go for a build like this, Fenriky?
The gushing wounds?
Yeah.
I just don't think it really... It doesn't change the game plan of Charlotte Phoenix, I don't think. I mean, sure, it's a little bit of extra damage. If anything, it just allows them to find those one-shots earlier on in the game, like we saw in game number 1, where, the big dressed lands. Peekaboo's inherently taking, 10% more damage, and maybe even more than that out or in stuns. So it's a lot of damage available for the Charlotte Phoenix. They can really catch Peekaboo off guard, and that's where we really have to see. I mean, if they're going to be playing these kind of risky corruptions, which I think they have to do an excellent job defensive. They're going to have to read situations in the future, not let themselves get too low and overextend like we saw in the Grand, because one big dressed, the game is just absolutely over. But I don't think, Charlotte Phoenix knowing he's going to be playing Gushing Wounds really impacts, their decision-making all that much.
Okay.
Would they actually be allowed to swap to different talents and swap to different corruptions based off of that? I mean, I'm not saying they would, but...
I think it has to be the same on a remake.
Yeah, I'm under the understanding that it needs to be completely the same, but I will double check when we jump into this game and make sure that I can answer that 100% sure. But we are jumping back into the game now. Remake commencing. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix leading by 2. Golden Guardians looking to extend this series all the way to a game 5. If they can't do that here, they will drop down to play against Method Orange.
Well, Charlotte Phoenix want to make sure that they beat their opponents. A free win is not going to be enough for them here in this series. Perhaps they'll regret it. I mean, Golden Guardians are one of those teams, when you back them into a corner, you really don't want to play with them in that position. And they've got their backs in a corner right now. They're on match point. If they lose, they'll be going down to the lower brackets. Will this one comp team be able to pull off a miracle? We'll find out. The gates have opened.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. It looked like in the last game, Golden Guardians were willing to just kind of sit back and delay the game until dampening, but I think that might have just been chalked up to, them having some technical difficulties. So looks like they are going to be pushing the pace a little bit, moving in, opening up onto Nick. Corlick positioning very far away, as Abster just taken more of an offensive positioning at the pillar, and that shows to me that Golden Guardians are looking for a setup here if they can find it. I kind of wonder, do you think there's any potential for Golden Guardians to be playing around with spike trinkets in this matchup?
Ready to purge that divine favor here potentially. He purges it, doesn't get it in time, unfortunately, to land that win shear. Upsturge almost making a clutch offensive play there for his team. Corlic still taking a decent amount of damage, though might need to use his wings. He gates into a double fear right there. WizK trying to put the team on his back. Burn now calling in the Infernos, trying to fear Peekaboo, but Upsturge is there, backing him up with the wind shear. Corlic now dispelling a VT, getting caught up, and Peekaboo's trying to make his way there. There it is, Shadow Step Kidney. This could be a big cooldown. Every man for himself, forced out there from Corlic, but that was the smoke bomb of Peekaboo. Nick still rotting to the pressure. And WizK has a silence, and he's going to go ahead and activate it. There's the tank trinket coming out of Nick as well. So pretty decent push here for the Golden Guardians, and now they don't have blind, so expect Peekaboo to just go out, kidney somebody, and then run back to the pillar, hit whoever is, you know, going behind there. In this case, it's gonna be Nick. Line of sight burn, get your bleeds up on both of them, and just try to conserve Upsturge's mana. And anytime they have those blind goes, that's when they're gonna look a little bit before that, bleed somebody up, dot somebody up, and then try to get that big setup again.
All right, they're in the poke phase at the moment here, waiting for that blind, 30 seconds away. I like the aggression onto Corlic. That can be a way for them to get through the Divine Shield and then win with the blind later on. Only 2 minutes in, and Golden Guardians are showing some new strategy adaptations. Mortal Coil from Burn, instantly dispelled by Upsturge, but now they're stacked up for a double leg sweep. WizK on the run, fading. Also fading towards Corlic for a fear. They're going to set up on Corlic out of the Psychic Scream. Doesn't look like they are at the moment. Peekaboo still feared off into the distance off screen. Now finally getting on to Corlic. Kidney shot. Activates his wall, reduces a lot of damage. Burn gates back to assist. Peekaboo is grapple weaponed. WizK takes a beating for going after Corlic, though, from Nick. Upsturge looks to recover. Drops the grounding totem, so he doesn't need to worry about being spell locked to try and get a healing wave. Now going for the Ancestral Grace as well. A lot of heals. Burn down to half. This is the blind sap. They time it perfectly on the Avenging Wrath. This is the moment where they need to try and get Unending Resolve from the Warlock. Do they have enough damage to push through for it? They hex out of the sap, but not enough damage to do so. Instead, mixing it up, stunning Corlic at the end of the blind sap, really trying to make sure that he gets no value from the Avenging Wrath. He literally didn't get a single heal with it. Regardless, his team is still healthy, and Dark Soul is available, and the Golden Guardians need to be wary of that threat at all times until Burn activates it.
Peekaboo caught into a stun with the Shadow Fear on Upsturge. Big burst damage potential here, but Nick, who's on WizK, unable to take full advantage of that opportunity. The DR leg sweep coming in. Bit of a misplay there, but with the Infernal Stun, they have enough damage, enough stuns to force out not only the Feint, but also the Cloak of Shadows. So they get a lot of those defensive cooldowns out of the way. Charlotte, Phoenix, Golden Guardians basically just trading blows at this point. I mean, this is a best-of-5 series, and we do see the Charlotte Phoenix, they're up 2-1 right now. So for the Golden Guardians, if they want to avoid going down to the lower bracket and playing against Method Orange, you definitely need to be coming back in the series. Yeah, I mean, if they can help it. I mean, Peekaboo was unable to take anyone down in the last game with his versatility build, so he switched up. He's going to be going for that Gushing Wounds Corruption once again to empower his damage, and hopefully that's enough for the Golden Guardians to actually, you know, put another point on the board. Otherwise, Charlotte Phoenix, I mean, they've been looking really good. Their burst damage is strong, their defense is great, and it just seems like the composition they have is more than capable of taking down this RPS of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, so far there's no real pressure here for the Golden Guardians. Nick gonna get topped up there by a big heal from Corlic with that Avenging Wrath. Nice grip there by WizK. Gonna pull his team back to the pillar. Nick once again getting aggressive behind there. Nice leg sweep. Gonna force out the dispersion there from WizK. They're gonna have the Dark Soul on Burn as well. Look to set up with, and they get a nice hex here onto Corlic. This could be what the Golden Guardians need to start getting that pressure rolling. I don't think they have any follow-up CC there though, and Corlic still has that wings active, so should be able to keep his team completely fine in this situation. Once again, Nick, every time he overextends behind that pillar, you're going to see him try to use that Fist of Fury. It's going to give him 100% dodge or parry on his incoming attack. So he's going to try to use that to avoid getting kidney shot by Peekaboo. But right now, he is taking a little bit of damage, activating his tank trinket. And I think Burn wants to use his Dark Soul very, very soon here, and he is gonna try to get some interrupts used. Gonna get kicked right there, gates to safety, and as soon as he pulls that trigger, it should be big cooldowns forced from WizK if they can get a good setup there.
All right, let's see if they can get that moment of opportunity. Peekaboo pushing forward, smoke bomb, but no stun. Okay, they're not going to have the smoke bomb threat anymore. They go for the blind. Peekaboo is feared. He really needs to land a sap. He gets the sap. Nick pre-Fort Bruise. Burns is casting Chaos Bolts. Peekaboo moves in, goes after Burn, but they make it through blind sap. And this time Corlick smartly held on to the Avenging Wrath for after it, rather than being crowd controlled on his bonus healing. So he's going to have a lot of throughput right now. It's going to be difficult to kill anyone. Absurd drops his Earthen Wall Totem for WizK and himself as Golden Guardians go back to the pillar. They need to get to that 50% dampening stage where they can really start to make anything happen. They managed to pull the Lingering Psychic Shell from Nick here on that push. At least one cooldown out of the way, but that's a 1 minute cooldown ice block, so it's not really the greatest. They'd like to get a Karma or a Diffuse Magic, but that's just one layer of defense they need to work their way through. Double Mortal Coil from Burn. They life grip Peekaboo back to the pillar. Corlick really wanted to hammer down on Peekaboo, but now they're stacked up for a triple leg sweep. Nick is going to tear in here. Paralyze on Absurge out of the stun. Corlick in position to lay down some big judgments as well. Corlick gets silenced. This is where the Relentless does get its value. I mean, that silence is 2 seconds long. So they really can't win outside of the blind window. Absurge moves in for a Hex. Power play by him, but his team just doesn't have the damage to back it up.
Yeah, I mean, it just really is a struggle for them at this point of the game. I mean, 15% dampening. Charlotte Phoenix still holding on strong. Corlick full mana. Absurge down to around 50%, but the one good thing for the Golden Guardians is we have seen Absurge on the Shaman hold on to that mana for quite some time. Now Peekaboo looking for a Kidney Shot. Eats one Chaos Bolt, looking for some damage on Nick, but he's not going to be taking a whole bunch of damage in that setup. Mind Control coming in from WizK as well. Just looking to slow down Burn. Vitality Conduit from Absurge. Peekaboo should stay alive, but as we march deeper and deeper into dampening, at this point, I mean, Charlotte Phoenix, they've been getting the better end of these exchanges. It just feels like Golden Guardians, they don't really have too big of a win condition outside of blind, so basically just waiting for Peekaboo right now. Once he uses the blind, the Vanish Sap, that's the opportunity for the Golden Guardians to really try to make a play.
Yeah, ooh, Peekaboo, big damage there. WizK had to use that Void Shift, and that was Absurge's trinket as well. Big defensive overlap there for the Golden Guardians. They need to make it deeper into dampening, but overlaps like that is going to make it tricky for them. Peekaboo using his tank trinket right there, getting feared. He has a feint active. Nick is going to dig into him now, reaching his target, rooting him up here. Burn looking to lob out a Chaos Bolt, but Peekaboo actually going for the blind play, and you can see him already getting into position, trying to dodge that disarm there from Nick, and now he's going to get back onto his target. Garou comes out. Nick has his Touch of Karma. Any follow-up CC? I think they have a silence here from WizK. He's going to activate it, and they get a Kidney Shot here onto Nick, but Nick's HP is just going up in that stun. I think that's because of that Conflict and Strife versatility stacking right there, proving to be very effective. And Absurge now actually rotting down here as well to the Destro Warlock pressure, and Burn has still not used his Dark Soul here, so if they want to, they could set up a big go here. Peekaboo's still taking a lot of damage, and honestly, on the side of Golden Guardians, they just have the Spirit Link, and that is pretty much it in terms of defense. So if Nick gets another big leg sweep like that, that could just close out the game here.
All right, let's see if they can. Nick gets intercepted with a Kidney Shot, but after that, he is going to rampage, charging immediately onto WizK. WizK's out in midfield. Peekaboo backs him up with a Shadow Step kick, tries to retreat before the hammer, but it gets laid down. Burn in line of sight to get some Chaos Bolts in the near future. Looks for a Fear instead. Can't find the Chaos Bolt. Absurge, Peekaboo, WizK duck for cover, but a Windwalker Monk hitting 3 targets, that's a lot of damage. They stun up Nick here on his Storm, Earth, and Fire, stopping a lot of pressure. Burn goes for a triple Shadow Fury. Doesn't land the Cataclysm. That would have been some high value there. But they got Immolate applied to the entire team. Corlick's maintaining his mana. They have Golden Guardians in the chokehold. Golden Guardians are backed into a corner. Can they manage to make it out alive? Absurge is now interrupted. Burn, I mean, he's sitting on this Dark Soul for so long. He just wants it to always be a threat. So if the Golden Guardians even think about making a move, Burn will activate that and just delete somebody. It's a very patient, slow, methodical style, but if it works, it works.
We've seen it from players in the past. I mean, I recall watching Raikou not use his Icy Veins until like 30-40% dampening in some games. And I mean, if your win condition is to just, you know, keep them at the pillar, slowly but surely whittle them down. It kind of makes sense. I mean, if Burn, if he uses his Dark Soul, all they're going to do is run away. It's much better to wait for them to actually commit, and then you can use those offensive cooldowns. Drop a weapon now on Peekaboo. Burn looking for some damage once again. I wouldn't mind it here. Like, when they go for the Blind Sap, this is an opportunity for them to use the Dark Soul to really try to force Golden Guardians back at the pillar, not allow them to capitalize on the Blind Sap. And I mean, even with that major CC chain, I mean, Peekaboo, he commits the Vanish, the Blind, his Trinket. They don't get anything. I mean, literally, Charlotte Phoenix used no defensive cooldowns whatsoever during that exchange, even at 35% dampening. And I mean, Charlotte Phoenix, they're not taking risks, which I think is exactly what they need to do. Nick's in a kidney shot, but look at Korlik's positioning. He's very far away. He's able to get out the Holy Lights, and I think without crowd control on Korlik, I just don't see how they can actually take someone down.
Right now, they need to just focus on surviving. Abster's in a full spell lock. Nick is going for the leg sweep. There's a Hammer of Justice. Abster's trinketing out the nice Ring of Peace. He's going to knock Peekaboo right out of that edge there for that Spirit Link. And he's just going to go down as a result of it. Nick really doing a big push there for his team. Really good game.
Was just able to take this series as well, Zico, because they've just set up for a matchup that we have seen on the BlizzCon main stage for the grand final. It was a few years back, but now we do know that the Golden Guardians are going to be playing against Method Orange. So how did Charlotte Phoenix manage to set that matchup?
Well, I think they played into, they didn't play into the win condition of the Golden Guardians. When they played behind the pillar there, it's very easy to just call for your whole team to kind of just go on top of the enemy team and just stay there. But that's exactly what the Golden Guardian wants. They want you to be on the pillar, bleed you, get the dots out, and then just run around the pillar and kind of kite you a bit. That's how they get a lot of their pressure. But instead, you had Korlik just staying far back, trying to just effectively trade with his team every time he got blinded, and just never really giving up any key defensives and going for drinks every time they ran away. And when they do that, all of a sudden it becomes much more difficult. And also Nick, I think, played a really good game because he's kind of the tank of the team. He has to go in and actually risk it, but he can also just get one-shotted. So I think it was a pretty good team effort.
Now let's talk about our champions just a little bit more in this series. When Charlotte Phoenix does actually go up against Cloud9, Venruki, what are you expecting to see?
It seems like their comfort pick, it really is the Warlock Paladin. So I think we could see Warlock Paladin Rogue. We could see Warlock Paladin Mistweaver or Warrior potentially. But I think it's likely we see some sort of variant of Warlock Destro Warlock Paladin, and some sort of melee. If not, maybe we actually see Jamili come in on the Fire Mage. I mean, potentially they go for that Wizard Mirror. I mean, that would kind of speak volumes. I mean, could you imagine a world where we see Charlotte Phoenix lock in the Mage Warlock and actually play a mirror match against Cloud9 if they win? What that would mean for this team, that would be pretty cool.
It'd be pretty wild to see that. Now, of course, that is a little ways off. We're setting the stage for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to see EU and NA, the top 4 teams from each. But to get to the top 4 of NA, we need to see 2 more elimination series, which will be coming up very shortly. And we can actually start to discuss who is left, who is going to be playing for elimination. We already kind of alluded to the one matchup that is going to happen, and that is going to be Method Orange playing against the Golden Guardians. But let's actually talk, Zico, as well about the other 2 teams that are left in the lower side of our bracket.
Space Station Gaming and M2KC. This is a repeat of last week, I do believe. And M2KC was the team. I'm pretty sure they knocked out the Space Station Gaming, right? Last week.
Under the name Kawaii, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, under the name Kawaii. So this is going to be a rematch of what we saw, and that was, I think, the most surprising result out of the entire last weekend, in my opinion. At least in NA, that was, I think, the biggest upset. So we'll see if Space Station Gaming maybe, figured out what they want to do in that matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those ones where we start to ask the questions, are we going to see a repeat of what we did see? Are we going to see teams actually evolve and find different strategies? We are going to be hopping to a quick break to give the teams a few seconds to get ready, but when we return, we are going to see 2 elimination series. Space Station Gaming versus M2KC is up right after this.
control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's gonna fall, Battlemaster's gonna fall, bomb drops, kidney shot on Blizzo, massive damage, and Method Black does it! Big takedown!
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Space Station Gaming versus the Mew Mew Kitty Cats. This one's going to be for elimination, and to cover all the action, we got Zico, Supatees, and Venruki. We already started to talk about this one quite a bit, but before we fully dive in, I would like to, for the first time today, because I am very curious about this one, we've already seen the matchup happen in the past. Zico, who do you think's coming out on top?
I don't know. I feel like the Kitty Cats, they've been looking really good. I think they're gonna take it with their Windwalker Mage. I think their Windwalker Fire Mage is gonna delete Thug, unless we see Thug maybe coming on a Demon Hunter.
Okay, yeah, see, the main reason I wanted to hear a prediction was because I feel like I kind of expected you to answer in that way. It does seem relatively up in the air, even though we've already seen this series, right? Like, this is a series that we did see last week. Then, do you feel like there are quite a few questions up in the air, whether we're going to see that history repeat, or if we're going to see a different result this time around?
I mean, I've been saying it all day long. I just feel like any one of these teams is capable of beating each other. M2KC, they've been looking really, really good with the Mage, Windwalker, Paladin, Space Station Gaming. I mean, the boys, they have a phenomenal track record. In fact, I feel like the only team that really gives them a hard time is Cloud9. Looking into the blind pick, this is an interesting one for sure. It looks like actually, this is something a lot of the North American healers have actually kind of practiced and prepared, is the Holy Paladin. I mean, even Sidu, he's been playing it quite a bit. Garek, you can see locking it in blind, this Holy Paladin. Definitely teams are starting to utilize and implement it, and I think Space Station Gaming, they have a great blind pick here for M2KC, and I think this could go very well for them.
All right, well, we're about to get this one underway. This is the blind pick on the Grand Arena. Ven already mentioned these compositions are probably not what you expected to see. Let's jump in and see who's able to take the first game.
I love when the teams like pick a mount to all use. Like you see the motorcycles on Space Station Gaming, all running together as a triple motorcycle, and then you got Cloud9, they do the triple frogs, and then you got the crabs for Method Orange, they're all running crabs. I think M2KC, they're all running Spectral Tigers. It fits in their theme, you know, for Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
Yeah,
I like that little extra effort, you know?
Just that little bit of coordination. Speaking of that, there was a little bit of a coordination failure in starting that game up, so we are going to actually be remaking it very quickly. But now you have seen the composition, so Zico, we can talk about them just a little bit. What do you think of the picks that these teams did actually choose for this matchup?
I really like what Space Station Gaming are doing here, bringing in the Paladin. I think last week they had some issues in the healer department, so going to the Paladin just gonna give you a nice safe way of kind of living all of those one-shot all-ins that are gonna be happening. But with that said, I feel like I would still give the composition here to M2KC, just because I feel like the Fire Mage is less likely to die than the Warlock. We get deep to dampening and Surround gets a good combust off. I feel like that's more likely to get a kill than Thug like getting a big Chaos Bolt off, just because there's so much disruption on the side of the Kitty Cats.
All right, now let's see how it does play out. We got the matchup all ready to go. Mew Mew Kitty Cats for Space Station Gaming.
I feel like Brain is like, he's stepping up as a Paladin in the region so far in the AWC. And seeing Gareki go head-to-head now on Paladin versus Paladin is going to be very entertaining to watch. The only difference really here is the Fire Mage and the Destruction Warlock. Which one will reign supreme in the lower bracket elimination series? Game number 1 is underway.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, Zico kind of thinks that it's going to lean more in favor of Cerealium. I'm curious to see what build Cerealium's playing, if he is playing for that Omega Combust, because I think it would be a good decision here. I mean, Chun-Li, Thugonomics, Goreki, they don't really have offensive dispel, so anytime you have that Memory of Lucid Dreams, you know, with the bracers, you're going to be able to put out a lot of damage. But it looks like he is going to be going with the Breath of the Dying, so a bit more standard, just going to be looking for the fireballs, consistent combustions, maybe not super combust, but it will do good burst. And so far, it does seem like M2KC has a little bit of a pressure lead.
All right, good pressure so far. Cerealium gets bursted. Thugonomics gets blasted back. Immortal Coils to deflect. Repentance. Cerealium takes a huge hit, though. Blinking around the corner. Ring of Peace into the wall by Chun-Li. Chun-Li going to be able to do whatever he wants. Drake and Thugonomics one-on-one in center field. Chun-Li rolls back to support. Going after Drake with a Fist of Fury. Fortifying Brew from Drake going to soak the hit. Crackling Jade Lightning to knock Chun-Li away. This is going to be a very entertaining fight, watching Chun and Drake battle for Windwalker supremacy. Cerealium and Thugonomics battle for what is the better wizard, mage, or warlock. And then Goreki and Brain going head-to-head on those paladins. So far taking stock of the cooldowns initially. No significant damage, but they do push forward onto Cerealium here. Nice setup, double stun lock. Paralyze out. Cerealium blazing barriers, blinks back. Brain pops that Divine Favor, clutches out a heal. Good trades back and forth so far. Mortal Coils out for Thugonomics, dispelled instantly. Polymorphs onto Chun-Li. Cerealium trying to stall. Brain crossing center field. Moving in to go after Goreki. A Paladin swap initiated by M2KC. Goreki repositions with the Demonic Gateway, but Drake chases after him. Ring of Pieces the Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. But now he's in a fear. Chun rolls back. Big Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. Drake instantly Touch of Karmas. Redirecting the damage back onto Thugonomics. Good reaction to the Dark Soul. They thwart off the Thugonomics threat for now.
Yep, I mean, it's a good offensive push. Unfortunately, they didn't get too much. They did get the trinket from Goreki, but they're going to have to try to make another offensive push. And I mean, they could definitely do that. It was well coordinated. Cerealium had the counterspell to deny fears from Thugonomics. There was a triple assault coming in from M2KC. Goreki luckily had the gateway. Thugonomics tried to reverse the pressure as well with the Dark Soul. Managed to get the Touch of Karma, but I mean, all very standard plays. I'd have to say, in that exchange, M2KC did come out a little bit ahead. Cerealium going to be, playing it by the pillar, trying to just survive Chun-Li, looking for polymorphs, looking for the Dragon's Breath to slow down Chun-Li's damage for as long as possible. And basically, M2KC, they're going to be waiting for those big burst windows. Space Station Gaming, they have a little bit of an edge during the downtime, but I mean, if M2KC plays it safe enough, it's going to be really difficult for Space Station Gaming to actually push through and secure a win.
Cerealium's last series was just that against Easy Money. Just posted up at the pillar, going for Combustion Burst with Paralyze and just playing it patiently. It appears to be the same strategy utilized by M2KC here against Space Station Gaming. Big Chaos Bolt's lobbed in here towards Cerealium. Brain immediately picks him back up though. Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, not finding it. They actually swap targets. They're going after Goreki again. Can they take him down in the Hammer of Justice? He dips to half, but with Avenging Wrath, should easily recover. Cerealium blinks, but now into line of sight of Thugonomics. Ring of Peace gets dropped on Cerealium to protect him from Chun-Li. Chun-Li cannot get through that defense for now, but as soon as it subsides, he Flying Serpent kicks over, but into a Polymorph. Goreki dispelling that as soon as possible. Interrupts Cerealium on the follow-up Polymorph. Thugonomics fearing Drake away, Chaos Bolting him. A little bit of an odd Repentance. I mean, I guess it's sitting on Drake at that point. Thugonomics gets a little bit of breathing room to Chaos Bolt into the double leg sweep. Big mistake here by Cerealium and Brain to stack up into a double Infernal stun. Big pressure out. Brain has to use the ultimate sacrifice to stabilize, and that's going to be a big lead built for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, sacrifice trades out for Brain. That will keep Cerealium alive during that big Chaos Bolt that just landed from Thugonomics. This is the Dark Soul, it's the Infernals, but just not really getting too much. The lingering Psychic Shell, Drake easily diffuses that with the Touch of Karma, so not too many defensive cooldowns are going to be exchanged out. Goreki once again forced to trade his Trinket as a big go did happen from M2KC. They're still just going after Goreki, trying to get those consistent setups so they can get the Trinket, then they can get the Divine Shield. Slowly but surely they can work through those defensives, and that's where they're going to find their win condition. Also, I mean, as the game goes on longer and longer, I feel like if we go back to the standard gameplay of Thugonomics is the main target, Cerealium's the main target, I feel like his dampening kind of ramps up here, Sid. Thugonomics is going to be more susceptible in the late game than Cerulean really is. And I mean, that's where we could see M2KC develop even more of an advantage in this matchup.
All right, Drake getting bursted. He diffused magics on such low health. This composition that Space Station Gaming had brought for their rematch against M2KC is looking powerful as they look to push Drake over the edge. Interrupting the Vivify, he holds on by a thread. Drake just needs to get this Divine Favor, but he can't make it in time. Space Station Gaming take game number 1. And it's good to see that they've got an answer this time around.
Yeah, and let's actually talk about that answer and just overall, Zico, the decisions that were made by these teams to bring these compositions. What was the thought process, in your opinion, as to why these were the locks for blind pick on the Grand Arena?
Well, I think that Space Station Gaming here, they anticipated that they're going to go into, Fire Mage Windwalker. And typically, they struggled last week. And having a Paladin over a Mistweaver is a big, big difference, because when you're doing these Paladin swaps, if you do it on a Mistweaver, he's going to die. He's going to use his everyman for himself, and then he's going to die, especially on the smaller maps. But when you have a Paladin, you're just going to have a much better, kind of cooldown trade. And I think in terms of gameplay, I think Space Station Gaming, they executed it perfectly. They were going for the Windwalker, and they were doing setups on the Mage, and then when the Mage would go behind the pillar, they would just swap to the Windwalker. Drake actually kind of made a mistake trading out his Karma just for a Chaos Bolt a little bit earlier. I think he could have just tanked it and maybe ported, try to be a little bit more defensive with it. But instead, he ended up getting caught in a bad situation. And on the other end, I feel like going for the Holy Pile, like going for Goreki, I don't think it's that good, because like Ven kind of mentioned during the cast, the big advantage that you're going to have with the Fire Mage or with the Destrolock is when the game goes later, the Fire Mage doesn't get too affected by dampening. He's still going to kite, and the Warlock Soul Leech is going to get affected a lot in dampening, like his passive self-healing essentially.
Okay. All right, headed into this next one, then Rookie, what do you expect to see happen?
I think we're going to see the same matchup, to be completely honest with you. It looks like we're going to be going to the Dalaran Sewers, and I think more so than anything, the smaller map is telling that M2KC, they want to try to go after Goreki again. It seemed like they had the most pressure early game when they were doing the setups on a Goreki, so I expect on the small map, M2KC locks in the exact same composition, and we see them look for those consistent setups on Goreki. Potentially a little bit later on in the game, if we do get to deeper in dampening, they can make setups on a Thugonomics. But yeah, I mean, this looks like a relatively even matchup. Space Station Gaming managed to find a great opportunity onto Drake, but I just don't know how repeatable that is. I feel like at a certain point in the game, Drake kind of, he used his Lingering Psychic Shell as well as a Touch of Karma. Maybe he didn't need to overlap during that moment, and then he would have actually had a defensive cooldown to, survive. So I think if Drake really does a good job defensively, I just don't see him going down again in this series.
CPTs, how do you expect Dalaran Sewers to actually affect this matchup?
I mean, Drake's going to be able to line of sight the Warlock a lot easier. Hit and runs are much easier to pull off in general. It's going to be more difficult for Thugonomics overall. I think it's a good map selection from M2KC. And I feel like they could have even lived at the end of that game. I mean, Brain had a lot of answers. It just seemed like he kind of tripped over the end of the match. Didn't want to commit the Divine Shield just yet. So I wouldn't count M2KC out just yet.
Do you think it was a trip, Zico? Do you agree with Super T's there, or do you think there's another reason that one did come to a close?
No, he had the Divine Shield. He just used it a little too late. And yeah, he wanted to basically greed it and go for just that Divine Favor. If he gets it off, then he can just save his bubble altogether. But a few micro CCs kind of made it so he has to use it. With that said, though, it's still kind of a bad situation, being forced to trade out your essentially biggest defensive that early on. We haven't even hit dampening yet, and you're already making these big trades. And I think that goes back to all the way to Drake when he used his Lingering Psychic Shell and Touch of Karma on the Chaos Bolt, and it was kind of an offensive move in my opinion. It wasn't like he was full HP. Sure, it was a Dark Soul Bolt, but I think you can tank it and just port out, or try to just Ring of Peace it. Just try to not use your biggest defensive on it, essentially. I think if they play that a little bit more careful, then...
Yeah, this matchup's definitely seeming like one that is very even, and also it's a matchup that matters quite a bit. One of these teams is going to be eliminated. The other one will make it tomorrow for Championship Sunday. We already know the 4 EU teams that are going to be there, and I did see a little bit earlier some people in the chat kind of asking what did happen yesterday, what actually did go down the EU. So Venruki, for anybody who did miss it, what 4 teams can people actually look out for to see tomorrow?
Let me open up the bracket. I kind of forgot.
We got
honest.
Method Black,
thank
Wildcard,
you.
and we got the 2 jungles, right? We got
yes.
Zuni jungle.
Thank you, Zico, for the quick little refresher on my memory. Of course, it's going to be Method Black and Wildcard Gaming. You would always expect them. And then, of course, you have the 2 jungles, which is a bit unexpected. You have Zuniaki, who's been playing a lot of Mistweaver Monk. Still in the upper bracket, they're going to be going head-to-head against Wildcard Gaming. And we'll see if the Jungle Cleave with the Mistweaver Monk can actually make it to the grand finals. I think that would be absolutely spectacular. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, you have a matchup which is Method Black, and then Hydra's basically Discipline Priest Jungle Cleave. So half jungles in sort of the European top 4, and then the other 2 teams you would expect, the Method Black and the Wildcard Gaming. I think most teams kind of expected to go to Method Black and Wildcard Gaming for like the final matchup, but I don't know. I think Zuniaki's team could really mix things up there.
Yeah, how on earth, Supatis, do we end up in a realm where we have 2 jungles in EU making it to top 4? What happened?
A lot of luck. No, obviously they played really well, but a little bit of luck too. Zuniaki's Mistweaver has been paying off a lot. That's really the only reason that his team has had success, is because he switched over to the Mistweaver Monk. And then Hydra has also started to pick up Mistweaver Monk, but I feel like he's just a little bit behind in terms of experience. Perhaps he does utilize it. Overall...
Actually...
Sorry?
I asked Hydra about that, because I know that he runs a Mistweaver, and he said he just didn't feel like confident busting it out against the best team in Europe.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely do need that little extra bit of confidence to just bust it out. But we are going to be headed down to Dalaran Sewers. Space Station Gaming going to be leading by 1. They want to get themselves on match point. We already do know that this series is looking very even. Are we going to see that again on Dalaran Sewers as these gates get open?
Here it is. Dalaran Sewers. These 2 teams, I mean, they're pretty evenly matched, I would say. The last time they met was last week's tournament, and it was actually M2KC who came out ahead. I didn't actually get a chance to watch that matchup, but, I mean, Space Station Gaming, maybe they're just, performing a little bit better, or maybe they've come with a new composition. Certainly off to a great start, though, here, 1-0 against M2KC, but it was a close game, and I have the feeling that if M2KC can make it to the late game, they are going to have a big edge in this matchup.
All right, let's see if they can make it to the late game. As you say, Space Station Gaming currently in the lead. If they can just take 2 more away from M2KC, they'll eliminate them from the competition. Right now, Chun-Li punishing with that double leg sweep into Hammer of Justice from Gurecki. Cerulean blinks forward, gets a polymorph. Chun-Li pre-Fort Bruise. He anticipates an attack, but I think Drake wanted to go into Thugonomics. Thugonomics just smacks him back with a Mortal Coil into Infernal Stun. Total shutdown on Drake's Assault there. They are going to go back onto Gurecki as he is pushed quite far forward. Combustion popped, but is he going to just get away with only having to use his wall? It really looks like he is going to be able to. No Divine Shield Force there, not even a Divine Favor or Avenging Wrath. Space Station Gaming are in command.
Yeah, definitely doing just a great job so far in the match. Thugonomics is trying to push forward. He's trying to get the damage rolling, but the Dark Soul basically almost completely negated. Maybe they can get something from Cerulean here. It is going to be the Hammer of Justice on Brain. Cerulean barely holding on as he uses Shimmer to reposition across the map, holding onto his Cauterize, holding onto his Ice Block, not panicking in that situation. Very, very well done. Chun-Li still pushing forward, continuing the pressure. You can see where Drake is. He's actually caught into a fear. Thugonomics looking for a swap on him. Maybe they can punish. 1 Chaos Bolt lands, 2 Chaos Bolt lands as Chun-Li rolls over to try to insist. Drake shrugs it off with his Psychic Shell, gets in line of sight of Brain, and M2KC is able to recover.
Good recovery by M2KC. Let's see if Space Station Gaming can keep up their aggression. Cerulean is very low on health. Gurecki looked like he was mounting up to cross midfield towards Brain. Cerulean going to duck off the side, but Gurecki is now in position. Hammers down, double Mortal Coil. Beautiful crowd control engagement by Space Station Gaming. They get the Cauterize from Cerulean, a very important objective. A 5-minute cooldown that will allow him to cheat death. But now we see a counterattack onto Gorecki. They're just sold on killing Gorecki right now. And anytime they even target him, all they do is get his wall. I mean, he can use that almost every time he's stunned. It's not really that big of a deal. If they continue to do this, I feel like Space Station Gaming are just going to overwhelm them.
I mean, it definitely is looking like that could be a possibility. Surrounding without that cauterize, he's super vulnerable in the match. I mean, Thugonomics, if he can just land one big Chaos Bolt, I mean, Surrounding, he gets surprised. Chun-Li once again pushing in. Surrounding, he's just getting so low, down to 10% health. Chun-Li just forcing out all this pressure by himself. Thugonomics has just been out of position. And, I mean, you can't really blame him. It's so difficult for the Destruction Warlock to chase around a Fire Mage in this matchup, but there is heavy damage coming in from Space Station Gaming. M2KC has managed to hold on as they're reversing the pressure now. The touch of death on Thugonomics. He could be in a little bit of trouble. The Ring of Peace actually knocks Drake off. Good backup there by Chun-Li. Huge hit on Thugonomics. The Drestigath lands, and oh no, what a massive one-shot coming in from M2KC. Thugonomics underreacts to the situation. That is not the first time Drake has caught someone off guard with that Drestigath. I feel like this guy, he gets more just random one-shots with Drestigath than anyone else I've seen.
Oh, man, okay, Drizzy, the sixth god, now commanding the old god. Zico, let's actually talk about how that one did come to a close.
I was just about to say, it looked like Space Station Gaming were in full control the entirety of the match. They were, they forced the cauterize, they had good pressure, and then Chun-Li got polyed behind the pillar, and I was like, okay, well, that setup is over. Then, when I saw the Ring of Peace as well, I was like, okay, well, Doug should probably be okay here. And then, boom, massive Drestigath combo from the Windwalker Drake is just going to be enough. I mean, they basically had almost every cooldown. That was just a big kind of blunder. I really feel like the small map also kind of favors the Destro Lock more than the Mage.
Yeah, so it just seemed like it's just so crazy to see how that one did actually go. But how much information, Zico, do you actually feel like we get about how this matchup is going to function in normal scenarios, even with a game like that to look at?
I feel like the way I would kind of see this matchup playing out is you have, the Mage kind of just staying back, trying to not take too much damage from the Windwalker, doing what he can, assisting his Windwalker on the Warlock when he can. And I would expect that, the Warlock in dampening just kind of dies. But the way they've been playing it has been a lot more aggressive, I would say. The Mew Mew Kitty Cats have just been going relentlessly after Gorecki. And the small maps are really good if you're going after the healer. But I feel like Gorecki literally swapped to a healer just so he could deal with that better. Or to a paladin, sorry. So he could deal with that scenario better. So I feel like they're kind of playing into what Space Station Gaming is expecting here. Unfortunately, you can still make a mistake or get caught off guard, and I think that's what happened. I think Space Station are pulling ahead though.
Yeah, Space Station potentially pulling ahead overall, but let's start to talk about what the map might look like for game number 3. Sid, what do you think is actually going to happen as far as maps are concerned?
I think we've already got it locked in. Hook Point. So it's going to be the same comps on Hook Point. Small map. It's easy to get polymorphs for the Mage. They could set up swaps too. I think it makes sense for M2KC overall. We haven't seen this game play out to the point where mana ends up being a problem. It's like Zico said, you kind of just expect deep dampening Warlock kill, but they actually just one-tapped away before that point, so there's still the threat of it. And maybe they got Space Station Gaming just off guard, like they're just consistently going after Gorecki, and they're like, okay, that's their game plan, they're going to kill Gorecki. Oh no, they've got this trinket, they can pop it, and they dropped somebody else, and they weren't expecting it. Now that they kind of get like woken up, like, oh, okay, that's, yep, Drestigath spine, yep, okay. Not going to have that happen again.
Yeah.
I think Space Station Gaming are going to be playing a lot better.
I feel like both teams think that small maps favor them. Because Space Station Gaming lock in Hook Point and Mew Mew Kitty Cats lock in Dalaran.
Yeah.
So they both want to play on small maps, but I feel like it favors Space Station Game to be on the small map.
Well, let's see how this small map actually does come into play now. Will Drestigath strike again, or will we see Space Station Gaming find match point?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to find out, and I just feel like It's to the advantage of Cerealium to be at a big pillar where he can line of sight and drag Chun-Li away from, dispels or any help from his team. And Hook Point doesn't offer that at all. So I like that Space Station Gaming did lock this in, because I think it's going to make it a lot easier for Gurecki, Chun-Li, and Thugonomics to push in that early game, get the damage rolling onto Cerealium, and really try to take him down and prevent him from, basically baiting Chun-Li into crowd control. So we'll see if they can get it done. I'm expecting a lot of damage on Cerealium once he comes out of that invisibility.
Drake running that Tiger Eye Brew, really trying to maximize his damage against high armor targets. Makes sense. You're attacking a Warlock and a Paladin mostly. But we could see swaps to Chun-Li. Currently, Cerealium just polymorphing Chun. Looking to slow down the pressure. They paralyze Gurecki. They're setting up on Thugonomics. Chun-Li denies the swap there with the Ring of Peace into a double Mortal Coil. Good teamwork between Chun-Li and Thugonomics. Now we see Space Station Gaming engage. This is a huge push over onto Cerealium, but the Temporal Shield and Divine Favor appear to be more than enough for now. Chun-Li switching like he wants to go after Brain a bit. Brain feared away. They stack up for a double leg sweep. Good punish by Drake, seeing that positioning, and they get the Gladiator's Medallion from Chun-Li. That could be an opening if they want to go after him, but Cerealium already popped his Combustion. Perhaps they're going to be lacking the damage if they want to take that route. Space Station Gaming have a lot of damage at the moment, and Brain is reluctantly holding on to that Avenging Wrath. He wants to line it up with the Dark Soul, but the longer he waits, the bigger of a gamble he takes. Double Infernal Stun into Hammer of Justice. Cerealium gets interrupted, and he has to Ice Block. Still not the Dark Soul from Thugonomics. The crowd control is still not over. They switch some damage over to Drake, stunning up with the Shadow Fury. Brain does have to ultimately pop the Avenging Wrath, but he gets feared on it. Mortal Coil into another fear on Drake. He has to Karma. Brain is now paralyzed on his big heal. They dispel it off with the Fell Hunter. Nice Devour Magic from Thugonomics. Brain needs to get some Holy Lights out here with this Avenging Wrath, but Chun-Li is on his back. He manages to recover with just Holy Shocks alone at the moment, clutching out some heals, but the damage was basically done. They got Ice Block, that one major objective, out of the way.
Yeah, but I mean, Brain still has some tools left to work with, but just pressure just seems in favor right now. Let's Space Station Gaming the entire game. I mean, Cerealium, he's just getting absolutely destroyed by Chun-Li and Thugonomics. It's really difficult for him to line of sight and get away from the fight, which is what he kind of needs to do, but they're trying to return around the damage on Thugonomics. A nice double leg sweep coming in. Gurecki gets the Vitality Conduit. That should be enough for Thugonomics to survive. A big heal incoming, tops him off with the Avenging Wrath. And now it's going to be Cerealium on the back foot once again. He gets the freedom, trying to kite away. Can he do it? That really is the question. I mean, when Gurecki has the Hammer of Justice available, that's when they get the crowd control. Brain now into a full Hammer of Justice. Cerealium gets caught into a Mortal Coil, into a Spell Lock, but with good line of sight, good heals coming in from Brain. With the Vitality Conduit, I do believe Cerealium is able to hold on, despite a nice attempt there by Space Station Gaming. But I just said I feel like it's just a matter of time before these consistent setups coming in from Space Station Gaming are going to be enough. I mean, Brain right now, he is in some trouble. Into a full leg sweep. Does Chun-Li have the damage to take him down? Gurecki trying to get in position to potentially help him out. Dispel Chun-Li from the Polymorphs to continue this aggressive push onto Brain.
Both teams equalize. Avenging Wrath gets feared. Nice fear timing by Thugonomics, but he's still kind of on the back foot. Gurecki struggling a tad to keep him up. Double Mortal Coil paralyzed. Love that combo between Chun-Li and Thugonomics. Into the Hammer of Justice, but Cerealium already had Temporal Shield active. Soaked all that damage and healed himself back to full. Now Thugonomics in trouble. Doesn't want to get one-tapped like he did. So he's going to use the Unending Resolve while his healer is polymorphed. And this crowd control chain puts M2KC back in the fight. Can they even net a victory off of it? The chain is dropped. Gurecki 5 seconds away from Avenging Wrath. Goes for a Divine Favor. Gets the heal out onto Thugonomics. 1 second away from Avenging Wrath. Has enough recovery tools now to use if he needs. Cerealium repositions her Scorch. Trying to get away from Gurecki. Gurecki gets caught in another Polymorph. Cerealium's been clutching out some really good crowd control. Can they get a follow-up? Ring of Frost not going to land. Really unlucky pathy on that poly. Double stun engagement from Chun-Li over onto Brain and Cerealium. Trying to put his team back in the fight. Looking to force the Cauterize. Can they have enough damage to do it? No, they don't have enough damage to do so. Both teams equalize at this point. They stun up Drake as he pushes far forward. They paralyze Brain. They're trying to go after Drake, but Combustion gets popped. Gurecki Trinket sacks instantly. Wants to respect the Combustion from Cerealium. But it's not the Lucid Dreams Combustion. He is running the Breath of Dying. So it's not the biggest trade here overall. Brain feared. Stun on Drake. looking to force a Karma, but not enough damage to do so. Seems to be kind of the story, just not enough damage to do so between these teams as they get closer to dampening.
Yep, dampening will initiate in 3, 2, 1, blast off. And it looks like the healing reduction being implemented is, I mean, obviously going to matter a lot as this game advances. Both healers relatively even on mana, so I'm not sure mana really will come into play in this match. I don't expect it to come down to that, and who can drink, because I think on the small map it's just not going to be possible. But it's like we kind of alluded to, M2KC, they have a lot of pressure on Thugonomics. Keep in mind, with no unending resolve, he's very susceptible to being interrupted and taken down, especially if they can get crowd control on Gorecki in the matchup. If they can get a polymorph, you know, a Hammer of Justice, something coming in from M2KC, I think the slow, consistent burst from Drake will really start adding up here on Thugonomics. Hammer of Justice does land. Brain pushes in, but he gets caught into a fear. I don't know if there's going to be enough healing. I mean, Thugonomics, he's getting bursted down quite substantially right now. Gorecki basically trades out everything he can to keep him alive. Divine Favor, Avenging Wrath, Divine Shield. And now, I mean, there's not too many tools left for Gorecki to really work with. And I fear for Space Station Gaming that if this game continues like this, I mean, Thugonomics, I just don't know how he's going to be able to survive.
I mean, these combustions have been high value from Ceralium. Last one got sacrificed. This one gets Divine Shield. Although now potentially on the back foot. Brain paralyzed. Ceralium interrupted. Both Windwalkers going at each other's counterparts, the Warlock and the Mage. Drake trying to stay on target. Ceralium is still very low on health. Nice fear secured onto Brain. This could be another Ice Block force onto Ceralium. They get the Cauterize. He's burning quickly. Is he going to get the Ice Block off in time? He's gambling it. And they opt to... Why? Why did they end up Ice Blocking? Brain already bubble sacked. That was definitely a miscommunication on the side of M2KC. That puts them 4 cooldowns behind for 1 push from Space Station Gaming.
Yep. Ceralium, I mean, he traded out basically everything, but at the same time, I mean, Thugonomics still going to be in a little bit of trouble, but I think Ceralium, he just can't afford to play aggressive at this point. Any crowd control chain coming in from Space Station Gaming, they just need one good setup and they can easily close it out. Brain has nothing left in the tank. Drake's going to be slowing down the drinks and repositioning to go after Thugonomics. They easily get the touch of Karma. He's just trying to avoid damage at this point. Doesn't want to give them a moment to breathe. Hammer of Justice on Chun-Li. Thugonomics forced to gate away as Drake causes some pressure with the touch of Karma, with the Dress to Gath, but now forced to reposition. Drake doesn't have that many defensive options, and M2KC, they're in a world of trouble right now. Everyone is vulnerable to a big setup here by Space Station Gaming.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off here. Get liftoff to match points. Gorecki is stunned off. Do they have follow-up? Polymorph? It's casted. Dragon's Breath? Is he going to get it? Ring of Frost? I think it's going to miss even if he does. Gorecki escapes the crowd control. Ceralium on the back foot, and that blunder earlier could cost them the game here and now. Brain goes for some big heals. He needs to clutch it out in time. Does he get the Divine Favor on 2%? He needs to go for the Holy Light. He goes for it finally. Big heal on Ceralium. Thugonomics now getting blasted down. Huge pressure. Combustion gets popped. Is there going to be an answer? The Unending Resolve on 30%. Thugonomics stabilizes. Lobby on some counter-aggressive Chaos Bolts. 2 in a row over onto Ceralium, but Brain's Avenging Wrath should be able to deal with it. Brain now charging in. Hammers down. Thugonomics is interrupted. M2KC are clawing back here in game number 3. They need the ring. They get the ring. Everyone's in crowd control. And M2KC pull it off, moving to match point.
All right, before we break down those final moments, I actually want to start off by talking about maps and talking about why both teams think that they're favored on small maps. Zico, it was something that you talked about before we jumped into that game. What is it that's causing both of these teams to think that they prefer to be on small maps in this matchup?
Well, Mew Mew Kitty Cats were, in my opinion, and I think in their own opinion as well, going for the wrong target. And going for the Paladin, you want a small map, but I think that they should go for the Warlock. And if you're going for the Warlock, you want a bigger map. The reason is because the Mage, at any point early on, the Mage can just get smoked in a stun, even if there is no dampening. Whereas the Warlock, for him to go down in a setup when there's no dampening, it's a little impossible almost, I want to say. So I think that's the kind of confusion there. I'm expecting Space Station Gaming to take this still to a small map. And then if M2KC loses here, I'm expecting them to go to a bigger map. Because all they really need to do in this matchup is just play safe, Ceralium. Do what you were doing here towards the end. Just keep running, and then you can get that win condition later on Thug.
Yeah, that was one of those things that I think is really important to keep in our mind as we do watch a few moments from the last game and as we start to get into the later games in this series. But Zico, let's put this one under a microscope and let's actually look at how the Mew Mew Kitty Cats were able to claim victory in this game.
Yeah, so in this push here, Mew Mew Kitty Cats, they were actually ahead. And they had, you know, kind of a good situation here, but this was a big push here coming out of the Space Station gamers. They go in, they get the they get the Infernal Stun Hammer of Justice Fear combo essentially on the healer. And what's really nice about this is how Ceralium is just trying to hold on to his Ice Block for as long as possible after that Cauterize procs. But the unfortunate thing here, and the really good thing that Thug did was he dropped an Infernal Stun right as that Hammer of Justice ends. It's on a different stun DR, and it's half a second or so stun, but it buys them that extra second to make Ceralium panic and use his Ice Block, and at the same time Brain uses his Sacrifice. And I thought that, okay, well, now the game is wide open, and this should be Space Station Gaming's game to win. But then all of a sudden, good defensive play comes out, and they're able to turn things around. Ceralium as well towards the end there was on 5% or so HP, manages to kite Chun for a little bit and barely stay in line of sight of his healer to get that big Divine Favor heal that allowed him to essentially feel healthy and safe and to play aggressive. So that game was, I think, my favorite so far of all day. These teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I think the main idea that everybody's been bringing up in this series thus far is just the idea that these two teams are very evenly matched. And going into this next one, Ven, are there any things that you want to see either of the squads change up, or are you just happy to get to watch more of this matchup?
I mean, I'm just happy to watch more of this matchup, to be honest with you. I mean, it just the last few moments of that game, Ceralium barely held on. I mean, if there's just a little bit more damage, it would have been, series over in favor of Space Station Gaming. So really evenly matched, like we've kind of been talking about. I think both teams, have opportunities to win. They both have slightly different win conditions, but it's just going to be one of those matchups where whoever can make those little micro outplays and find those opportunities really is going to win this series.
All right, now we are going to be waiting for that draft to get started and actually see which map we are going to be going to and which compositions are going to be locked in. But Sid, based off of what we've seen already, I think we have a pretty good idea of what we are going to have in store. I am seeing now that Blade's Edge Arena is going to be the map, and no big surprises as far as compositions are concerned while we're waiting for Space Station Gaming to actually figure out what they are going to bring, Sid.
They pick a map where you don't really get to line of sight too much. If you decide to play on top of the bridge, that is. I'm really curious to see how M2KC navigate it, because they're not running the Greater Pyroblast, so it's not like they're going to have to worry about that. Thugonomics' Chaos Bolts are going to be a lot more threatening. The only thing they really need to worry about is potentially Gareki getting polymorphed too much, but that was the same problem on the last map too. So it's an aggressive pick, to say the least, and like we've been saying throughout the series, both these teams appear to prefer the offensive map selection. It's just going to come down to who can execute better, really.
Weird question, but Zico, is this the first time that we've actually gone to Blade's Edge in the tournament? I feel like we haven't even gone to Blade's Edge
today.
Yeah, it's like definitely the first time we went today. Just weird little thing they just realized. I mean, what is the logic you think behind the Blade's Edge pick? Super T's already talked about it a little bit, but Zico, why do you think we're going here?
Well, Blade's Edge, I think the main thing about Blade's Edge is if you are a mage and you're in a matchup where you have to run a lot and kite a lot, it is extremely hard to run and avoid damage. And also, when you have to play aggressive, it's really hard to push in and get CC and be able to do damage when you have that CC. The reason being that because, on top of that bridge, you run out of space, people jump down when you land CC, so it's really hard to get the resheep and then also jump down and do damage. It's really difficult as well when, someone gets sheeped like on the ramp on top of the, or, on the start of the bridge essentially. If you get a sheep there on the healer and you push in to do damage, well, you're in melee range, and all of a sudden you can get stunned and die. So it's an awkward it's an awkward map to live on as a mage and also do damage on as a mage. So what I'm expecting Ceralium to do is just run on the downside of the map. You just run in essentially a big circle, you know, on up the ramp, down the ramp on the other side, and then you cross, you know, from the starting room essentially to the wall, and then on the other side you go back up again and just do a big circle like that.
Whoa.
We don't talk about this. You're saying well because of the comp, but I'm also saying well because of the comp. But why is Gareki, Chun-Li, and Thugonomics playing Horde? Wouldn't they benefit so much more from having every man for himself and then the 2% stats with the verse build? I don't understand how a Tauren, Holy Paladin, I guess Blood Elf, Windwalker could dispel a bop, and then like an Orc Warlock. I just feel like Cerealium, Brain, and Drake are getting more benefit from the racial choices.
Would you agree, Vemruki?
Well, so I think, it's a difficult decision to make because the thing is, if you're playing Human Relentless, let's just say for instance, Space Station Gaming and Gareki decides to play Human Relentless on his Paladin, and he gets caught into a polymorph where they commit Touch of Death and Combustion, Drestagath. All of a sudden, you basically have to use your Divine Shield. You know, you don't have an out for polymorph. So I think that's the nice thing about playing Horde is you're not as vulnerable to stuns, and then you also have that option to, you know, use your Trinket Sacrifice if you really need to. Because, I mean, Gareki, if he's playing Relentless and he gets accidentally caught in something, he only has one break, which is the Divine Shield, and that can be really punishing, and things can spiral out of control really quickly. So I actually don't mind the Horde pick for the Destruction Warlock team against the Mage, just because it feels like it gives you a little bit more freedom in, you know, getting out of these crowd control chains that will inevitably happen to you.
Yeah, and now we need to talk about the composition just a little bit more. Zico, how do you feel about Space Station making this alteration?
Well, I think it's kind of nice. In one way, they're removing, you know, the essential, default weakness of their previous comp, which is if you have a Destro Warlock, the game hits 20-30% dampening, and he's most likely going to die. And you remove that and you replace it with an LA Shaman. You have more lockdown. You have more, you know, one-shot potential. You can really just delete this mage. The problem is also with the LA Shaman and the Mistweaver that either of them gets caught in a bad situation in a stun lock, they can get 100 O'd. So you kind of lose that where the Warlock is just going to survive the stun lock at least and then die later in a CC chain. That goes away, but instead it gets replaced with if you ever trinket poorly, you're dead.
Okay, we got plenty to think about this one. I'm excited for Blade's Edge to get started. Obviously, some new stuff coming into the fray in this one, but what we've seen so far is two teams that are so equally matched, it could go either way. This one is an elimination series. It's one of the last matchups that we're going to have for the day. The team that does manage to take down this series will go on tomorrow in the top 4 of NA to compete to be the #1 squad, and also making that jump and getting more points to secure a better spot throughout the entirety of the year. The map is now loaded up. We're ready to jump in. Will the Mew Mew Kitty Cats be able to lock it down here, or will Space Station Gaming extend this all the way to a Game 5?
I'm actually curious to see how this one works out for them. Space Station Gaming actually raided with Smexen, and he is now transferred. They went over to Horde, so he's transferred out of my guild, and I hope it pays off for him in this matchup.
Is there some drama there? Did he take all the
No, there's no drama.
Come
there's
on.
no drama at all.
You can be honest here.
No drama at all. No. Is he playing Goblin? No way. No. All right, yeah. Anyways, I mean, Space Station Gaming here kind of throwing an oddball composition. This is something we have seen in the past, but we haven't really seen it too much in tournament play. I think it could work out really, really nicely. The Thunderstorm on Blade's Edge, kind of just really trying to get the advantage on this map. They are going to be playing Horde versus M2KC on the Alliance right now, playing that Windwalker Mage Paladin. Sid, I mean, how do you think this one's going to really play out?
Big Earth Shocks, Lightning Lasso, right here, almost killing Drake. Karma at 10%, he gets knocked off the side. I don't even think he saw that coming, honestly. So big damage off that Lightning Lasso. They need to really focus on stopping that as much as possible. The map also plays well into Thunderstorm and knockback effects. We saw Drake have to use Transcendence, but now big mistake from Gareki. Stacks up on top of Smexen, gets double stunned into a poly. They use Grounding Tome, they use Astral Shift, and suddenly M2KC with a big counter engagement net tons of cooldowns. but equally so. Nice leg sweep from Chun onto Ceruleum and Brain, netting the everyman for himself from Brain. He won't be able to escape a stun for some time. Lightning Lasso, run around the corner so Ceruleum can't interrupt it. Nice positioning from Smexen, min-maxing that damage. Touch of Death available for both Windwalkers. When are they going to pull the trigger? Brain gets interrupted on his heel. Good damage onto Drake. He gets knocked off again with that Ring of Peace. Smexen follows him? No, did he get knocked off himself?
Yeah,
now big
double
damage
rub.
though. Paralyze. Vitality Conduit on Smexen. Stabilizes him. Brain probably has a Hammer of Justice. I'm wondering if they want to maybe make a Mistweaver swap at any point in this game. If Goreki's running that Vitality Conduit.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see. I really like that Ring of Peace there by Drake. He can get the Ring of Peace at the same time as Chun-Li. He can actually just make Smexen follow him downstairs, which is definitely a really nice play. Got to be really quick with it, though, to make that happen. Ceruleum taking a huge hit of damage once again. Smexen getting some big burst off on that Elemental Shaman as Chun-Li pushes forward. Gets the double leg sweep on Ceruleum and Brain. Nicely done. Chun-Li with a beautiful spear hand strike on Brain as well. Trying to get some pressure rolling. But Ceruleum, he's going to be A-OK to just retreat. And we see this quite often from Brain and Ceruleum, where when there's a melee, Ceruleum's just going to retreat, get polymorphs on him, try to get those fireballs out, that consistent damage, and really just have Drake as the main man to, you know, push forward, get the damage rolling, and soak up a lot of that damage as well.
Ceruleum is not running Conflict and Strife, so potential for him to go down in a stun in the future. Chun rolls forward, no leg sweep for 25. Just rooting up the target. Chun gets polyed very far away. Goreki's not even going to bother dispelling Chun-Li. I mean, look at the distance between them. Frost Nova, Tiger's Lust into a Hammer of Justice. Goreki wants to get that one. Rolls forward, dispels the hammer. Ceruleum looks to try and fake out Chun. He fakes out his interrupt and then polys him. And Ceruleum is just focusing on crowd control Chun-Li, limit his pressure. And Chun's realized, all right, I can't stay that far forward out of range with my healer. He's going to switch back to Drake. Good combination with the Fist of Fury and Lightning Lasso. That's going to be a lot of damage. Brain respects it with his Avenging Wrath. But now he's stacked up. Double leg sweep. Beautiful punish by Chun-Li. He gets ropped off the side, but he rops the rop. Ceruleum right back down into his clutches. Clutch play from Chun. But now he is stunned. Out of line of sight. Goreki rolls forward. Gets him out. Smexen still the target. Drake gets stunned up upstairs by Goreki. Smexen building up some Maelstrom with those lava bursts, setting up for some big Earth Shocks. How is Brain going to respond with Ceruleum on such low health? He gives him the freedom. He starts sprinting away. Looks like he's going to recover up top just okay. No mana advantages of any significance so far, but I would say that Smexen is looking the most vulnerable in the matchup.
This is definitely a gamble here for Space Station Gaming. I feel like Thugonomics on this map versus the Mage, it would have actually looked out really nicely. I'm still not convinced of this Elemental Shaman. I feel like as this game goes on, all they need is one nice setup on a Goreki, and Smexen could inevitably fall, but we'll definitely see. The Elemental Shaman does have good disruption, decent survivability, especially if he can keep getting these Lightning Lassos on Drake and kind of running out of line of sight, so there's no follow-up counterspell by Ceruleum to really shut it down. It's definitely good positioning. Brain pushes forward, gets knocked off. Actually beautifully done by Smexen. Unfortunately, doesn't knock him completely off the bridge. But it was good denial on the Hammer of Justice. Space Station Gaming has been able to recover. Big combustion, though, coming in. The double leg sweep from Chun-Li will ultimately slow it down. Very nice peels from Chun-Li during that situation. And really, I mean, Ceruleum didn't get too much value out of his combustion. I almost wonder if Smexen didn't need to use his Astral Shift. He did just trade it out to be safe, but I mean, Ceruleum, if he can get the fireballs off, that does mean his combustion will rotate back up before Astral Shift, and they will have a big go on Smexen where he doesn't really have a solid defensive answer.
10 seconds away from dampening here between these teams. Looking like it's going to be a necessity as mana has not really moved on either side. Brain paralyzed. Ceruleum knocked off the side. Chun switches back over to Drake. Ceruleum's waiting on the bottom at such low health. He's actually going into invisibility. Brain's going to heal up Drake on the top side while Ceruleum slowly makes his way up the back ramp. Brain should be able to pick him up, though, momentarily. Chun and Goreki... Chun pushing in while Goreki moves back. Huge damage from Smexen. Nets him the Cauterize, maybe the Ice Block. The Elemental Shaman surprise there. That blue bar below the blue bar of Smexen's health. Whenever that gets to full, it means that he can lob out some big Earth Shocks. Lightning Lasso over onto Drake. Not going to be doing too much pressure, though, as Brain's Avenging Wrath was up for it. Smexen slightly on the back foot. Chun gets stunned very far forward. Vitality Conduit on a Smexen. Goreki trying to play it efficiently here, but Vitality Conduit didn't trade into the Combustion. Combustion available for Ceruleum. He's waiting for an opportunity to pull the trigger on it. Brain's moving forward, but then he gets knocked off right as he was trying to push in. Cerulean now just has to wait, lobbing out some fireballs, tickling Smexon, waiting to get his combustion going, but now Lightning Lasso paralyzed combo. Brain has to break out, save the day with the sacrifice. Windshield on his heel, still getting put behind. Cerulean blinks in, but gets thunderstormed back. Good defense by Smexon, interrupting that polymorph exactly when Grecky needed the help.
Yeah, really good backup there, and I mean, you can kind of count on Smexon to get those plays when they really, really count. And right now, I mean, Space Station Gaming, they have great pressure in the match onto M2KC. Smexon getting bursted down just a little bit, though. Cerulean has to be careful if he takes a big Earth Shock with the Drustagath trinket. With no Cauterize, he is very susceptible to burst in the matchup. Lightning Lasso on Drake once again. He might just get taken down. No way! Big burst damage. Drake barely survives. 5% health. Gets the Touch of Karma. Ultimately will survive. I mean, Brain, he had quick reflexes there to get off the Divine Shield, but now they're swapping over onto Chun-Li. He's caught into a stun. The preemptive Fortifying Brew from Chun-Li might be the only reason why he is alive right now. Beautiful Fortifying Brew, Touch of Karma from Chun-Li. He ultimately survives. And I mean, both these teams, this is quite explosive.
All right, let's see who ends up getting ahead. The mana advantage is slightly in favor of M2KC at this point, but their defensives are being cut through. Lightning Lasso, run around the corner into the leg sweep. Whirling Dragon Punch during Zwen and the Primal Earth Elemental. This is the highest point of damage we're going to see from Space Station Gaming, but they can't even put a dent on Drake. Drake rolls forward. He knows that he wants to keep that mana advantage. He's just going to poke Gareki really quick and then get back onto the Elemental Shaman. Gets knocked off, but not completely. It's a little bit awkward. Nice jump there. Didn't miss the jump. Back onto the bridge. Cerulean makes a mistake, though. Pulls back and stacks up for a double stun. Drake backs him up with a Ring of Peace, and Chun instantly ports back upstairs. Reconnecting over onto Cerulean. They need to push forward for the Ice Block. Chun breaks out of the stun to go for it. He gets deflected by the Dragon's Breath. Cerulean has to abandon the top side of the bridge for a moment as Chun-Li takes the high ground.
Chun-Li going to be pushing forward once again, just getting the pressure rolling, paralyzed now on Brain. Cerulean could be in a bit of trouble. He still has the Ice Block, but once again, no Cauterize, so definitely susceptible to that burst. 20% dampening in the match right now as 8 minutes have elapsed. Gareki in a polymorph. Smexon a little bit vulnerable here, but he's not going to be afraid to get that Lightning Lasso if he can. Cerulean has to be there to back him up. The Lightning Lassos on Drake have been absolutely devastating in the match so far. Gareki with nice crowd control. There's a Lightning Lasso actually preemptively, defensively trinketed there by Drake, and that will keep him alive. But that was a nice burst attempt once again. Drake had to trade out his diffuse magic. He still has the Karma, but these consistent setups from Smexon where he's basically just soloing down Drake, getting the lingering Psychic Shell, getting the diffuse magic, now getting the Touch of Karma. I have to say, I feel like Drake is really vulnerable now, Sid.
All right, let's see if they can exploit that weakness. M2KC are falling behind. The surprise pick, the Elemental Shaman for Space Station Gaming. Looks like it could work out if they can keep it up a little bit longer. Smexon stunned up. Drake going to retreat with a Ring of Peace. These Ring of Pieces are so annoying. It's such a limited amount of space, but Chun-Li sneaks through. Lightning Lasso does devastating damage. Brain has to use his ultimate sacrifice onto Drake to recover. Brain's managing those cooldowns so expertly. Drake ports the Thunderstorm, immediately goes for the Fists of Fury. They're just trying to overwhelm Smexon with damage deep into dampening. Gareki rolls forward, but he rolls into a Paralyze. He did activate the Conduit right before the crowd control. The only reason that Smexon is really alive right now. Gareki then rolls back, getting those Soothing Mists going as soon as possible. Cerulean ducks off the side. Drake gets Lightning Lassoed on his Fist of Fury. Cerulean blink counterspells it to back him up. Touch of Death available for Chun. He could pull that onto Drake at almost any moment. Maybe he's waiting for the Blessing and Protection. They're just trying to hold it as a threat. Cauterize is going to be available in 25. They really need to get something going here if they want to push for the win. But Chun gets knocked off the side. Doesn't look like he's got a way to get back up. He knocks Brain off the side, away from Cerulean. He isolates the mage. Beautiful isolation tactic by Chun. Cerulean blinks into mid-bridge, but Brain is still very far behind. Wraps around to center ramp. Brain should get some heals here. Divine Favor. Not that big, honestly, at 31%. Then Thunderstorming Cerulean off into the distance. Drake tries to stabilize. They pop the Combust to counter-aggress when being knocked off, but That combustion is literally doing nothing. No one's healthy, it's even moved. Everybody's dead on M2KC. Chun rolls up for a double. Brain trinkets out, but the damage is almost already done. He line of sights on the side, but Cerealium is still low. He needs to pick up 2 targets. Chun is all over him. Cerealium gets interrupted. Breaks out of the Nova with the Tiger's Lust. They trigger the Cauterize. Cerealium's on the run. Drake drops the Rob. Chun switches back to Drake. Cerealium rolls up, interrupts the Lightning Lasso to save Drake. Then Brain gets knocked off the side. Cerealium has to block. Things are spiraling out of control quickly for M2KC. I'm not sure how much longer they can keep their grip.
Yeah, the pressure from Smexon and Chun-Li has been immense. Drake is just so low. The ultimate sacrifice coming in from Brain in order to keep him alive, but Cerealium not topped off, Drake not topped off, and Space Station Gaming can basically pick their target at this point. If Brain recovers, that would be an absolute miracle. I mean, Drake, nothing left. If he gets caught into a lasso and Chun-Li can assist whatsoever, it's going to be absolutely horrifying. Once again, Vitality Conduit will land on Smexon, resetting all the damage. Lightning Lasso on Drake, as he does use the Everyman for himself. Actually, a nice counterspell there by Cerealium to free him from that lasso. Reki getting swapped to as he portals away with the Transcendent. Cerealium getting bursted down. Looks like Chun-Li once again is trying to go on a solo mission. Big heals from Brain, though. They managed to hold on to the Avenging Wrath, and M2KC has actually recovered. Drake's low at the bottom side of the bridge, but if he can get that Touch of Karma back up, that might be an opportunity for M2KC to get back in this match.
All right, let's see if Brain can pull off the miracle here. Drake is stunned up. No one can help him. 1 more second. Touch of Karma gonna activate. They interrupt Brain. He can't bop off. Will he be able to save him? They knock Drake off the side. Cerealium and Brain and Drake are just floundering on bottom side, trying to recover. Drake rolls up. They really need to start working through the Astral Shift of Smexon as soon as possible, but Stormkeeper is channeled. He's got that Fire Elemental soon, but Drake is crunching. Drake might get the solo carry at the moment. I mean, their team was absolutely being destroyed, and Drake might single-handedly put his team back in the fight. He knocks Chun-Li off the side. Astral Shift is out of the way. There's no Life Cocoon for 26 seconds. They stack up for a double from Drake. Big punish. Greki rolls forward, though, and knocks Brain off the side. All of these Ring of Peace have been so precise, and Drake gets clinched out right at the end with a paralyze onto Brain. The Elemental Shaman keeps Space Station Gaming in the series and gets them to a Game 5.
I mean, an incredible pick coming out from them that I think surprised everybody, but no surprise that this one is going to Game 5 ultimately when we saw how evenly matched these teams did look. Let's talk about how this composition did actually work, Seiko.
Isn't that the series over?
No, it's tied 2-2.
Oh, okay.
2-2. So it's the Ellie Shaman is an interesting pick, and I gotta say Smexon being on the Ellie Shaman, it's nice to see him back on it. The game started with Smexon almost immediately erasing Drake. He was like 5% HP, and I felt like that kind of was the pacing of the game. I felt like Goreki always was able to pull back, get drinks, go, just keep using his cocoon, make sure that he never got into a situation where he doesn't have trinket and he's, in a situation where he can die. And they basically just outlasted. They played a good defense. They had a good offense as well. In my opinion, Chun-Li played an insane game here, just generating a lot of pressure, catching Cerealium and Brain with double leg sweeps and nice rings of pieces and everything. And, at this point, I feel like the Ellie Shaman, the good thing about him when you get to, super late in dampening, like 40% plus, is that he still only dies in the stun, really, because of that Ghost Wolf. That Ghost Wolf making him, essentially, it gives him, a freedom, immunity to snares while he's running really fast. So it's hard for anybody to kind of keep up with him, especially on Blade's Edge. So I think this is what I wanted to see from these guys already. The Space Station Gaming, I think they should just blind lock this.
You think that they should lock it in on the blind? Supatis, do you agree that they should lock it in on the blind?
Rogue Mage Paladin is going to be what they queue into. I mean, maybe if Roasties isn't warmed up or ready to go. I mean, the Windwalker Mage Paladin has definitely been the comp that's carried Mew Mew Kitty Cats, but Elemental Shaman hates Rogue Mage. Like, I feel like if they're even competent at Rogue Mage Paladin, like, this is going to be impossible for them to win. It would be a risk. But maybe they should take the gamble that they're not practiced enough on the Rogue Mage Paladin.
Yeah, now we are actually going to see those compositions. This is going to be the last one. This is Game 5. Tiger's Peak. Yep, they didn't go for that at all. So, Sid, now that you do see that, Space Station Gaming locking in on the blind, what Zico suggested, and the Mew Mew Kitty Cat selecting their composition, how do you feel?
I think I would have liked them to pick a map where they could kill Gorecki, maybe. This doesn't, I mean, it doesn't do them favors, but it doesn't also hurt them either. It's just a pretty neutral map pick. Maybe the knockbacks were too much for them. So now maybe on a map where knockback isn't nearly as effective, they'll be able to get on top of them. But I really think Gorecki is the target that you try and take down in this particular matchup.
Zico?
I gotta agree with Sid. I would have liked to see a small map selected, and I would have liked to see. I would have liked to see, kind of a small-ish map, and then go for the Mistweaver and the Ellie Shaman, kind of just swap between them. Whoever, if Gorecki ever pushes in, or if you catch him without a trinket, that's when you can go for him. Otherwise, just try to do a clean setup on the Ellie Shaman with CC and Gorecki. Try to get his trinket that way. And I feel like that's how they could close it out. A larger map just means that they're going to dampening, more likely at least to go to dampening, and that's going to be a benefit for Space Station Gaming and IMO.
Okay, Vemruki, headed into this one, what do you actually expect to see on Tiger's Peak?
I expect it to be a lot similar to what we saw on Blade's Edge. I think it's going to play out very similarly, where Smexon's job is essentially just deny Drake on his burst, use the Lightning Lasso, use the Thunderstorm on Fists of Fury, really limit his damage output. And I mean, if Chun-Li can basically keep Ceruleum and Brain at bay, force them to basically be far away from the match, I think it's going to be really difficult. I think for M2KC, they might want to consider just playing this matchup a lot more aggressive. Instead of having Ceruleum, kind of run away and just play really defensive with Dragon's Breath, they might have to just risk it, go on to Smexon, play really aggressive. Otherwise, I fear that if they don't, and we get to a later stage in dampening, I just think the composition Space Station Gaming has is potentially better. So it's a big risk for M2KC. I think they kind of have to risk it in the early game if they want to win this matchup.
All right, well, this game is going to decide which of these teams makes it to Championship Sunday and which of these teams is no longer going to be in the tournament. The gates are about to open. Space Station Gaming versus the Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
We are all tied up. Space Station Gaming come with a new answer to deal with the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, formerly Kawi. I just butchered that. Kawaii. They were able to make it into third place last week, so M2KC is definitely a solid newcomer roster to the tournament scene. Space Station Gaming look to get their revenge here in game number 5. Will the Smexon Elemental be enough to thwart the Cats?
I mean, it was in the last game. We'll see if they can actually claim the series with this composition. I mean, Space Station Gaming, just in this tournament alone, have tried to implement the Shaman quite a bit. Gorecki with the Restoration Shaman earlier on, and now Smexon on the Elemental Shaman. And Elemental Shaman, I have to say, has looked significantly better than the Restoration Shaman, but we'll see what they can get done. Drake, I feel like if he's left alone, they're actually going for it. They're going for Gorecki, potentially an all-in here, and they find it. That was a touch of death, but a preemptive wall from Gorecki that will allow him to escape. Unfortunately, Drake not getting anything done with that touch of death.
Well, they're going after Drake. They're trying to make it so that he can't chase Gorecki. Lightning Lasso, Ceruleum Blink counter spells it. Very important that he stops these Lightning Lassos as frequently as possible. Brain's going to go for the Avenging Wrath. Hammer of Justice on Chun. Gorecki, though, in position to dispel it. Good positioning from Gorecki, immediately removing that crowd control. But now Polymorph is going to sit. So maybe it's a bait. Maybe they're going to use Hammer of Justice to bait Dispel and then sheep Chun-Li 3 times so that Ceruleum doesn't need to deal with the damage. He can free cast on Smexon. Goes for a Hammer of Justice now onto Smexon instead. Is he maybe trying to run him out of mana dispelling? I mean, he's running Ineffable Truth. I thought that they made changes to that for Paladin. It seems like Brain is still getting a lot of hammers, though.
I don't know if those changes are actually in the game just yet. To be honest, I think it might be on the next reset, so still going to be able to take full advantage of that corruption for now to get those Hammers of Justice.
Muted.
Oh. I'm actually sorry. I was muted to you, but not to the stream. But yeah, I don't think those changes are coming in for a little while. I think next week, so we'll have to see. For now, they can take full advantage of the Ineffable Truth. As far as I know, and that will allow him to reset his cooldowns. It's a really strong build for the Paladin if that is what he's running. Cerulean gets interrupted, still Chun-Li, just keeping Cerulean at bay in the matchup, trying to avoid the polymorphs, trying to put out as much pressure as he can on the mage. For Smexen, he's actually playing a lot more aggressive. He's going to be pushing forward, trying to get that damage rolling onto Cerulean, getting the Lightning Lasso actually with a Paralyze on Drake. Unfortunately, it does get stopped. Drake shuts it down quite quickly with a nice spear hand strike. We'll see. I mean, Gurecki, with this composition, has been able to play very passive, very far away. Looks like they are going to be going after him with a big combustion. Huge damage on Gurecki. Can he survive? Does manage to get off the life cocoon, and that is the major benefit for Smexen being a shaman. He was able to trinket out of the crowd control, purge off the combustion, and once that combustion is gone, Cerulean's damage is going to be very limited.
All right, Drake's stunned up. He pre-walls it, so he's not going to take too much damage. He's actually going after Cerulean. Huge hit from Smexen here. This Elemental Shaman hard carrying at the moment. Brain's trying to power through, but he gets wind sheared by Smexen. This could be the Cauterize if they can stay on target. They get intercepted with a Ring of Peace from Drake. Chun can't get through that area of effect. They deny the Cauterize with it. Good teamwork across the board here for the Mew Mew Kitty Cats. Stormkeeper from Smexen just trying to ramp up some damage. He's got a full Maelstrom bar. When's he going to drop it? He drops a big Earthshock there onto Cerulean. He's looking for a cheeky Hex, but Cerulean can just remove that, so it's unlikely that he's going to commit to it. Mana is in favor of Gurecki. Brain is struggling here on match point. They go for another swap onto Gurecki. Cerulean blinks in, but they don't get the stun, and now Gurecki's just going to paralyze Drake and walk away from him. And this is where the map is just not doing any favors to Mew Mew Kitty Cats. I would have loved to have seen just a smaller battlefield.
Smaller battlefield so they could kind of push in on Smexen and even go after Gurecki a little bit more on the matchup. It would be a lot easier if it was on a smaller map, so I think this was potential bad map pick here for the team of M2KC, but it's not over yet. I mean, this game has the potential to go on quite long. I think the last one went to 55% dampening, so plenty of opportunities here for both of these teams. Smexen trying to push in, get some damage rolling on Cerulean. Cerulean kind of has that thing twice. He's taking a lot of pressure in the midfield, but Brain with a big Divine Favor heal pops off his team, gets them rolling, and now it's actually Smexen that's in a bit of trouble. 3v1 setup though, nicely done by Space Station Gaming, turning around the pressure, forcing Cerulean to retreat once again. We can actually see Drake could be in some trouble here. Smexen loading up the Stormkeeper, looking for big damage on Cerulean. Can he find it? Doesn't look like it. With no crowd control on either one of these healers, it's going to be unlikely anyone falls. Smexen pushes in, gets the Wind Shear, and that's where we're seeing this pressure come from. Nice interrupt there by Smexen. Although once the interrupt fades, massive heals from Brain tops everyone off, and we have a bit of a reset here in terms of pressure.
Yeah, reset, moving into dampening. They stun lock Gurecki. They go for a burst kill. Gurecki trinkets, gets the life cocoon. Almost stunned on his trinket by Brain. That might have been lights out and the tournament on the line for them, but Gurecki clutches it out. Now let's see if he can stay alive for any more swaps in the future. Cerulean's being hammered down. Brain paralyzed. Do they have any follow-up? Cap Totem out of the paralyzed. Good combo. Drake gets blasted. Smexen splitting his attention to 2 targets. Really min-maxing. Looking for a little bit of purges too mixed in. Trying to remove that Light's Grace from the Holy Paladin. Every time he Holy Lights, he applies 5% damage reduction. So Smexen needs to look to remove that with Purge as much as he can. You can see him mixing it in his rotation. Purge, Wind Shear, Purge, Flame Shock. Focusing on mostly instant casts. You're not really going to see him cast Lightning Bolts. It's only Stormkeeper and Lightning Lasso. And everything else is just keep Flame Shock up and press Lava Burst. Looking to try and fake out the kick here with the Stormkeeper. He fakes it. Now he set himself up with full Maelstrom. Lightning Bolts coming in. Drake, he's a bit afraid of it. He moved away, but he ultimately didn't take too much damage. Earthshock now onto Drake. It's just unlikely that Smexen will kill Drake without Chun-Li's Mortal Strike effect to reduce healing. So Smexen and Chun need to both be on the same target if they're going to get really any substantial pressure. Chun is going to roll back onto Drake. Brain has been chasing Gurecki around the map, trying to get on top of him for a Hammer of Justice. Drake is now starting to take a beating. Brain tries to pick him up from the side of the balcony here. Divine Favor heal. Not able to purge it in time. Cerulean etching forward slowly. Trying to get in position for a swap in the future, I believe, but they are starting to stack for a double leg sweep. They need to be careful. Chun is waiting to get that double on Drake and Cerulean, so Cerulean decides to pull back. But I think if this just stays a neutral game, that Space Station Gaming are going to take it. It's up to M2KC to get this rolling.
Yeah, if history is to repeat itself, but it looks like Gurecki is under fire.
Oh.
Nice paralyze, though, by Chun-Li. I mean, Chun-Li, such a great defensive Windwalker monk. He sees Drake going for the all-in onto Gurecki. He comes back, not afraid to paralyze, Uses leg sweep onto Drake, completely denied that setup. Touch of death, absolutely wasted. Grecky gets away. Very nice backup by Chun-Li. And now, if we get into this double stun, let's see if Drake and Cerulean really have an answer. Chun-Li's going to be taking a little bit of damage, but it just seems like Gorecki, look at him. He's positioned so far away. He's got full mana right now. He's got big heals. Although Smexen is taking a little bit of damage, I anticipate Gorecki should be able to top him off and stabilize with the Vitality Conduit, and he does. 15% dampening now after 7.5 minutes have elapsed in this matchup. Still good damage on Smexen. I mean, they're really pressuring Smexen at this point in the game, and I feel like what I want to see from M2KC is during the late game, at this point, I mean, Cerulean getting bursted down. I was going to say, I really want to see, as this game goes on, then pressure Smexen more, but I don't know, maybe they just can't. Cerulean, anytime he tries to push in, he just gets knocked away by Chun-Li, forced to play defensive, and I mean, what a rough spot to be in for M2KC.
All right, well, Cauterize and Sacrifice out of the way here for Space Station Gaming, and they're playing an even more solid defense than we saw on Blade's Edge. This map was not a good pick from M2KC. I also would argue that the Rogue Mage Paladin would have been much better for them overall, but this is the comp that got them third in the last tournament, so maybe they want to practice that Rogue Mage Paladin a bit more before they bust it out. Paralyze on Gorecki. Will they get the stun? They don't. Again, the third swap to Gorecki that totally gets stopped by Space Station Gaming, and now Smexen's moving forward on Cerulean. Brain is just immediately popping Avenging Wrath before even damage happens. He knows that Smexen's going to be dishing it out. Drake is starting to rot down a bit. His dampening's pretty high. Gorecki rolls into midfield. Cerulean tries to punish him with the poly, but he gets paralyzed, and now he does sneak in for the leg sweep on Brain. Gorecki has been maneuvering this map masterfully to avoid being swapped to. He realizes that he's the win condition for M2KC, and he keeps putting himself in the best spot. And if he keeps this up, surely his team is going to have redemption.
Yep, Smexen right now in a leg sweep, taking a little bit of burst damage. I anticipate that he actually is using the Conflict and Strife, so anytime he is caught into that leg sweep, he's not going to be taking too much damage here from Drake. Cerulean, though, without that cheat death, the next Drestigath from Chun-Li could be absolutely massive. This is match point. Elimination series here in this tournament. There it is, the Drestigath. Cerulean, can he survive? Dragon's Breath at 1% health, trying to survive. The Temporal Shield goes off, keeping him alive. But at the same time, I mean, Drake, he's under pressure. He's forced to use his Touch of Karma. Brain with massive heals coming in with that Avenging Wrath. 30% dampening, immediately topping everyone off in the match. They'll all survive. M2KC lives to fight another day, but they need to find a target in this match. Smexen trades out the Astral Shift for the Touch of Death. A very fair trade, and Space Station Gaming just feels like slowly but surely they are winning this game.
As we follow Smexen, he's down at half health. He thunderstorms Drake away, tries to Healing Surge, but dampening's pretty high. Gorecki is appearing to struggle. He gets Vitality Conduit on Smexen. That blue swirly is going to restore him back to full health quite easily, but it took Chun-Li's health in exchange. Perhaps we see a swap. They're not committed to it. They're still just hammering down on Smexen. Can they deal enough damage to take him out here? Mana even between the teams at this point. So evenly matched throughout the series. Drake pushing forward, Cerulean on top of them. They've got Chun under control. Gorecki's terrified of even getting near the fight. He's off screen to the back left. Chun is just sitting crowd control though, because Gorecki doesn't want to get in range for any on himself. Chun now rolls over to Cerulean. Smexen pushing up as well. Switches back to Drake with the Earthshock though. He's still committed to the split strategy. Now jumping into Ghost Wolf, Lightning Lasso, out of range of Counterspell, good position. Nice ring apiece though by Chun into double leg sweep. This could set up Smexen quite well. Lava Burst into the Maelstrom range for an Earthshock. Can they get the Ice Block? Paralyze on Gorecki. And I mean, now M2KC have very threatening damage on Smexen. It's a bit surprising. For most of this game, it didn't seem like they had much pressure, but now at 38% dampening, Smexen isn't looking too comfortable.
Yeah, definitely not. But as long as Gorecki has a Vitality Conduit and the Life Cocoon, I think Smexen should be able to survive the goes. But that's what I'm afraid of for Space Station Gaming. I mean, if Smexen gets overwhelmed, if somehow Cerulean can stay on the fight, get the Polymorphs on Gorecki, I think it's a matter of time before Smexen falls. It's just it's just about how much pressure Chun-Li can really develop. Can he force Cerulean away, keep him defensive? If he can, then I don't really see Smexen going down. And so far, that's what it's looking like here. 41% dampening in the match. Cerulean still no cauterize for another 60 seconds. The Astral Shift is actually forced out. Smexen gets interrupted. Now this is a scary situation. Polymorph on Gorecki. Smexen interrupted, but I actually think it was a preemptive Vitality Conduit on that Polymorph and as a result, Smexen will go to full. And now it's up to Space Station Gaming to try to push in and keep the pressure rolling onto Cerealium.
Drake is starting to feel the pain of Smexen. Brain goes for a big Divine Favor. Would have liked to have seen a Purge attempt there. I think he was in range. Nice Windsure on the heal. Trying to get some pressure, but Combustion gets popped. Grecky has to Life Cocoon. He's going to have to power heal through this burst damage of Cerealium. It could cost him a lot of mana, though. They're still even in that regard. Defense is starting to become available for Cerealium, though. This game could be slipping out of the fingers of Space Station Gaming. Grecky rolls up for a Paralyze and a leg sweep, swap over onto Drake, but he pre-diffused magics that Lightning Lasso and basically takes no damage as a result. Nice read by Drake on that situation. Now stunning Smexen. Fist of Fury flying. The Thunderstorm not actually landing a knockback onto Drake, so he's still going to get some uptime here. Grecky drops that Vitality Conduit again right before the Paralyze. Vitality Conduit with some high value there because Chun-Li was polymorphed, basically free heal. Grecky's trying to pull Smexen back into the fight and keep them going, but this must be so disheartening. Cerealium has Cauterized and Ice Block again. They worked so hard to get that earlier on, but the game has been so long that it's back, and they have to get through so many objectives. They're falling more and more behind. 4 seconds away from Life Cocoon. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Grecky Fort Brews for it. He knows he needs a beefy Cocoon to get Smexen pushing forward onto Cerealium. Mana slightly in favor of Space Station Gaming at this point. Smexen intercepts Drake's roll over to Grecky with the Lightning Lasso. Cerealium breaks it. Cerealium pops the Combust. He's going for the kill. Can he cut through the Astral Shift at 52% dampening? Smexen choosing not to use the Grounding Totem during the combustion. Just tanks it out with Astral Shift. Big Lightning Bolts onto Drake with the Stormkeeper. Huge combo of damage, but Drake deflects it with the Touch of Karma, redirecting some pressure over onto Smexen. This is so close. It could turn for either team's favor at any moment. 4 seconds to the Avenging Wrath of Brain, but Drake gets stunned up right before it. Vitality Conduit going to save Smexen. Cerealium out in midfield getting blasted, but Chun-Li just sitting so many polys. Grecky opts to Trinket, but he might have trinketed it into a full stun. Brain punishes. Beautiful Hammer of Justice. Smexen in trouble. He trinkets. He's on the run. Life Cocoon connects again, but Grecky doesn't have mana. He's standing on top of Drake. He gets interrupted. Drake can swap. Smexen saves him with the Lightning Lasso. Pausing the game for Grecky to recover. Brain has Avenging Wrath. He just needs to get heals out on Drake before they go for a push. Divine Favor, but now they're stacked up for a double. Brain has to shrink it out. You could tell that these teams have played a long series, and things are starting to get a little bit sloppy for both sides. And because of that, I mean, anyone could still take it.
Definitely. Smexen down 50% health. The Hammer of Justice on Gorecki, but at the same time, M2KC, all three members are in trouble. Drake, he's got no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. He almost gets taken down. Big burst damage from Chun-Li, but Drake manages to hold on. Good backup there by Brain, but now it's Cerealium that's in trouble. Can they get the Cauterize? Can they get the Ice Block? Smexen is just looking like a tank in this game. I mean, 61% dampening, and they cannot take him down. Brain with the Divine Shield, spamming out heals. This is the Combustion as well from Cerealium to really empower his damage, but now, I mean, for M2KC, if they're all forced to run away and hide, I feel like they cannot recover in this situation, despite, I mean, Avenging Wrath being up. Dampening is just way too high, Sid. Cerealium still so low. Smexen getting swapped to. Drake trying to create some pressure, but Chun-Li creates some pressure of his own, gets the Ice Block, gets the Cauterize, and now for M2KC, there is just nothing left. Space Station Gaming with the Elemental Shaman managed to come back in this series, winning 2 in a row and claiming this series.
You know, this was a series that we pretty much instantly were saying seemed very evenly matched, but I don't think, Zico, that any of us expected it to be, like, the fate of this series to be determined by an Elemental Shaman.
No, definitely not, but I'm happy that we saw it, because we've been kind of saying maybe they should try Windwalker Ellie. Like, you know, we were talking about it in the C9 matchup that, you know, Destro Ellie, Windwalker Ellie could be something there, but they're going to bring out Windwalker Ellie here with their backs against the wall, and they're going to be able to actually reverse that scoreline and win. So that was a great performance by Space Station Gaming, and I gotta say, you know, I'm very impressed with Mew Mew Kitty Cats in general, because they are one of the newer rosters, and I think skill-wise and how they play their class is very, very high. I think they just make a couple of kind of bad decisions, like the map here. You guys saw them. They're trying to go after Gorecki. They force out his Trinket, and then they could never connect onto him ever again because of the map. Things like that, I feel like also not locking in Rogue Mage here. Maybe they need to practice it more, but I feel like this is where you lock in Rogue Mage, and this is where you go small map as well. So I feel like a couple of mistakes before the game even started could play a big factor here.
Yeah, I think that that's something that, Sid sort of alluded to, and now you have as well. But let's talk about that final game in particular, and let's actually break down what did happen and how Space Station was able to find their victory.
Well, essentially, the biggest, most important thing that I could see in this game was Chun-Li relentlessly chasing the mage, but when the mage would run too far back, Chun-Li would just pull back and hit the Windwalker. And he would very rarely expose himself in a situation where he might get CC'd, in a bad spot and just kind of lose all his momentum. The other thing is Smexin never really pushed back. He was always standing with Chun-Li very fast, very far forward, pressuring that mage to not actually attack Smexin. And then Smexin would just use his Lightning Lasso on the Fist of Fury and his Thunderstorm on the Fist of Fury. So they're playing a game where we don't want the mage to be able to attack the Eli Shaman, and if the Windwalker's doing too much damage, we need to shut that down as well. And that combined with, just good defense, good trades with the Astral Shift and the Life Cocoons and the Vitality, allowed them to kind of extend the game to a point where they could find that win. And another shout out as well to Chun-Li, because there was a couple of moments where, they actually might have killed Gorecki, but he peeled back, paralyzed the enemy monk, and made sure that he wasn't afraid to kind of just use his own offense to just save his team, essentially.
Yeah, now I do want to talk about how important that was. That obviously was an elimination series, and now we have 5 of our top 4 teams. We just need to figure out who the final team to make it in the top 4 is, and this next matchup is going to be a matchup that we saw on the BlizzCon main stage in, I believe, 2018. Golden Guardians versus Method Orange going head-to-head. This will be the final series of the day. Then, Rookie, what do you think of this matchup?
I mean, like you said, this is going to be a classic. We've seen this one play out in the past. I think for the Golden Guardians, it's likely we do see them play the RPS once again. And I just think Method Orange, they've shown even just today, they have some serious answers for the Shadow Priest with the Mistweaver Monk playing Healing Spheres, the Vision of Perfection. The question is, are they going to be able to get away with a build like that with Peekaboo on the team? Or maybe we see Samayam returning to the Mage and they play something more standard like the Warrior Mage Mistweaver Monk. So I think for me, Method Orange's blind pick will be a bit of a question mark, but I think for Golden Guardians, it's certainly going to be their bread and butter composition, that RPS.
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much saw a composition coming out from Method Orange previously today that made Dots look like they just didn't even exist at all. The question is, will Golden Guardians have an answer to what Method Orange has already put forward today? We're going to be finding that out very quickly in our last series of the day right after this.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polywarp, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cauterize about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Growth, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Just one more series for the day. It's an elimination series that's going to decide the top 4 of the region of NA, and it's a rematch of something we saw way back 2018 live up on the BlizzCon stage for the grand finals. My name is Rich, and I'm your host. I'm joined by Zico, Venricky, and Supatees, and it's time to take a look at the Golden Guardians versus Method Orange. We've gotten to see a little bit of these teams earlier on today, and when we did look at Method Orange, it seemed, Zico, like they might have an answer for the composition that Golden Guardians are most likely going to be rocking.
Yeah, they went up. I mean, it was a different matchup, but they did go up against the Shadow Priest a little bit earlier today, and they made some quick work out of that. CD was running that Vision of Perfection, rocking his Revival over and over again, which is basically an AoE dispel on the entire team. In addition to that, he was also running the Healing Spears, which is basically you drop like a little bag of goodies on the ground, and anyone who walks into it, good things happen. So I think if CD runs a similar build to that, and they run something like a Windwalker Demon Hunter, I think Method Orange is going to go into this one with a pretty big compositional advantage.
Ven, do you think that there's anything Golden Guardians can do on the composition front before we actually do jump into this matchup that will be able to stem the bleeding that Method Orange might be able to actually create with the composition that they're bringing?
I don't know. I mean, Golden Guardian seems reluctant to switch it up. And I mean, this has been a criticism we've had of them in the past. I mean, maybe this will be a good matchup for them against Method Orange, but I mean, I just remember last year where they basically struggled the entire year trying to make RPS work, and then when it was too late in the season, they made some adaptations. We saw Jellybeans playing Mage, and they were actually doing pretty well. And I remember having the conversation, if Golden Guardians had switched it up earlier, would we be seeing them actually, qualified to make it to, BlizzCon potentially? And unfortunately that didn't happen, but we'll see. I mean, I feel like if RPS doesn't work, they need to go back to the drawing board, because it just seems like too many top teams in this tournament have an answer for it, and they need to figure out something different.
Yeah, and now I do want to say, let's say that the compositions that we expect to come into play do come into play. What is the actual strategy that you want to see the Golden Guardians go about, Supatees?
Depends what healer CD plays. If he plays a Monk, then I want to see Peekaboo switching targets between Monk and DPS. Well, it seems unnecessary from Method Orange. I mean, I get to see the comps for other people, but...
Yeah, we are going to be jumping in right now on the blind pick for the Grand Arena, as you can hear Supatees starting to allude to. We just got a peek at the compositions. Let's jump down and see who's going to be able to take the first game of the series, Golden Guardians or Method Orange.
I don't like this comp from Method Orange. There is no self-healing whatsoever on the side of Method Orange, which means Shadow Priest is going to be pretty effective. And Sidu being on the Monk, like Sid mentioned, he could get swapped to. So there is actually real potential here for Golden Guardians.
All right, well, here we go. Gates are about to open. I think this is one of those matchups for Method Orange where it's not, it's not a 100% win. I think if they play it right, it's going to be looking strong. And I know this is something we saw from Method Orange last week. I have to say, Sam I Am, I think, was playing a really, really good series on his Mage. So this is something they definitely have practiced, definitely have prepared. And it can be really difficult. I mean, for Golden Guardians, you're playing against triple Orc. They're all stacking versatility. It's a lot of consistent damage you have to heal through. And I think in order to find pressure in this matchup, WizK and Peekaboo are going to have to pull out some miracles.
All right, the last series of the day. Tournament lives on the line already this early on between the Golden Guardians and Method Orange. Method Orange look to utilize their new composition, the Warrior Mage Mistweaver, but this might not be a favorable matchup. I think this could be a quite difficult one as Sam dips dangerously low. A full Hex. Sam needs to remove this, but then they silence the Decurse into a Psychic Scream. Golden Guardians are all over Method Orange. Not even a minute into this game. It's devastating damage across the board. Can C2 keep his team up here? He's actually using Way of the Crane. It's not very often that you see the Mistweaver punching people with it. It's not even stabilizing the team. They get a double leg sweep into a double ring. They do manage to finally get some aggressive crowd control, pulling themselves back into the fight, but it cost a lot of mana from C2 to do so.
Ooh, I mean, C2, he's burned through so much mana, like you said, already down to around 60%. Great start for the Golden Guardians. Mez under pressure as well. Silence now on C2. Sam, I am having a really difficult time actually pushing in and getting any damage rolling. Now caught into a kidney shot. And Peekaboo, I suspect with the amount of damage we're seeing out, is playing full gushing wounds, and he is. So massive damage from the RPS of the Golden Guardians. This is looking really good. I don't think this is how this matchup is supposed to look, but things are falling apart quite quickly here for Method Orange.
I mean, C2 could just die. He's just getting absolutely smacked. Rallying Cry might not even be enough. Silence out. They warbanner the silence for a moment. Nice warbanner from Mez. Life Cocoon connects. C2 holds on by a thread. Nice polymorph from Sam. Beautiful counterattack by Mez. Insane damage with the Drestagath. Absterge immediately has to Trinket and Spirit Link. Mez kept his team in the game right there, warbannering the silence, getting a very important cooldown from Absterge on the counter engagement, but then C2 gets caught in midfield. WizK jumps in with those rocket boots. He's ready to go with the Void Form. 2 Shadow Word Deaths. WizK claims victory, and Golden Guardians go up 1 in the series.
Why didn't Method lock that in? Zico, I'm trying to figure out why Method would go for that composition after everything that you guys just said about how they looked in the previous matchup today. Why? Why on earth did they do that, Zico? Zico's muted.
No! I only had one
Hey, look,
mute
it's
the
fine.
whole
Zico,
game, man.
Zico, that is not as big of a mistake as the mistake that we just saw Method Orange make. So you don't look that bad right now. Zico, we're trying to figure out why they potentially did lock that in when it seemed like they had everything going for them in the series. What do you possibly think was the mentality of locking in this composition?
I mean, I think... Was C2 running dressed?
Let me look.
Like,
No, he was not. He was using Claw and Totem.
yeah, I really don't know. Like, I think they wanted to maybe try to one-shot somebody with Way of the Crane, like maybe do setups onto a Peekaboo because he's playing low Versa or something. But this comp, I mean, I said it as soon as I saw it locked in. I was like, wow, this Golden Guardian has a real chance here because there's no self-healing. You have a mage, his only self-healing is Stamp, and you can just purge that with a Shadow Priest and a Shaman on your team. Then you have a Warrior, he doesn't have any self-healing, and he wants to go late. And then you have, you know, C2 on the Mistweaver, which is an excellent target to kill. So, I mean, if C2 was on his Holy Pala, I would say, okay, well, this comp makes a little bit more sense. But the fact that he's also on his Mistweaver, it's like 3 for 3 in terms of how bad these classes are in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is if you give Golden Guardians a good matchup, like you expect them to be a team to be able to capitalize on it, right? They're a fantastic team. The biggest weakness that they have is the fact that they don't have the widest variety of comps. I don't think that that's a big surprise to anyone. Ven, did you like this compositional pick from Method?
I feel like, I don't know. I don't mind it. I mean, if we, let me ask you guys a question. I mean, this is not shots fired, but if we saw Wildcard Gaming lock in Warrior, Mage, Monk, would we think that's a bad matchup?
Yeah.
You really would? Okay.
100%.
All right,
I mean,
what about...
They could still win it, but I would say, well, Wildcard Gaming have Windwalker DK. Why wouldn't they just lock that in? Because, like, sure, I get what you're trying to say here, that, you know, maybe the matchup isn't that bad, but they're on alts versus triple mains, and if a team that's maining the comp plays it, it might look different. I get that, but you're still putting yourself in a situation where you're even giving the enemy team a win condition when you could not, you know?
What do you think we want to see then? You think just Windwalker Death Knight would have been a better answer?
Demon Hunter Death Knight.
Windwalker DK, Demon Hunter, Windwalker.
Wait,
If
Demon Hunter
Sea-Doo goes on his
Windwalker?
Paladin, yeah. Demon Hunter Windwalker. You get Sam, you get Trill, you get Sea-Doo on a Paladin. I think that comp would do extremely well as well in this situation. It's DK Windwalker. I feel like just lock in one of your cleaves. Any cleave that Method Orange runs, it's probably going to do better than what we saw just now.
And also, just to clarify, I think going into this one, you would still most likely, Zico, favor the entire series most likely to Method Orange based off of just the compositions that we know that they do have, right? Like it's not completely gone just because you saw that first composition for you.
No,
Yeah.
no. I would still say if I was a betting man and I had to bet on one of these teams to win, I would still
Yeah.
go with Method Orange, just because they are the team with the with the big amount of comps, and I don't think that they would lock this comp in again, seeing how it performed.
Yeah, and Golden Guardians, of course, on Ashmane's Fall are going to be bringing the composition that we do know them for. Now, the question is what Method Orange will actually end up doing here in this situation. And I know we've talked about the fact that we didn't like the comp that Method Orange did bring. Just one more time for anyone who maybe didn't see their earlier series, what was it that you saw from Method Orange, Zico, that you did like earlier?
Well, I like that they were just running basically counter the Shadow Priest strategy. Now, they were playing against two casters. They were playing against, Shadow Priest Ellie. And if you play against a rogue team, you kind of have to account for the fact that if you play a Mistweaver, you're going to get blinded. And if you don't get that blind, you can get 100 Ode. So I think if Sea-Doo plays a Paladin, you still get that kind of soft counter to Shadow Priest element with the Shadow Aura. Just by Paladin existing, the Priest is going to do 15% less damage, right? And you're still going to be able to build that durable comp that you had with the Demon Hunter and the Windwalker, where essentially you're going to win on damage, and you're going to win on mana, and you're going to win on pressure, and you're just going to have a solid defense where you have a lot of answers to, CC chains, blind goes, etc.
Okay, now we are going to see Method Orange locking in Frost Death Knight, and Trill is going to be coming in on the Monk. Subtease, how do you feel about this for Ashmanes?
I feel like Golden Guardians are going to stomp them.
Would you?
I feel like
why?
They're going to switch between Sea-Doo and Trill consistently.
Isn't this what you said you wanted?
I don't know if I want to see a Mistweaver. I feel like Golden Guardians can win just the Mistweaver is exploitable with Spam Purge and swaps. I mean, they picked a good map to survive as a monk, but I feel like if you switch between Mistweaver and Windwalker over and over, Shadow Priest is really good at the Frost DK because you can trade for Chill Streak basically every time. You can fade it, disperse it, and then if Peekaboo just attacks Sea-Doo the whole game, and then WizK stays out in midfield, they can't do any damage. There's no target to bounce to. Then they can grip Absurge in, but then WizK fades. So I'm not sold on this from Method Orange.
I would have liked an Unholy DK more than the Frost DK. I feel like the Frost DK has to be on top of people to actually be effective and stay on top of people. And I think that's going to be extremely hard for Mez to do. Whereas if he's an Unholy, he's going to have more range interrupt, more range damage, and the necrotics and everything is just going to be more scary. So I would have liked the Unholy more.
Okay, what do you think actually caused them to bring Frost then? Because it sounded like, Fenriky, you also were in the mindset that Unholy would probably be a little bit better in this matchup. What do you think is causing them to lean towards Frost, Fen?
I don't know, to be honest with you, because I've actually played with Method Orange, with Mez and Sea-Doo, and played against the Golden Guardians. It was really difficult. I'd have to say the Golden Guardians, they do an excellent job avoiding kind of the all-in one-shots that Frost DK really has available. So I think Unholy Death Knight is a lot less of a liability. In some regards, for the Frost Death Knight, you kinda have to, not always, but if your opponent plays really, really well and they rotate properly and they really deny, your chill streaks, then you don't really get out that much effective damage outside of your Windwalker Monk. So I think the Unholy Death Knight would have been a lot better, but we'll see. Maybe Method Orange has really cleaned up, these setups, but I just think if they're not getting the chill streaks, they're probably not going to win this game. So I think that's the main thing we're going to have to look for in this game is Golden Guardians avoiding the grip blind chill streaks, and if they can do that, then I think they're going to win this game.
And look at it this way, Method Orange locking in 2 compositions that really weren't expected by anybody on the analyst desk. This is a team that is very good at picking compositions. There's definitely something that they are trying to play around. There's definitely something that they have up their sleeves. Will we see it here on Ashmane's Fall, or will the Golden Guardians be able to grab a quick 2-0 and get themselves on match point?
I'm not sure if it's going to be quick, but I feel like they have the tools to deal with the comp that Method Orange locked in. They can purge off Renewing Mists. They can use Grounding Totem, Fade, position really well to avoid the Frost Death Knight. I think the Windwalker Monk is highly susceptible to dying to this comp. So is the Mistweaver Monk. They just immediately open on Sea-Doo with a kidney shot. They cheap shot Trill. Absterge moves forward looking for hexes. They paralyze Peekaboo. They're pausing for a moment just to recover from the initial exchange. No cooldowns committed from either side just yet. Mez and Trill go after it. Oh, he shadow steps the Death Grip. Nice play by Peekaboo. And now hitting a single target Shadow Priest. Mez's damage is not going to get going for a long time. They're going to have to wait for that Death Grip to come off cooldown before they get some damage rolling. Peekaboo is still just marching at Sea-Doo, trying to get in range with the Chains of Ice. He goes for a blind. He's got poisons on Trill. Kidneys the Trinket. Nice punish here, but grapple from Trill is stalling some damage from Peekaboo. WizKid commits to the silence. It's the anti-mag zone. Grip into double blind. This is where they need to get a high-value chill streak. They're also playing the Gladiator Spite. Interesting. Here, there's no fade. This is going to be big damage on a Peekaboo and WizK. They click with shadows. They rocket boots, but he double rops WizK back in off his rocket boots. Beautiful double ring of peace there. That's going to net them to dispersion and a vitality conduit, but Golden Guardians are still keeping up the pressure on Sea-Doo. Stun locking him. Big Drestigath hit there on the silence. Lava burst in from Absterge. Sea-Doo ports nowhere. Peekaboo's hunting after him to finish this. Absterge is pushing forward as well, but WizK on that Shadow Priest isn't moving too quickly to get in line of sight, but Peekaboo is definitely keeping up some pressure here, holding on to his kick. If Sea-Doo can't fake the kick, he's going to be in trouble. He has to use the Life Cocoon. Now WizK potentially in trouble, taking a lot more damage than I thought he was going to take. Absterge, I think, has been purging quite a bit in this matchup as well. He's very low on mana. Silence on Sea-Doo, swap over to Trill. What can Golden Guardians get done here? No follow-up of crowd control. Trill just going to walk it off. Sea-Doo picks him up, and Method Orange begin to stabilize.
Yep, definitely stabilizing in the matchup. Here it is. Once again, this is the trinket from Peekaboo. It has to be. He cannot afford to take a big leg sweep here. Peekaboo trinkets out. There it is. Trying to deny, but a beautiful Ring of Peace knocks him back in, but really not too much damage just yet. WizK, of course, is going to be corrupted, but in the meantime, Sea-Doo gets caught into a kidney shot. Do they have the damage? A beautiful fear. Sea-Doo's in so much trouble. He portals away, but Absterge is there to deny any of his heals. He's got the Wind Shear available. He's purging him out. Sea-Doo crossing the map with a double Chi Torpedo, getting behind the pillar, and he manages to escape with his life, but definitely a close call there.
All right, good recovery. Trill gets stunned up. Vendetta pop. Peekaboo pushing for it here. They know they're in trouble on that next chill streak. It could be a Spirit Link Totem, certainly, from the Golden Guardians. Sea-Doo playing the map really well here, but Peekaboo going to use that maneuverability. Get back onto Sea-Doo. Start building up some pressure. Trill rolls over. Is he going to paralyze Peekaboo? Sea-Doo crosses the map. I love when he crosses the map with the Chains of Ice. Absterge drops an Earth Grab Totem, though, holding Sea-Doo in place. Peekaboo looks for a re-stealth. Peekaboo just, basically needs to do nothing. They just don't want to stack on WizK. If he gets double stunned with Chill Streak, they're dead. The game is over. So actually, Peekaboo is smartly just waiting, and Method Orange are just going to pull the trigger on a single target on WizK. They blind Trill in the spites, trying to prevent damage, and WizK escapes with the rocket boots. That was nice by Peekaboo. He played it out patiently. He knew that they could lose there, waited for Method Orange to commit, and now is going after Sea-Doo, stunned up at half, likely has to Life Cocoon. He ports away behind the pillar. Peekaboo not going to keep up the chase. WizK dragging Trill and Mez far away. Fears Trill. Starts looking for some dots. They're going after Mez. I don't think they're going to get too much damage done to the Death Knight here. They do Hex Trill and stun Sea-Doo. Nice Shadow Step. Absterge even lobbing in Lightning Bolts. He's just absolutely min-maxing damage for his team here to take down the Mistweaver. Peekaboo staying on target with that sprint. WizK in Void form. Where's Sea-Doo going to go? What's he going to do? Rolls back. Shadow Stepped on the roll. Has to Life Cocoon. And that's right before the Vendetta. Now Golden Guardians need to get ready. That Chill Streak is going to be up. The Death Grip needs to be Shadow Stepped instantly by Peekaboo. Mez is waiting. He's facing Peekaboo. He grips him. Doesn't get the Shadow Step, but WizK pre-faded it. So WizK escapes the Gladiator Spites and grips Peekaboo out of it. Nice play there by WizK.
He did use his trinket, though, so he did trinket out of the blind. They managed to get at least that, but this is what I'm talking about. The Golden Guardians know how Method Orange want to win, and they are very good at avoiding it, and that's what we're seeing here. Now C2 caught into a kidney shot. This could easily be his trinket. Grapple weapon coming in from Trill onto Peekaboo. C2 ports away, but his mana is not looking good, and he is silenced. Mez is rotting down as well. Great pressure here from the Golden Guardians. C2 topping off Mez potentially, but he gets wind sheared. Nice job there by Absurge pushing in, knowing when he has to really help his team with aggression, throwing in some purges as well. Absurge's mana is not looking great, but the consistent damage is just so low from Method Orange that I think Absurge is going to be able to coast for some time. Mez getting pressured with the fear over onto C2. Mez just not getting topped off. A smoke bomb drops down. Mez, he could just fall. He's down to 10% health. The Life Cocoon lands from C2. Beautiful setup there by the Golden Guardians. They managed to get a lot of defense.
Oh, they have no trinkets. 3 spites are down. Absurge astral shifts. Witzke fades, but he gets stunned again. Corruption overload right now. Absurge trying to run out. He gets rocked back in. His corruption is absolutely maxed out here. Does he have the Rathion cloak? They have to blind Mez defensively, but Trill is going for the kill. Can Absurge stay alive with Trill on his back? Trill is really hammering down on Absurge, forcing him to Ascendance and try and recover. C2's very low on mana at this point now as well. Dampening kicking in at 5%. Who are they going to go after? There's no power plays without the blind now. Vendetta comes up pretty soon. Peekaboo's making his way over to C2, but Witzke is taking a beating at the moment. Jumps into Void Form, trying to get some pressure onto Mez and Trill. Shadow Step over onto C2. Grip Peekaboo in. Witzke Rocket jumps away from the grip. They cannot afford to stack. Peekaboo's taking a risky gamble, moving close to Witzke. He stuns Mez. They want to kill the Death Knight in dampening, but he lingering Psychic Shells the stun. Grapple weapons Peekaboo. No damage can be found there. Witzke silences C2. Absurge looking like he wants to try and get a Hex, maybe? He's just Flame Shocking C2. That's a lot of mana to Flame Shock here in dampening. Mez, though, is not that healthy. Feared at 10%. What is happening to Mez? Anti-Magic Shield at 10%. They drop the Gladiator Spites. Peekaboo trinkets. He's got to get out of there before the Chill Streak. He stuns C2 as he tried to roll in for the leg sweep. He stuns Trill away on the assault. He silences up Mez. Peekaboo with triple control, trying to close this game out. Pressure across the board. Witzke's damage starting to sink in. C2 rolls forward, looking for a stun on Absurge. Absurge dodges C2. Mez is now finally taking quite a bit of damage. Life Cocoon has been forced. C2 finally getting the stun on Absurge. Witzke is low. He silences C2 up. Absurge out of the stun. What are you going to do? Everyone is low health. He's got no mana. Goes for the Spirit Walker's Grace healing waves, trying to power through. Mind controls on Mez by Witzke, really just slowing down the damage as much as he can, but Paralyze has been secured. Method Orange are in command. Double Syndragosa out from Mez, and Spirit Link comes down, but they're all just dead. Peekaboo has to zone out. Absurge gets interrupted by Mez. Mez is absolutely decimating the Golden Guardians at the moment. Breaking out of the stun, lingering Psychic Shell. They're all just dead. I mean, Absurge is holding on by a thread, grip into double blind. All of them trinket. They got to get out of here. How are they going to pull this game back together? I mean, at this point, how are they even still alive? He's actually recovered. Witzke's at full health. Peekaboo is somewhat healthy. What? How did you do that? You were all 10% health. Mez is going to die? No way, Golden Guardians. No way.
Can they actually turn it around? I mean, somehow Absurge recovers, like you said. Mez forced to trade out the AMS, the trinket, but the double stun. This has to be it. There's way too much damage. Peekaboo, he cannot survive this. Golden Guardians cheat death for a long time in the match, but there was just nothing left for Absurge. They used everything on that last setup. Method Orange plays it calm, cool, and collected, and end up tying up the series. We're now at 1-1 in this match.
Golden Guardians play like gods to last as long as they did. Method Orange also have to play out of their minds to be able to take the series. I want to ask, before we actually break this one down one more time, just to talk about the composition thing. I know we've already mentioned it quite a bit, but do you think that there are easier lines of play for Method Orange to potentially win this series on Zico?
I mean, I think I would have liked to see it just done Holy DK,
okay,
to be honest. It feels like the Frost DK is kind of a one-trick pony. You know, you grip in, you do the Blinding Sleet, you get the leg sweep, and then you do the Chill Streak, you know, one tap, basically. But I feel like when you play down Holy DK, it's a little bit less scripted like that, and people can't really play around it as well as the Golden Guardians.
And I think that we heard that from Fenruki during the cast, too. He said, basically, the Golden Guardians know how Method Orange want to win right now, and they're very good at avoiding it. And we saw, even when it was difficult to avoid it, Golden Guardians pulling that off quite a few times. But let's look at how Method Orange was able to win in this game, and let's take a look at some of the key moments, Zico.
Actually, the moment that you're talking about, Rich, that is one of the key moments. So I picked
there
a
we
good
go.
one, huh? There we go. All right. So obviously, throughout the game, Sea-Doo and Peekaboo have been having their kind of little 1v1. Peekaboo blinding Sea-Doo and then kidneying him. Basically trying to force Sea-Doo to swap sides. And this is one of those situations where Sea-Doo, he's at the pillar. Peekaboo wants to go there, wants to force him out. Force him to maybe use his trinket on a stun so he can blind him and kill somebody else later. Try to get the momentum rolling. Sea-Doo teleports out of there, and most rogues, when they see, oh, the guy that I'm hitting, he's 30%, I'm gonna go and chase him. Peekaboo does not. He goes for the re-stealth, and he just stays away, and that's because he doesn't have his Gladiator's medallion. So if he gets gripped in, and Method Orange does a setup, all of a sudden, Golden Guardians are going to have to use massive defensive cooldowns. Instead, Peekaboo gets a re-stealth, waits for Method Orange to get impatient and pull the trigger, blinds defensively as well, and then, tries to extend the match where they can kill the DK later. Obviously, that didn't work out for them, but still, it's a place like this where you can kind of just play around the Frost DK entirely that the Golden Guardians are really good at, and that's why we kind of criticize the pick. But Method Orange as well, they had beautiful execution in general throughout this game, and I think Absterge somehow recovered everyone there at the end, and if Sea-Doo didn't push in there and really try to close out the match, I think they could have easily died. Mez could have easily died.
Yeah, and I think that's really like in game 2 where the criticism kind of was on Method Orange. It was just like they played like gods, but is there a world where they can win without needing to play like gods? But I think that they are really, really liking the Frost Death Knight. Maybe kind of having a little bit of that, if it's not broken, don't fix it mentality, because they are going to be locking it in on the blind here on Tiger's Peak. And I'm pretty sure we all expect Golden Guardians to go the same line that they have thus far. So we are in a realm where we have more Frost Death Knight. How hard is it going to be in your mind, Super Tees, for Method Orange to be able to get on match point here as we're all tied up in this series?
I was thinking it might be hard if they go to a map where it's easier to hit Sea-Doo. I mean, that map was really hard because Sea-Doo played the map so well. When you're Chains of Iced as a rogue, you don't move very fast. So if Sea-Doo is constantly switching sides of the map, then Peekaboo just doesn't get to hit him often. So I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go for something smaller than Tigers, like Hook Point or something. Oh, this is a change too. Go over to the Holy Paladin. This could work wonders for them. It's going to be a lot of... I wonder if he's going to play Avenging Light. I really want to see Absterge play Avenging Light as the honor talent. So every Holy Light he does, 30% of the healing it does damage to everyone around the target you heal. So let's say Mez and Trill are hitting WizK, and Absterge heals WizK for 100,000. He's going to do 30,000 damage to Mez and Trill. It's a lot of extra damage to be added to the team. I'm very curious how they decide to play it.
Cheeky little adaptation coming out from the Golden Guardians. Carl going to be going on over to the Paladin. Zico, how do you feel about this?
I like it. I mean, this is one of the things that we've been kind of calling for when it comes to the Golden Guardians. We want to see them diversify. We want to see them play a little bit more meta healers because, let's be honest, Absterge is insane on the Resto Shaman. I think we can all agree that he was making miracles happen even just in the last game, but you can have, a Paladin. You can just remove Touch of Karma and kill the Windwalker. You have so much more. If you get stunned, you can just remove it. You have so many cooldowns to just answer the DK, and it's just a target as well that won't get cleaved. So I just like the Paladin in general. The Paladin is super strong in the current meta as well. I think Paladin and Monks are the two best healers.
I got to interview Pika on the podcast on Thursday, and I asked a question about Sturge, and he said, "When we lose, it's Carl's fault. When we win, it's Carl's fault." So now we're really seeing the Sturge get fully utilized here, and we're gonna have to see how it will work out on the Paladin. Then Ricky, how is this going to change the dynamic on Tiger's Peak after we already kind of talked about the scripted setups that Method Orange was really looking for when they are using the Frost Death Knight? Is this Paladin going to change that dynamic a whole bunch?
Well, I think the one thing that's really nice for Absterge is the fact that, well, there's a couple things. So the Paladin is going to provide a little bit more crowd control. I think he can push in and kind of follow up setups with Repentance if he decides to play that, which is nice. So crowd control change could be extended. And also you kind of have this this additional offense by being able to Blessing of Protection on Touch of Karma. So if they go after Trill, he uses Touch of Karma, they can use the Blessing of Protection to remove that. All of a sudden, things are a little bit more, insecure for Trill in the match. But I think more so than anything, Abster just being able to use the Blessing of Freedom on the Spike goes is going to be massive. I would honestly assume C2, Mez, and Trill, they don't even use Spite. They completely abandon that in this match with the Holy Paladin. I don't think they'll get really any value, and I think a large part of the reason we saw so much damage from them, even though, their chill streaks were kind of getting messed up, they were still getting a lot of value in their goes because of Spite, and if they don't have that, I think it's going to be a little bit more in favor of the Golden Guardians.
All right, well, this one's all tied up. Two of the favorite teams from North America going head-to-head. Who will pull ahead on Tiger's Peak?
All right, here we go. Abster is going to be tested. Can the Golden Guardians find victory through diversity here, bringing in the Paladin? Gates have opened. I'm checking the builds here to see if we are correct about them dropping the Spike Trinket. It doesn't make sense to play it into the Paladin, but it looks like they still are. They're still running the Spites. Mez gets sapped early on. They try and find Peekaboo. He switches the sap over to C2. He's in line of the whole team that could just open on C2. They silence Mez. Looks like they're getting a kidney shot out of the sap. Set up for a swap. Grip into double blind, though. How are they going to deal with the Spites? Abster just playing relentless. WizK breaks out with the Trinket Fade. Grips Abster out of the Spite. WizK going to use his tools, but Abster gets double bounced back into the Void Puddle. Huge Ring of Peace play there by Method Orange, but not going to find too much damage off the back of it. Insane damage right now, though, by Golden Guardians. Method Orange going to pop the Way of the Crane while silenced, trying to get some heals. Although Way of the Crane is very expensive, and he's actually punished. He's feared on it. Trill gets stunned up. Golden Guardians going after a different target, focusing down Trill a little bit more here.
Yeah, it looks like Trill will be taking a little bit of damage, but so far C2 has been able to heal through that pressure quite nicely. WizK getting interrupted, and I think it's going to be up to Mez and Trill to really slow down WizK with interrupts whenever possible in this matchup. We're about a minute in, now full blind on C2. He immediately trinkets. He is not messing around, looking to get those heals onto Trill. C2 now into a kidney shot, as it looks like Peekaboo is looking to get that damage rolling, but they forced out the anti-magic zone for the Vendetta of Peekaboo, so just really efficient trades. I mean, C2 trinkets the blind, Vendetta immediately responded to with the anti-magic zone, and Method Orange is kind of just, they're playing the script. They don't want to, make any mistakes or underreact to the situation, because if they do, I think that's when things really start snowballing for the Golden Guardians.
All right, Peekaboo trinkets out of that Spite attempt, swaps over to C2, Kidney into Hammer of Justice. WizK going to back up and right at the end of this huge damage. Beautiful setup there by the Golden Guardians. This Paladin definitely paid its weight in gold, and you know what? They went full offense that game. There was not a single piece of versatility corruption on anybody on the Golden Guardians. They went Ineffable Truth for more dam on those judgments. They went full Gushing Wound. They went full haste. And they won the game really fast. So interesting choice there by the Golden Guardians. It played into their playstyle, and it worked out.
I mean, ultimately, what is always the criticism of the Golden Guardians? It's that they need to diversify their comps. The second that we actually see Carl being the one, or Sturge being the one who actually does pick up something that we maybe didn't expect to see in this matchup, what are they able to do? Absolutely dominate that game. Zico, let's talk about how.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nice to see. They do pretty much the same thing that they did in the previous game. Early blind onto C2, forcing out his trinket. Then Peekaboo immediately pops his Vendetta, and that's gonna force, because C2 doesn't have his trinket, because he's trinketed the blind, that's gonna force out the anti-magic zone. And that's what he did in the previous game as well, the one that he lost on Ashermanes. But here, they're able to capitalize on it. A little bit later on, they're able to find another setup like that and push through. And a lot of it, I think, just comes down to that Rogue Priest synergy that WizK and Peekaboo has built up, but also having the Paladin there, bringing, big damn Judge and extra, a DR Hammer of Justice, a little extra lockdown there is exactly what they needed to secure that kill on C2. And I think the Paladin pick, it's something they should be playing a lot. We've been saying it a lot. It's by far the best offensive healer right now in the current meta. Play it. You guys are the kings of offense. This is what you should be doing.
Well, I will go back at the beginning of the series. At the beginning of the series, everybody on the analyst desk, on our virtual analyst desk, basically said that they thought Method Orange was going to be able to win. Now they're facing elimination potentially in this next game. Do you still think that they have that potential to win this series, Supatees? And if they do, what do they need to switch to? Is it the Unholy Death Knight, or is there some other missing factor that you guys saw at the beginning that has not been brought into the game yet?
They could go... I'm not a fan of the Mistweaver. I just feel like Paladin would be better for C2.
Agreed.
And, I mean, they could play anything with Paladin. They could play Demon Hunter Death Knight and just Mana Rift if they want to. The same way that they did in Game 1, or Series 1 of the day, except just with a Paladin healer instead. Because the Mistweaver is just a liability. You have to play so well the entire game, or you're just going to die in a swap, get purged down. So I would like to see C2 as well switch to Paladin.
Then, how do you feel about that? Do you think it's just Pallies all around?
It's kind of looking that way, to be honest with you. I mean, C2 seems like he's getting caught consistently. They didn't really make that bad of trades. I mean, the only thing I was thinking about that last game, potentially Mez may have used the anti-magic zone a little preemptively. I mean, they didn't commit that much. The Vendetta is scary, but there's things that are a lot scarier than that, like going into a kidney shot when you're already 50% health. So I think they could maybe just go back, play the same comp, play it a little bit more patiently, but I think that's extremely risky. Going to the Paladin definitely could be an option, but I know C2, sometimes he doesn't like to play healers that he's not super practiced on, and I read a tweet from him the other day. I think he just, got his Paladin geared and has been playing it, just the last few days. So that might be something they look to do in the future, but maybe hesitant for this tournament. But it could just be their best option, even out of practice.
Okay, well, we're going to close quarters here. Hook Point will be the map where Method Orange might be sent out of this tournament. They're going to need... That was their selection, by the way, coming off of the loss. So they are setting up for this small map. Golden Guardians are going to make their pick right now. Zico, do you think that they bring the Paladin here on the blind?
I think if they bring the Paladin on the blind... they could bait Method Orange to run a mage comp. Actually, I think they should lock it in on the blind, honestly. Lock it in, play it on the blind until you're forced off of it. Worst case scenario, you lock it in as a blind pick, as a counter pick a little bit later on, if you lose this game. I feel like Golden Guardians can afford to just blind lock it. And on the side of Method Orange, because they're picking this map, I'm almost positive we're going to see, I want to say C2 on a Resto Shaman. And then we're going to see probably Trill on a Windwalker and Sam on his Demon Hunter. I think that's what we're going to see. I think I kind of like that.
Okay, we're going to be finding out very shortly what the Golden Guardians will lock in. I cannot stress it enough. Seeing this matchup right now for top 4 is pretty exciting, but one of these teams is not going to make it all of the way to that top 4. We're just waiting to see what they lock in right now. Golden Guardians are just about out of time here. Supatees, is there anything in particular that you're keeping your eye on?
I mean, Golden Guardians locked in here. They're going to play the Paladin again. Method Orange need to pick whether or not they want to switch healers out. Maybe even Shaman. Shaman, Demon Hunter.
I haven't even seen that yet.
I'm looking at the draft page.
I don't see anything yet.
I see Golden Guardians.
Sid has some crazy link that's ahead of everybody else's link. Because I do have the Golden Guardians pick now, but he's done it like 8 times today, and I was like, man, this guy is 5-headed. He's predicting like before the line. But yeah, ultimately we are going to have the Golden Guardians, like Sid said, locking in that Holy Paladin. We're waiting to see what Method Orange is going to lock in. Just saw that they are going to be locking in the Demon Hunter, and Mez is going to be going on to Unholy. This was something that you guys did mention quite a few times. How do you feel about it in the tight area of Hook Point, Zico?
I like the Unholy. I like the Demon Hunter. I don't like the Mistweaver. Mistweaver on this map, C2's gonna get tested. That's for sure. That's definitely for sure.
I kind of wonder if we're gonna see what we saw earlier today from Method Orange. I mean, maybe they just decided, you know what, they have a Shadow Priest, we can just play it really, really defensive. We're gonna see the Vision of Perfection. The one thing I think that potentially they're not accounting for is just Golden Guardians. I mean, they've been playing absolutely sick. Like Zico kind of mentioned, on Tiger's Peak, they were playing super aggressive with their gearing. They are ready for all-in offense, which is kind of the polar opposite of what we've seen from a lot of teams. A lot of teams are playing super defensive, Conflict and Strife, maximum versatility, lingering psychic shell, basically everything you can do to just live. They're just trying to live as long as possible. Golden Guardians, they're putting it all on the line. I mean, you have to give them a lot of credit. Their composition requires you to play really aggressive, and it's awesome to see that they actually are, and it's working out for them.
And think about it this way as well. When you're thinking big picture, this week is probably more important for Golden Guardians than it really is for most teams, right? You know, Gushing Wounds nerfs comes in. That could be that little bit of damage out of the way that will not allow them to get as deep in on some of these runs. And if you can manage to get these victories now, accumulate the points now, all of a sudden you're looking really good to be able to stay in for the entirety of the AWC. So we'll have to see if the Golden Guardians can actually pull that off. Method Orange trying to make a final stand here on Hook Point with that Unholy Death Knight that you heard Zico, you heard Supertease talking about how good an Unholy Death Knight could be. Now, Abstract has really been the X factor in this series, pulling out that Holy Paladin. Have there been any other X factors in your mind, Supertease, in the series that have really just changed the way that you expected it to go?
I mean, it's not really an X factor. It was like a throw factor. Method Orange's first comp pick. That was kind of just maybe they thought it was going to work a lot better than it ended up working out. But the whole series could be cost based on them experimenting in game one.
Yeah, that game one was definitely kind of that spooky area where everything started to spiral out of control, it felt like, but Method Orange was able to then make that stand and was able to potentially bring it back already, but it's still looking very scary when we do get to Hook Point. What is that win condition going to be, though, for the Golden Guardians, Zico, for anybody just tuning in right now?
The win condition for Golden Guardians is going to be kill Sam I Am and kill Sea-Doo. You cannot play a strategy where all you're doing is running at Sea-Doo. He's going to play around it and only uses, you know, he's going to try to preemptively life cocoon himself and try to make it as difficult as possible for you to kill him. So you need to make sure that Sea-Doo knows that at any point Sam can go down. Why Sam? Because Sam only has one breaker out of stuns. So Sam, he has his trinket. He can break out of a stun with that. That's it. Whereas Mez, if he wants to, he can go Lichborn, and every 1 minute he can break out of a stun. In addition to that, he will have his trinket, and in addition to that, he will also have Death Strike. So whenever he breaks out of something, he can then immediately start kind of healing himself. Sam, Trill used to play Demon Hunter on this squad, so it's a little confusing, but Sam, he's going to have to play a very careful game. The good thing about Demon Hunters is that you only have one way out of stuns, but you have a lot of ways to kind of dodge stuns. You can activate, you know, your Chaos Strike, I do believe, to avoid your Blade Dance, sorry, not Chaos Strike, to avoid stun before. If you activate it right before Pico tries to kidney you, you can blur to kind of dodge some stuff as well, and, you know, some other stuff. So it's basically a game of cat and mouse in that regard. And then at any point when they have pressure on Sam, they need to blind Sea-Doo. If he trinkets, that's when we're going to see a big all-in onto Sea-Doo. And that's why I'm saying Sea-Doo's going to be tested in this game, because at any point Sam can die, and at any point he can also die if he makes one bad judgment.
I think that's one of the reasons the series has been so awesome to watch, though, throughout the entirety of it so far, headed into this Game 4. It has really felt like every single player has had to play out of their minds to stay in this one. Golden Guardians, if they win this Hook Point, they go on to compete tomorrow in the top 4 of NA on Sunday. If they win this, Method Orange will no longer be in this tournament. Method Orange needs to win here to get all the way to a Game 5. We're going to get these gates open and see who's going to take this.
Yeah, I mean, just so much on the line for both of these teams, right? Golden Guardians, obviously they want to push forward. They need to be getting as many points as possible. Method Orange currently ahead of them a little bit, but I mean, with only 4 cups, I mean, you really have to be acquiring as many points as possible. And it's like you kind of said, Rich, for Golden Guardians, with some of the Gushing Wound changes, potentially the future is a little bit more, you know, uncertain for them at this point. But a great tournament performance from them so far. Golden Guardians really coming in with a lot of pressure in this match, and let's see if they can find opportunities here against Method Orange.
Nice shackle on the Abomination, just instantly negating Mez's cooldown by WizK. Absters pulls back very far in the starting area, gets Death Gripped into a triple stun. Beautiful setup by Sam I Am. I-beam across the board. Abster holds onto the Avenging Wrath, trying to reposition. although a bit difficult on hook point. Going to be moving towards center field. Peekaboo marches at Sea-Doo. He got Sea-Doo's trinket on the blind. He swaps instantly for a kidney shot. Who's going to back up Sea-Doo during the stun? He Fort bruised the stun, so he's taking a lot less damage. And it doesn't look like the Golden Guardians are going to commit to it. They know that they're not going to kill him through it. WizK gets blasted. Huge pressure over there. Void Shift. The first big cooldown out of the way. Mez suddenly taking a huge amount of damage. Anti-magic shield forced from him. Remember, the Golden Guardians, they're wearing full gushing. They're maxed out for damage, but that also means they take a lot of damage. Sam gets swapped to in the bomb, has to trinket. They overlap the life cocoon. Sea-Doo goes for the way of the crane here, trying to push for a kill onto WizK. He gets stunned off by Peekaboo. Swapped over to now by the entire team. He's got no life cocoon. He ports. Will Peekaboo be able to get on target? He triggers the Imprison to go for the kill. They're on match point. Golden Guardians looking to make it to top 4. Anti-Magic Zone denying the kill for a few moments. Sea-Doo gambles the Dispelling Ring of Pieces Peekaboo away, but he gets kicked. He's Cloak of Shadows in for the kill. Darkness is holding on at 1%. Darkness is not. Mind control comes through. Golden Guardians go full offense and find the win 3-1. We'll see them on Championship Sunday.
You know, Golden Guardians already in this tournament had said, I can't remember how long it has been since we made it to a top 6. It has been a very long time. Now they have skyrocketed past that. They get into the top 4, and the question's going to be, how far can this team go? But to be able to achieve all of that, they had to take down Method Orange, and Method Orange, Zico, is no longer going to be competing in this tournament.
Yeah, Method Orange. This is what I was scared of. You know, the Mistweaver on hook point, it is a death trap for a Mistweaver, and they kind of walked into it willingly. Definitely a tough decision, you know, but all hats off to Golden Guardians, honestly. They played a phenomenal series. They played a phenomenal game. They had exactly what we were talking about in the pregame. Blind Sea-Doo, get his trinket out of the way. Smoke Bomb Sam, get his trinket out of the way. Make Sea-Doo second guess, who should I use my cocoon on? He uses it on Sam, immediately swap to, dies through anti-magic zone, dies through everything. WizK is a king with his mind controls. WizK honestly is the best Shadow Priest in the game. I'm not gassing him up because he hosted me and I told him I would gas him up if he did that. Yeah, shout outs to my boy WizK, keeping it 100% real, and good for the Golden Guardians making top
We
4.
really need to talk about how far we think that they can go with the current field of play. So for anybody who's not familiar with how these weekends are going to be working here at the AWC, we start everything off on Friday by taking a look at the EU. We chop it down to the top 4 teams. Then we get over to Saturday, which is today. We find the top 4 teams in NA, and we get to Sunday, and we find the number 1 team from each region. We get not 1, but 2 grand finals. When we do look at what we have now in North America, when we look at the teams that are remaining, how do you think, Venruki, Golden Guardians can do?
I think it's going to be an uphill battle for them, but I really like this Paladin pick. I mean, we haven't seen too much. We haven't seen too much of it from them, but I think if they're going to play super aggressive, I think the Paladin allows them to do that a little bit more than the Shaman. You have additional crowd control with the Paladin, as well as these sort of immunity cooldowns where you can push the pace and stay in the fight for a long time. So I think for the Golden Guardians, if they can continue to implement this Paladin, play as aggressive as they are, I mean, they're kind of turning the meta on its head right now. Most of the games we've watched in these tournaments have gone really, really long, really deep into dampening. Golden Guardians is kind of that exception where they've been able to really push the pace, and I'm curious to see if they can continue that sort of momentum in this tournament.
Let's take a look at the bracket with that in mind. Cloud9 and the Phoenix squad are going to be chilling up there in the top side of the bracket, and this matchup is definitely going to be very, very telling, because as we look at Phoenix, we kind of are trying to figure out just how dominant this team can be in the North American region. Then we got Space Station versus the Golden Guardians. That's going to be the lower bracket matchup that we do see to start things off. And whichever team does march on forward from that is going to play the loser of the series, which we just did mention. The winner of the Cloud9 Phoenix series is going to be straight to the grand final. So, Zico, when you do look at all of those squads, do you think that anybody's going to be able to stand up to Cloud9 this week, or do you think they're going to be able to continue to bully the region?
Yeah, I think Charlotte Phoenix would be the only team out of everybody left in the tournament that I would say I haven't seen them, because, you know, this is the first cup where they make a deep run. they're the only ones I could see being an X factor there. Otherwise, this is looking like Cloud9. They're just it's nuts right now. He's just kicking up his feet on the table right now, just chilling.
Now, I do want to think a little bit about EU as well. Obviously, EU we are going to be looking at tomorrow, but I think when we do look at NA, we know that's pretty clear. Cloud9 is the team to beat, already having accumulated so many of the points. I do want to mention, too, before we talk about EU just a little bit, when we do look at the Golden Guardians, I really do think this is one of the teams that you look at where there is that additional pressure for them to do well while they are still going to be able to fully utilize the Gushing Wounds, which goes really well with their strategy. Like, this seems like a week where they can fully utilize that. When we do look at EU, there are teams that need to fully utilize what they have been given to be able to make it this far for a different reason. It's going to be a compositional reason as well. We have 2 jungle cleaves still in EU. Supatis, how do you think those jungle cleaves will be able to potentially shake up this bracket?
I mean, Enlight already shook it up by beating Method Black. Zuniaki's misfavor has been paying dividends here. I'm curious if they can do it again against Wildcard Gaming. If they beat Wildcard Gaming, I mean, they're looking solid considering they're really only running one composition. Hydra's team, My Way, they've only still been running the Priest, and I think Zico said earlier that Hydra's not feeling confident playing the misfavor into the best teams in Europe. I don't think he can do it with the Priest. As much as I want to have faith in our Lord Hydra here, I don't have faith in the Priest. I think these jungles need to be picking up misfavors if they want to have a shot.
Okay, all right. So when we do look, though, at everything that is going on in EU, we kind of named one team to beat in North America. Do you feel the same way, Venruki, about everything that's going on in the EU?
I still feel like, although Method Black won last week, I still feel like the team to beat is Wildcard Gaming. We'll see, though. I mean, if there is going to be any team that can beat Wildcard Gaming, I do feel like it is going to be Method Black, but I think for Method Black, it's definitely going to be, an uphill battle. They have to beat Hydra's jungle, and then if we do see Zuniaki's team lose, they have to have a rematch, and that's the team that actually sent them down to the lower bracket. So definitely a long journey for Method Black. I think Wildcard Gaming in a much better position to actually, secure a win for themselves.
All right. Well, with that, we are ready for Championship Sunday. All we need is time to continue moving because we've covered all the matches which we are going to see today on this stream. Now all we got to do is wake up tomorrow and jump into the action. We'll see the champions crowned from EU and NA, but what you should do right now is make sure that you are subscribed right here so you can actually see all of the action. We're going to kick things off tomorrow with My Way versus Method Black, and then we'll move through EU and crown our champion. After that, we'll kick off NA with Space Station Gaming versus the Golden Guardians, and then we will crown our champion, and that will be the weekend. Folks, we want to see you there. It's going to be the same time, same place, right here. Thank you so much for watching everything today. Thank you for watching everything on Friday. We have our top 4 teams from each region. Tomorrow, it's time to crown our champions.